With that, he won't be able to shoot a heat beam again. Even if he could, at such close range, it would. Miraconissima. The preparations for both shots of Grand Melt are ready. Braidley and Glassfin came to tell me, but with Michael and Phalaris in such close proximity of each other, we will end up hitting them both. Damn it! What am I hesitating for? Mirok. In the first place, Phalaris should be a hated monster as well, right? But it looks like there were others with conflicting feelings like mine, and the Grand Melt that had taken so much effort was still hovering in the air. What are you doing, you idiots? Shoot those fireworks already! Eh? The small girl over there. Looks like inflation has done something to you. If you can hear my voice, quickly take me out with him. Burn this conceited fried chicken bastard together with me. Then, the owner of this voice is actually you, Phalaris. But you. This body is just a temporal one anyways. When destroyed, my soul will simply return to its rightful place. I would be relieved to be released from this noisy lower-bound world. Also, this problematic giant man, after punching for 2 or 3 more times, I feel like I will sink. Seriously, what strength! It surpasses the expectations of even his creator. What has to be done has been decided. Phalaris won't be able to hang on any longer. That's why there's one thing that should be done. I run from my place and rush towards Michael. Hiya! Mirok. Using that momentum, I punch him on the face. As always, there was no damage, but I managed to stop his pummeling of Phalaris. You, Michael. Have you gone senile, Demon Lord Michael? I am your opponent. Mirok. I went in between Michael and Phalaris, and push out my fist. You idiot. This cow, to think that he had such a rotten tongue. But don't underestimate humans. Owing you such a big one, there's no way my pride as a human will allow me to bid farewell like this. As a follower of the fire god Nova, as someone who fights shouldering the prestige of Nova-sama, there's no way I would act in a way that would lower his name with such a lack of duty and resolve. But well, Mirok. As expected, I will be dying with this. It has been a chain of unexpected events, so I was about to forget it, but the difference between Michael and I is on a level that can't be done anything about. I don't think I can last a single instant up front against him. What a hopeless one. Eh? I thought I wouldn't be doing as inflation wanted no matter what, but now that it has come to this, it can't be helped. The preparations for that have already been done after all. That's why you can hear my voice. Huh? What do you mean? Inflation must have done something when we were at the Wind Capital. It means that preparations for you to receive a part of me have already been done. In that case, just turn already. Turn? Into what? Into the Fire God Hero. 271, Fire God Hero. That's as far as you go. Michael. Michael's tone was filled with certainty of his victory. The desperate efforts of humans that surpassed expectations. This was a battle that I also learned a lot from. But I have to finish it already. My victory comes with the eradication of you humans. Michael. I couldn't say anything. Instead of an answer, I presented him a punch. My punch that until now had not been able to hurt Michael's body even once until now. Michael must also know that as well. He didn't show signs of reacting and simply took on the punch with his face. And then... Qua! Michael. The impact made the Demon Lord retreat 3 steps back. The Demon Lord wobbled. What? What was that strength just now? Michael. The Demon Lord mutters out of confusion. It was completely different from the ones until now. Are you telling me a human has dealt an attack strong enough to push back a Demon Lord? A mere human? Michael. Ho, that's unexpected. Mirok. My words made Michael react. What do you mean by unexpected? Michael. I just thought that a demon lord is actually a different existence from monsters. To think that a monster could bleed. Mirok. Moreover, it is the same red blood as us. Mirok. Michael was letting out blood from his nose due to the punch he received. Bright red blood from that crushed nose of his. He must have noticed the wet sensation himself. Michael touched below his nose and was stunned by the red liquid smeared there. Blood? Impossible. I was injured? A demon lord that stands as the summit of monsters, has been injured by the attack of a mere human? Michael. That's reality. Mirok. If you can't accept that reality, you will be receiving a lot more injuries from now on. By the hands of this Katak Mirok that has been powered up by something I don't understand. It is not a hard to understand power. By obtaining a part of a god, you have obtained power close to that of a god. Also, you are not a hero. Right now you are an existence that has become one with a god hero. The cow is making a ruckus in the back. The moment I received something from him, I obtained a power I have never experienced before and it flowed inside my body. I was pushed by that power and, when I tried swinging my fist, I easily sent the demon lord flying. Incredible, overwhelming. This sense of enhancement that felt as if I am not me anymore. If it is now, I feel like I can defeat even a demon lord. Even if you have gotten stronger, don't get cocky. This is tough. To think that there would be so much burden to the god when the god hero is activated. It was a system that only the god gets the burden of the human prayer energy? It looks like the cow is quickly losing breath, but it is true that I have now kind of understood the reason why I got stronger. The heart power that was being poured into the cow until now, was being poured into me through the cow. So this is the reason for the power-up. Right now, I am using the emotions of people and turning them into power. Oh who? Mirok. Fire bursts out from my body along with my roar. It was as if each pore in my body had become a crater. The bursting out flame stayed around my body like a veil as if I myself had become fire. It was already not only in power, even my looks had changed to something that had surpassed a hero. This is the so-called a hero close to a god that the cow talks about? The god hero? With the flames cladding my body, the burst speed I received increased as well. I take one step and the sole of my feet exploded, giving me a boost. Guff? Michael. This time, a punch to the stomach. Being hit, Michael once again does 5 steps back. What in the world is going on? Why did a human get such a sudden increase in power? Michael. I will teach you one thing about humans. Humans are incredibly stubborn. Mirok. Persisting over and over, no matter how dire the situation, eventually this leads to a new path. We have been saved many times in the past like that. Along with my comrades, my benefactors, and the many weak people I must protect. Right now, my body has an uncountable amount of human emotions flowing in me. Those emotions are changing into power and making me stronger. Demon Lord Michael, it is a strength powerful enough to defeat you. Mirok. I wouldn't have been able to reach such power if I was still my past self, who only thought about getting stronger alone. Karen had corrected my error. Celestis, Sacy, and Haya walked together with me. Master and Sis Kyuka acknowledged a conceited junior like me. That's why I was able to get all the way here. Please remember that it was because of my help. The emotions of the cow were also flowing into me, but there's a more pressing matter right now. Demon Lord Michael, I already won't lose to you. Mirok. I will win. I must win. That's all there is to it. The emotions of the people, hope, trust, expectations, courage, all of those were changing directly into strength and won't allow me to fall. The wishes of the people are passing through me and were directly filling me. They are imploring me to defeat you and to save them from peril. Mirok. Their wishes took form, and I will make them reality. That's what a god hero is. Miraconisima, incredible. Just what in the world is going on? Let there be hot-bloodedness? Inu. It looks like the fire militants in the battlefield also couldn't help but get dumbfounded by this sudden development. Siskyoka, Master, the three girls, and the other fire militants had already finished the preparations of Grand Melt a long time ago and were stiffened just like that. But that's fine. Just let those emotions boil and watch Katak Mirok defeat the Demon Lord. 272, Clash of Stars. What you are receiving as a god hero is not only the prayers of humans towards a god, but prayers to yourself. The trust and expectations from the people towards you as a hero are poured into your body as energy and turned into power. The cow says, God and hero, the emotions of humans coming from these two symbols become one. That power is not on the level of a few hundreds. It is on the level of tens of thousands. That's why it is possible for a god hero to hold power close to that of a god. In exchange, the emotions of fear, jealousy, and envy all go to the god instead though. This is tough. It looks like he is in pain, but what he means is that while I am in this form, the cow will be in incredible pain. It also means that he won't be able to maintain it for long. I have to seal the fight immediately. Fine. Michael. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Michael walks forward as if recovering the steps he was made to retreat. And then, he was once again in front of me. He stood tall, covering my whole vision with that big body of his. You again seem to be worthy of being taken seriously. On the same level as that Koramiya Haine. Michael. So you are treating me the same as him, huh? Mirok. I suppose I will take that as an honor. I am the Demon Lord. Michael. Michael yells. Standing at the summit of all monsters, I will open up a new era for monsters, the leader of the demons. The fire demon lord that rules over the fire inside of you, Michael. Michael. All the people there curled their bodies at the voice that was akin to that of an explosion. The vibrations in the air caused by his voice felt as if they were hitting my cheeks. Well, not felt, it literally did. And everyone there thought this. We knew a long time ago who this guy is, that's why we are all getting confused. Why is he stating this again now when we already know that? I soon understood why. I am Katak Mirok. The fire hero chosen by the fire church, Katak Mirok. Mirok. I have not introduced myself to Michael once yet. Because of my own feeling of weakness, I didn't have the qualification to. The reason why Michael introduced himself was due to the most basic etiquette when asking the name of the other party. I have finally gained the qualification for my name to be reminded by the Demon Lord. Then, Katak Mirok, Michael. The Lord of Burning Wing Flames speaks my name for the first time. I will crush you. Michael. Wrong. I will be kicking your ass. Mirok. I have finally been recognized as a proper enemy of the Demon Lord Michael. The now serious Michael placed both of his hammer-like arms together directed at me. Michael. Along with a rise in divine power that was akin to a subterranean rumbling, his body began to have a visible change. The fire wings of Michael that are basically his symbol became thin and long to the point that they didn't retain their original form, turning into something like that of a fire sash, coiling around both of the arms of Michael. The right and left wings wrapped around his respective arms, and his steel fists had now become burning fire hammers. I thought that the fire wings of Michael were wings clad in fire, but that wasn't the case. It is fire itself that had taken form into wings. That's why it can show such a drastic transformation. For us demon lords, strength is everything. This technique that uses my wings, which are a mass of divine power, can be called the ultimate technique of this demon lord Michael. Michael. Michael says this as he points out his arms covered on his fire wings. I was thinking of using this phoenix hammer on Kuramiya Haine only, but you have done well in making me use them on you. Michael. I see. If you are going to be welcoming me so extravagantly, I will have to give you a fitting present as well. Ignis Militant Core. Mirok. I called to my comrades that had parted to the sides and were watching over the battle. Sorry, but it looks like I will be having you help me this once. Shoot the readied grand melted me. Mirok. Ha? What are you saying, Miraconisima? Are you insane? Hearing this, Braidley and my other juniors were doubting their ears, but it is a given. In the first place, Grand Melt is the strongest destructive attack of the Ignis Militant Core. I am telling them to throw the giant fire dragon that was made with the divine power of all the fire militants for the sake of defeating the demon lord. You would think I am being suicidal. But it is okay. Just do as I instructed. Mirok. I assured success to my comrades that I have fought together with in this desperate battle. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. The first one to follow me was my master, the Fire Founder. As expected of Master. He trusts in his disciple more than anyone. The giant fire dragon was shot along with the order of the Founder. Grand Melt. The Ignis militants had separated in two with the arrival of Phalaris, and made a grand melt each to hit Michael from both sides. The two big fire dragons that were coming at me from both sides, I received them with both of my arms. Right fire fist, Fernando. Left fire fist, Barbarossa. Mirok. Both arms that received the big fire dragon burned vigorously, and I soon finished controlling the fire that my comrades made. Oh. It is because I am their hero that I was able to easily receive their power. On top of that, add the power of the god hero to it, and utilize the strongest flame burst I can release. I call it Pleiades Burst. Mirok. With both of my arms that have giant flames rivaling that of Phalaris, I put them together facing Michael. These flaming arms that drew the shape of two buffalo horns. This posture of placing both hands together and directing it at your opponent, it was the very same for both of us. I will decide this with this one attack. Michael. Stole those words right out of my mouth. Mirok. The pair of wings of Michael, my two horns, which one will be breaking first? This is the time to decide that. We both at the same time charged at their opponent. Phoenix Hammer. Michael. Pleiades Burst. Mirok. Both fists clad in fire clashed left and right, and become hellfire. A fierce hell of sweltering heat rose up to this world of the living. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273 to 275 Hellfire. 273 Hellfire. The ultimate technique of the Fire Demon Lord, Phoenix Hammer, the Pleiades Burst that has my everything. The whole power of a demon and human had become fire and mixed. It became a fire that could burn down the whole world and exploded. Kaya Miraconisima. Incredible explosion. From the outside of the explosion, the fire militants raised their voice that were practically screams. Even if it were just the waves of the explosion, they probably hold a power similar to that of a regular flame burst. I don't think they are completely okay after that, but I can only pray they are. I truly had no leeway to mind that. I was basically in the center of the explosion and had done a direct clash with Michael after all. Kunu. Ha. Mirok. I was within this high temperature that felt as if I would evaporate by simply standing there. I am able to stay alive in here thanks to the unbelievable power of the God Hero power-up. Even with that, I felt like my consciousness would fly by sheer heat. And in reality, I was about to lose my consciousness for a moment there, unable to resist the heat, and at that instant, I would have lost my God Hero form and be cinders by now. I released divine power to the point that my head is going crazy. I had no other choice but to do it. My most fearsome enemy, Michael, was glaring at me as if he were an evil spirit. We both are using all the divine power we have remaining to change it into fire and clash it with each other. What's scattering to the surroundings was the heat that had lost its direction and was spilling. It was truly to the word waves. Yet, with only those waves, the earth turned into magma, and the heated air rose up an atmospheric current on the level of a tornado, and while burning dry grass and insects, it increases in speed. On top of that, it wasn't only for a moment, the explosions continued as long as Michael and I continued to output divine power. We were both desperate. No matter how hellish of a problem we bring to the surroundings, the moment the power tilts to one side, the outpushed side will receive all the heat and be burned into cinders. That's why Michael and I had no choice but to push at our highest output. The wing of the immortal bird and the horns of the cow, a clash between human and demon with their existence at stake. Possessing the same fire element and strangely having the same stance as they clash their ultimate techniques. We completely different races were for some reason fighting in such a similar way right now. I understand now. Mirok. Ha? Michael. I speak while I was releasing my divine power at full strength. I was impressed by how my voice traveled well even within this high temperature, but maybe it is because we are clashing our fists and it is traveling through there. At any rate, Michael reacted. The biggest difference between you and me. I am fighting together with everyone. You are alone. Mirok. Did you go crazy in the face of death? What nonsense are you saying in such an extreme situation? Michael. Michael answers back with that stupidly straightforward personality of his. But there's no way he would understand what I am trying to say. I as well thought I had understood it, but thanks to fighting with you, I have once again actually felt it. That's what I am trying to say. I too was alone in the past. I thought I had become stronger by myself and tried to stand at the summit where it is not possible to stand on your own, Mirok. The me at that time couldn't notice that such a thing had no point at all until the day I reunited with Karen and met Haine, that is. That's because humans are weak. The strength of a single human is limited. Even if that human is the strongest alone, what's the point of it? Michael, when I met an existence like yours that was practically on a different realm from us, I thought that we would simply be crushed. Mirok. That's right. We monsters are a race that's even tougher than humans. That's why the rulers of the surface world will be changed into being the monsters. Michael. Wrong. Mirok. I cut off the words of Michael. I am not trying to say that. It is exactly because he can only see my words like that monsters are not worth of being the rulers. For us humans, what's most important is not to get stronger ourselves, but to get stronger with everyone. I thought I understood it. That's why I have been fighting together with my comrades Karen, Celestis, Ceci, and Hayu. But it looks like I was still lacking in understanding. Mirok. Today I was made to realize that. That's because, at this moment, I have become stronger by obtaining the strength of the whole Muspelheim after all. That's what a god hero means. If humans intended to, it wouldn't be only together with your acquaintances and comrades, you can become stronger together with every living being in this world. That's why I the fire hero, Katak Mirok. I won't lose to you. Michael, no matter how strong you are, against you who was alone, there's no way the miracle created from the connections of humans will lose. Mirok. Stop the barking, you lowly human. Michael. We both released our maximum output fire, and yet, both still increased radically in firepower at the same time. Michael and I were enveloped inside the hellfire we released that was on the level you would wonder if it would burn down the whole world, and we both disappeared into it. The hellfire had dispersed. The plains outside of Muspelheim, that had become a battlefield, right now had turned into scorched earth that didn't have a single shadow of its past self. What's at the ground was only gray earth still letting out smoke. Far at the outside, there were still the Ignis Militant Corps flabbergasted at the battle they witnessed. They retreated quite a few ways back from their original position. They had to get at least that far away from the battle of the God Hero and Demon Lord or they would be dragged into it. And then... Ha! Ha! We were alive. I was alive, and the Demon Lord Michael as well. We were right in the middle of such a vicious hell, and yet, it was surprising that both sides didn't just turn into ashes. But there's no way we wouldn't be injured from that. My whole body was battered and my divine power has burned out. Soot was covering my whole face, and the tips of my hair are letting out burning sounds. Phalaris had collapsed at the far back and his legs were twitching. The burden of God Hero must have pushed him to his limits. Looks like it will be difficult to continue the God Hero form any further. And Michael was in the same state. His dignified figure was nowhere to be seen anymore, and his prided fire wings felt like they would burn out at any moment. His breathing that moved his shoulder and chest heavily were proof of his exhaustion. He has no strength left to fight. Just like me. This is as far as it goes, it seems. Michael. Michael spoke his opinion while breathing roughly. Being exhausted to this extent, even if I were to defeat you, I wouldn't have the strength to destroy the human city. I also took way too much time. It wouldn't be strange for Coramiya Haine to come at any time now. Michael. Now that he mentions it, did the wireless transmission that we sent to Apollon City properly arrive? If they went on their flying machine, they should be here any time now. I will be leaving. I thought you people were weaklings that were not worth attention, but to think I was left in this state. It is my defeat today. Very well done. Michael. Even when he is that beaten up, he still talks all high and mighty. If you have been cornered, at least get a bit agitated, damn it. It makes it even harder for me to get confidence in defeating you. But Katak Mirak, an opponent of mine, without doubt I will advise you. I have to deny only one thing you said no matter what. I can't leave this place without doing that. Michael. What is it? Mirak. I am alone, is what you said, right? And that you have many comrades, thus, humans are the better ones. That's wrong. I won't forgive humans looking down at monsters with such a reason. That's because Michael. The Demon Lord Michael howls. I am not alone. Michael. 274, looking up the ground. I am not alone. Michael. Saying this, I felt as if I saw the emotions of Michael fluctuating on his face. Michael and I were both in tatters as we glare at each other in this wasteland. We monsters originated 100 years ago. At that time, my mother Phoenix didn't even have her own will and was simply a device to single-mindedly make monsters. Michael. The so-called Fire Mother monster, huh? Mirak. That's right. Thousands to millions of monsters were born in that span of 100 years and then disappeared. And the one who was born in this endless cycle of repetition was me. Michael. Be born and die, die and be born. At a glance, it looks pointless, but it provides development to the race. That's something humans have experienced as well. Monsters also obtain self-awareness in what was thought to be an endless cycle, and as a result of questioning their own existence, the existences called demon lords were born. That's right, Haine said this. Over 1 million repetitions of the life and death of demons, at the end of that void path, there's me, the demon lord. You can't speak of me without the ones of the past. Therefore, I am not alone. Michael. Are you saying you are the very personification of the monsters that have been born and died until now? Mirak. That's right. Thus, I am the one to stand at the top of monsters. I have inherited the ability to make monsters from my mother. I can make new comrades from now on as much as I want. Therefore, I am not alone. Michael. The demon lord roars. We are by no means inferior to humans. Michael. It is just as Michael says. The past that the predecessors have paved, for us humans, that's a priceless treasure. History, knowledge, morals, that's something you can only obtain thanks to the efforts of the past. The great people of the past. What they have left behind is what created the ethereal civilization and the 5 grand churches after all. As a human, I couldn't deny the past paving that Michael talks about. But even with that, I still reject you. No matter where you go, you are alone. Mirok. You want to mock me no matter what? Michael. I could hear even from here the grinding of his teeth. I continue speaking without minding. That's because monsters are still missing something. Something that humans have and monsters don't. As long as you monsters don't get that, no matter how many you prosper in, no matter how much past you accumulate, you won't be able to obtain connections. Mirok. And what is that? What is it that you say we are missing? Go ahead and say it. Michael. Michael already didn't have any of his previous composure. Even though he didn't lose his dignity even when he was cornered to the very limits. A heart. Mirok. I answered. Living beings will recognize people aside from themselves and worry about them. For that, there's the need of a heart. It is true that you, Michael, have obtained self-awareness. But you have to evolve that self-awareness into a heart. Without a heart, you won't be able to take over humans. Mirok. Heart, you say? Michael. Michael was heavily confused. What's a heart? What's so different from having self-awareness? We monsters have already reached the point where we can mass-produce ourselves and act on our own. Isn't that a true to the word living being? Michael. Then, I will show you what a heart is. Mirok. I slowly approached Michael. He was flustered by this and was cautious in whether he should be on guard to counterattack. Because of that, he allowed me to approach to a point where my fists could reach him. Oi, cow. Lend me your power once more. Mirok. Well, please let me rest for a bit more. I can't afford that right now. Mirok. God Hero Mode, activate. Guff. Bam. My fist hits Michael. With an uppercut, his guard was thrown up and Michael as well was blown up. Right as the hit connected, I deactivate the God Hero Mode to cut off the burden on Phalaris. Looks like the Ignis Militant Corps and the surroundings were surprised by my violence. Everyone was looking at Michael, who was soaring high in the sky. Michael continues going up. As expected of a punch in God Hero Mode. He flies to a point that it might even reach the clouds. The speed he was flying at was quite high as well, so I could even hear the air being cut as he went up. Everyone must have noticed the demon lord that was going through the sky and beyond. After a while, Michael falls, dragged down by the gravity. It made a big sound, but he managed to make a clean landing down on his knees. As expected, even when tattered, he is still a demon lord. How's that? Did you see the heart? Mirok. Don't mess around. Michael. His voice trembled even more in anger. You suddenly punched me. What are you talking about heart in that? As I thought, you really are mocking me. Mocking this demon lord, you better be prepared to be crushed to pieces. Michael. Fine, just try saying it. What did you see at the top of the sky? Mirok. With that question, the battle aura of Michael, that was about to explode, reduced slightly, and he answered. What I saw when I was punched up into the sky was the human city that's close by. The thing you people call Muspelheim. I was able to take a peek at it from above. The humans living there, and even their faces. Michael. Looks like the demon lords have good eyes as well. Everyone was looking up. The people in that city probably already know about my march. There were people pale blue in fear, there were people bright red in anger towards me, people that were confused at what was happening, and people who simply felt curiosity at this novelness. Everyone was looking at me soar high in the sky, but their faces were many. Their expressions as well. Michael. That's the heart. Mirok. I said. Even when they were looking at the same direction, what they felt was different for each person. That's why the expressions in their faces become different as well. It is because they live their own life and accumulate their own experiences that the heart they hold is different for each person as well. That's a human. Mirok. It is because they hold a different heart that they are able to understand each other at times, and there are times when they will enter disputes. But when they overcome that, it provides a firm connection and strength surpassing that of cooperation. Just like how it was for Karen's group and me. Demon Lord Michael, what about you guys? Mirok. Kook. Michael. The fire monsters you made may be facing the same direction, but are they able to feel and think different things? No, they can't. The expression of monsters is always the same. It is the proof of a heartless demonic beast. Mirok. Monsters are still beasts pushed by their natural instinct, that is to attack humans. Even if they have the ability to decide on things, they can't put emotions to those decisions. Feelings and logic, with a lot of factors affecting actions, it puts color, meaning, and draws a raw story. That's where you find the heart of humans. Everyone thinks different, but even with that, they must all live together, or there wouldn't be civilization, culture, and history. Monsters are still far from that realm. Shut up. Michael. Bam. This time, my body was the one that shook. It was practically a surprise attack. I was unable to avoid it and was sent flying. In my case, different from Michael, I was sent flying parallel to the ground. For a normal body, that punch would have destroyed it immediately, but right before it hit me, the God Hero mode had been activated on its own. Don't space out, you idiot. That cow saved me? That guy should have been an enemy in the past, but he is saving me quite a lot today. And, the Demon Lord looked like the representation of anger. It looks as if he can't control the anger that's welling up inside him. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Michael. He should be in tatters, and yet, his divine power was increasing. I can't lose either. I once again activate God Hero mode. If I don't do that, we are definitely going to die here. Michael came punching at me, pushed by his raging emotions. Throwing away all tactics and technique. Shut up, 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 shut up. Michael. I answered that shout from his heart. I will shut up. There's already no need for words anymore, as you already understand. Mirok. 275, the heat is transmitted. We were punching each other. Michael and I, Fire Hero and Fire Demon Lord. Leaving aside all those titles, right now we were simply being moved by the raging emotions inside of us and clashing them using our fists. We didn't defend and purely hit the opponent's stomach, chest, face, as we wanted. Defending would be rude. Because there were emotions gathered in those fists. Evading them instead of receiving them would be a lack of decorum. And then, after maybe 100 exchange of punches, 200, 300, 500, 1,000. Mirok-chan. I felt lightheaded. I don't know how much time has passed. At any rate, I think I heard the voice of someone calling me. I felt as if the voice came from somewhere incredibly far, but it had called me back to consciousness, and I quickly opened my eyes. When I did, I noticed Karen was standing right at my side. The light hero and my friend. Karen? Why are you here? Mirok. Shouldn't you be at Apollon City protecting it as the light hero? Even if it is close, why is she in Muspelheim? Looking around, we were still at the burned outskirts of Muspelheim. What are you saying? We received an emergency call from the fire church and I came as soon as possible to assist in the notice of a demon lord raid. Karen. I see. That's right. She wouldn't hesitate for a second in rushing to help her comrades. That's exactly how my friend Karen should be. Yeah, I might even fall for her. Sorry, Karen. As a friend and as the hero representing the fire church, I appreciate the support of the Light Nation. Mirok. This is not the time to be saying something like that. Karen. Eh? I was thinking of increasing my points with Karen by doing a heartfelt thanks, and yet, she wrapped it up with something like that. Isn't the Karen of today a bit heartless? Don't you understand in what kind of state you are in right now, Mirachan? Here, look. Karen. Saying this, Karen takes out a pocket mirror from out of the armor she is wearing and gives it to me. To think she would have a pocket mirror even in her battle garment, as expected of Karen, her feminine qualities are high. But the moment I saw what was reflected in the mirror, I was blown away. Hi. Monster. Mirok. That's how you look right now, Mirachan. Karen. The one that's making a surprised expression inside the mirror had her whole face swelled up, a mysterious life form. Her whole face is so swollen that it was basically elliptic-shaped, and looked like some sort of bad-tasting fruit. I don't want to believe it, but Karen is saying so as well, and taking into consideration that I am the one who was looking straight at the monster in the mirror. This thing is me? Mirok. Is my face all swollen up because of being punched too much? Now that I think about it, my whole body stings, and my legs were losing strength and swaying. Karen supported me right as I was about to fall, so I somehow managed to stay up. Sorry, Karen. Mirok. It is fine already. More importantly, what happened? What happened to make Mirachan look like a meat bun? Karen. A meat bun, you say? I exchanged punches with that demon Lord Michael. And punched. Right, what about him? My memory was cut off while I was exchanging punches with Michael. What happened to him? I have no clue at all. I hurriedly look at my surroundings. When I did so, I saw the members of the Ignis Militant Corps watching over us from afar. That there's Aurora Knights mixed in with the group must be because they came together with Karen. But why are those guys watching over from afar? To think that the only one who would come to me when I am this beaten up was Karen, could it be that I am not popular? The moment I felt hurt by it, I understood the reason why they couldn't approach. I finally direct my gaze to the front. Michael. Oi, Michael. How troublesome. What a shameful look were you turned into by a mere human. There, Michael was in the same state as me, all beaten up. On top of that, at his side, there was a tree human and a full-armored guy, or so to speak, two more demon lords. Those guys, if I remember correctly. Mirok. The Earth Demon Lord, Uriel, and the Wind Demon Lord, Raphael, Karen. Leaving aside Michael, who has exhausted all of his power, the only one who can resist and approach all the way here under the pressure of the newly arrived demon lords was Karen. Michael was reactionless at the call of those two for a while. Uriel, Raphael? You guys, why are you here? Michael. That priestess of Lucifer Sama said hurry and retrieve Michael, so we hurriedly did. Raphael. And now that we are here, what's with that look of yours? You who is supposed to be the leader of the demon lords, to think that you would have so much trouble against a human. Uriel. The expressions of the two demon lords was that of scorn towards their brethren. As I thought. These guys are not people worthy of respect. Well, we are both equally on the path of human eradication. Since we are already here, I don't mind helping you out. Uriel. Right. It looks like that scary Koramiya Haine is not here. How about we three slaughter all the humans here at least? Raphael. What Uriel and Raphael said nonchalantly made our sense of danger rise. I confirmed the state of the cow at my back. Please spare me already. No good. The God Hero mode has been used over his limits and the breathing of the cow is already feeble. It is visible that any more God Hero transformations will be impossible. Are you telling me we have to fight 2 unheard demon lords in this kind of state? Stop it. Michael. But Michael's roar flew towards those 2 demon lords. As if the earth and wind were rabbits being roared at by a carnivore, they both falter. I won't allow you to put a hand on them. They are my opponents. If you are going to kill them without my permission, I will crush you guys first. Michael. Oh, scary. Uriel. What's with you? We are offering you help here. No need to shout that loudly, you know. Raphael. Uriel and Raphael were confused by the unexpected rage of Michael. Or more like, I am surprised as well. There's one thing I understood from today's battle. In order for us monsters to take the spot as rulers, I thought that it was fine to simply defeat the humans. But that wasn't the case. Michael. In order for monsters to become the new rulers of the surface world, there's still one thing we are lacking. I don't understand what that is, but we have to obtain it. That's something that was made clear today, in today's fight with my opponent, Katak Mirik. Michael. Michael's gaze was directed at me. The fire demon lord had his whole face swollen just like me. I can't lack in decorum. For some reason, I felt that way and glared back straight at him. I won't take back my previous statement. I will be departing for today. Michael. But I will return for sure. Katak Mirik, for me, you are a great opponent. The more I fight you, the more I can learn. In order for monsters to stand as rulers, what is it we have to obtain? I feel like I will get that answer as I continue to fight you. Michael. Fine. I will fight you as many times as you want. Mirik. I answered. But, if you are going to come again, at least obtain the ability to get jokes. As a demon lord, your majesticness would increase with a catchphrase of some sort. When it comes to that way of using your intelligence, you are still far from reaching humans. Mirik. When I said that to make fun of him, Michael went silent for a while and straightforwardly said this. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Michael. Saying this, Michael turns back as if he was satisfied and leaves. Karen, the people there, and me dumbfoundedly saw off that back, and even the demon lords were the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276 to 277 After burning out. Just like this, the demon lord Michael left. For a moment there, I thought the destruction of Muspelheim and the fall of the fire church was unavoidable, but now that things are over, the both of them are okay. Damages were low and we didn't allow monsters to enter the city. We splendidly managed to repel the demon lord Michael. Though, there was a crazy amount of injured in the Ignis Militant Corps. Especially Sis Kyuka, who covered me in the middle of the fight. Her injuries were the most severe and was immediately sent to the hospital, but with the many burns and fractures, she was made to rest. Regarding the bone fractures, the bone specialists in the Earth Church will be taking care of it. The burns will be taken care of by the healers of the Water Church. We had to invite them here to provide treatment, but it will still be hard for her to return to the battlefield anytime soon. Aside from that, there's also many fire militants injured in trying to clean up the monsters Michael created. On top of that, due to shooting Grand Melt multiple times, most of the fire militants were down from exhaustion. Grand Melt is originally an ultimate technique and it is not the kind that leaves energy after. Mostly everyone in the fire militants had wrung out all their divine power, and were literally unable to move a single finger anymore. The ones who carried us back were Karen and the Aurora Knight Corps. The Aurora Knights came rushing from Apollon City after the call for reinforcements, but they arrived at the battle practically at the end of it. Even so, it really helped us out that they took the job of cleaning up after instead of the fire militants. If they weren't here, a number of deaths would have come out from being late and treating the injured after all. And so, I was also. Merrick-chan, are you okay? In my room at the hospital directly managed by the fire church, Karen asked. The Aurora Knights have finished most of their relief job and were about to return to Apollon City, so she has come here to give her goodbyes. Of course I am okay. I am the fire hero, you know. I am the strongest within the fire heroes. Mirak. Fufufu, right. Karen. This kind of pride works as a joke between Karen and I now. In reality, I had uncountable injuries in my whole body, and the burden to my body when in God Hero mode was not something that could be ignored. The doctor prohibited me from training for a while. But I was surprised to think that Mirak-chan became a God Hero as well. Thanks to that, you were able to fight back the Demon Lord, right? Karen. Well, yeah. If not for that, we wouldn't have been able to turn away Michael. We would have all been slaughtered and Muspelheim would have become a barren land. Mirak. From what I heard, Karen had also succeeded in turning into a God Hero. When a hero receives a part of a god and powers up by it, they become a God Hero. That power is overwhelming, and when I wasn't in that form, I couldn't injure the Demon Lord at all, but after, I was able to fight on even grounds against him. I understand how big a God Hero is after actually becoming one. That power without a doubt will become our trump card against the Demon Lords. It can't be missing. But why was I able to become a God Hero? Mirak. That was a question I couldn't not ask. It is not as if I did any special training to become a God Hero, and it is not as if I passed a trial or anything. I didn't do any ritual either. And yet, in a really abrupt manner, as if it had been jammed into me, I obtained power that was several times higher than anything until now. For the fire church that treasures training the most, I feel as if I cheated in some way and it doesn't let me calm down. It is the help of the gods, Mirak-chan. Karen. Karen says shiningly. The 5 gods that we revere have caught on to the danger of the world and have provided us with the power to fight it back. As I thought, the gods are really looking over us. Karen. Karen innocently prided at the miracle that is the God Hero form, but I had a different impression of it. Before becoming the Fire God Hero, there was a voice resonating directly into my head that only I could hear. That voice, looking at the situation, was without doubt from the Fire Cow Phalaris. After the battle, he returned to his small size and was sent back to the hut of the Grand Fire Sanctuary. Maybe because he pushed himself when fighting, or because his injuries still hurt after being pummeled by Michael, he is sleeping all the time without any energy, but due to his appetite being higher than the usual, they told us that there's nothing to worry about. But in this battle, the Lord of Monsters came to attack us, and yet, even when he is the same monster as them, Phalaris fought as the ally of humans. That mysterious action pushed his fluffy popularity from before even more. It looks like the Fire Church is currently filled up with people worshipping and trying to get a look at that cow. The voice that directly resonated in me and guided me before becoming a God Hero. That voice, if that was really the voice of that cow, if the power of the God Hero is truly a power given to us by the gods. No way, right? Mirak. I denied the conclusion that was led from putting two situations together. Mirak-chan? What is that no way you speak of? Karen. Don't ask, Karen. It is definitely impossible. I am just overthinking. That cow just coincidentally did an action that favored us. Other possibilities are improbable. Mirak. A monster is? No way. I don't want to talk about this matter anymore. Karen considered my feelings and didn't pursue the topic. We changed the conversation to something else. But even with that god hero power, you couldn't defeat the demon lord. Karen. That's right. As long as there's no notice from the other nations about it, this will be the first battle between a god hero and a demon lord. Whether a god hero is truly the trump card to overturn the demon lords. It was supposed to become an important cornerstone, but I was unable to defeat Michael. The god hero didn't lose to the demon lord, but it wasn't able to beat it either. For us humanity, who are heavily inferior in numbers against them, this is nothing short of saddening. I don't think it is such a bad thing. Mirok. I couldn't defeat Michael. The demon lords are our enemies, but, just as he said, I think that we both are great opponents. Mirok. There's types of opponents. The type of opponent that the more you fight them, the more both of you regress, the ones that the more you fight, the more you grow. In that sense, we can categorize them as bad and good opponents, but the truly troublesome ones are probably the good opponents rather than the bad ones. That's because you can simply defeat the bad opponents in your hatred. But the good ones, the opponents that you connect with from things other than hatred, just how do you reach a good conclusion to it? I couldn't tell anymore. How should I wrap up my battle with him? Is it fine with just one of us dying? I began to feel that just doing that would not be good. Mirok. Mirok-chan, Karen. Michael and I, hero and demon lord, human and monster. In this battle of supremacy, just in what way would it be desirable for our battle to conclude? In order to grasp that answer, I have to fight him once more. Mirok. It is inexplicable, but for me, the unavoidable battle between Michael and I in the future was something that I was looking forward to on the same level as how I look forward to reuniting with Karen and the others. Now that I think about it, Mirok. Karen was about to leave the room, but I let out a final question. I didn't see Haine this time. What happened? He is the type of guy that would stick his head in other people's business even when you don't call him. Mirok. Maybe there was an even more precarious situation happening somewhere else and he headed there, so I was a bit worried. When I asked this, Karen's expression visibly clouded and she muttered. It was such a low mutter that I had to ask again, and I finally understood what she said. Missing? Along with the Light Founder? Mirok. 277, Fantasy Physics Study. And so, in the end, Kuramiya Haine should be the one closing this. We are still in the nameless desert. In order to bring back Mother Earth Mantle, who it would be nice if she were caught inside the black hole. Yurishiro, Shiva, and I were cooperating in destroying the black hole, but it isn't working at all. It isn't even showing signs of going well. The only weakness of my black hole is to eliminate the dark matter core inside of it with light divine power. The black hole itself would be eliminated and might release Mantle, who is probably caught inside of it. However, no matter how many times we try, the light divine power gets caught in the high gravity of the black hole before reaching the core. Even when we increased the power with the air lens of Shiva and my gravity lens, we couldn't break through the heavy gravity. We tried many times with light divine power, but they all ended in failure. Right now, we were splattered on the ground, resting our mental and physical exhaustion that was accumulated from all the failures. Adding that we are in the nameless desert, being crazy hot is making it even more exhausting. There's no signs of anything going well, and there was a sense of fruitless effort welling up inside of us already. How about we return? Yorishiro. The first one to voice out words of surrender was Yorishiro. As expected, we were underestimating the power of darkness. No matter what plan we have, it won't work on the black hole. It is true that if the return of Mantle happens, we will be in an advantage, but if we get too adhered to that, it might end up being fatal. Yorishiro. It is as Yorishiro says. In the first place, the three people here are the incarnations of the dark god Entropy, the light goddess Inflation, and the wind god Quasar. In other words, a gathering of gods. In the time we are doing this, who knows when the demon lords will begin moving. Let's abandon the matter of mantle and prepare for things in the range of what we can do. Yorishiro. Her logic was so sound we couldn't say a single word of objection. If we could salvage mantle here, we could make Seisei-chan into an earth god hero and it would increase a lot our fighting forces against the demon lords, but that's not the only problem. It is rather Coacervate that's a problem bigger than mantle. The possibilities of him cooperating are despairingly non-existent. It is impossible to make all 5 into god heroes in the current state, so it might not be necessary to force us in bringing back mantle. Let's be reasonable here and think of a way to win with the cards we have at hand. Aren't you misunderstanding something? And in that moment, someone had cut in. Within the group of 3 here, the one who spoke at last was Shiva. Misunderstanding? What is it we are misunderstanding? Now that it is impossible to bring back mantle, we have to hurry and make Hayo-san and Mirik-san into god heroes. I think convincing Nova will be difficult, but simply having the prospect of convincing makes it better than the other 2. We should quickly, Yorishiro. That's not what I am saying. Shiva. Yorishiro pressed on, but Shiva stopped her. What I mean is that what we were lacking wasn't output, but accuracy. Shiva. We didn't understand what Shiva was saying. I will begin with the basics. Why is it that the light divine power is not reaching the core of the black hole? Shiva. Because the gravity of the black hole is. The black hole pulls in everything no matter what it is, right? In that case, even if the light is caught in the gravity, its destination should be the center of the black hole. In other words, at the supercompressed dark matter core. In that case, even if we did nothing, the caught light would reach the dark matter, isn't it? Shiva. Yeah, but, Haine. You said that the light would be infinitely caught inside the Schwarzschild radius, right? Shiva. Well, that's right. Haine. Sorry, but I actually don't understand it well myself either. Don't you think the words Schwarzschild radius sound cool though? When you approach a certain distance to the black hole, no matter what power you have, you won't be able to return. That radius is one that you can't return from. If you make one step into it, no matter what it is, you won't be able to escape from the black hole even light. Shiva. Oh, I am impressed you know so much about it, Shiva-san. By the way, Yorishiro had already given up in understanding. And so, returning to the previous topic, we have shot light divine power in order to destroy the core of the black hole. But we didn't succeed once. We were thinking that the reason was because the light divine power lacked in strength to break through the gravity, but is that really the case? Shiva. Then, what is the reason for the failures? Haine. Until now, we were aimlessly shooting light to the black hole. We didn't try to accurately shoot at the core. Isn't that the problem? Shiva. He does have a point. The black hole looks like a pitch-black sphere, but that's because it doesn't let even the reflection of light return, which makes it look that way. The supercompressed dark matter core can be said to be the only thing with substance inside the black hole, but because it is supercompressed, it is 1,000 times smaller than a grain of sand. If you want to aim at it and hit it, you would need godlike precision. But Yorishiro and I didn't take it as an important point to stress. We had the positive thinking that since the black hole is absorbing everything, even if we don't seriously aim at it, it should go to its target on its own. Without noticing that we were contradicting ourselves because of the light being caught by the Schwarzschild radius. Listen well. Even with that, the strongest element against darkness is light. Shiva. Shiva's professor-like lecture continues. The one with the highest possibility of escaping from the black hole is light as well. The speed of light is the fastest and has no mass after all. It is probably that the light, which has been shot blindly into the black hole, would graze the core and pass by it, but the gravity catches it and pulls it back. Shiva. Yeah, I don't really understand. If it were a normal substance, it would be pulled by the gravity just like that and fall into the center of the black hole. But light is different. Light is good against darkness, but has no mass and flies at high speed, so it goes against the gravity and can proceed through the contrary direction of the gravity, even if it enters the Schwarzschild radius. Shiva. Yup, still don't understand. But everything that enters the Schwarzschild radius can't get out, which is absolute. As a result, what happens is that the power trying to escape and the power trying to pull in, both the high speed and high gravity balance each other out and stop into a boundary line between possible to escape and impossible to. That's Shiva. The Schwarzschild radius. This radius is basically the satellite orbit of the black hole. The light that gets caught in a battle of speed and gravity ends up being unable to move from that place. I have made a wordy talk there, but what I mean is that in order to destroy the black hole, we have to aim the light divine power accurately and hit the core. Shiva. That's why Shiva said that rather than output, we need is accuracy. Understood. Yorishiro. Yorishiro, who had given up on listening, has revived. Just means that instead of blindly shooting, we should aim this time, right? Why did you make such a long talk just to say that? Is it that men think they will look cooler by sounding intelligent? Yorishiro. You woman also immediately shoot out the talk you yourself had no interest in. As I thought, all women aside from Juo are idiots. Shiva. Them not getting along is a default. But even if Shiva's hypothesis is correct, it is not as if things have been easily resolved now. The destruction of the black hole is still a treacherous path. Because as I said before, the core of the black hole is thousands of times smaller than a grain of sand. But its mass is several hundreds of times that of a mountain though. Accurately hitting such a small target is close to impossible. I will do something about it. Shiva. Shiva jumps in. I am the wind god Quasar, but I am also the human that has the position of wind founder. I have confidence in my aim as a dual wind gun user. Shiva. Shiva, Haine. Of course, in terms of long-range sniping, I am no match for Haine, but there's still worth in trying. I will fix the direction of the light beam of Yorishiro with the air lens. Haine. Shiva. Yes? Haine. I will have you take the role of feeling the position of the core as a darkness user. Let's try struggling a bit more before giving up. Shiva. Shiva stands up as if saying break time is over. I also follow and stand up. Yorishiro, as if saying good grief, lifts up her big butt from the sand. After many failed attempts and hypotheses, we were approaching the destruction of the black hole. But even with that, it would still require hundreds of test shots more in order to pierce through the core of the black hole. In other words, what I am trying to say is that it will still take more time to save Mantle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278 to 280, The Late Arriving Idol. God Hero? What's that? The water hero Celestus John exclaimed. We were still in Muspelheim. In this city, where it hasn't been long since it had repelled the raid of the demon Lord Michael, Celestus John has arrived. The reason is obviously to help in fighting the demon lord. But because Hydraville is slightly far away from Muspelheim, by the time Celestus John arrived, everything had ended a long time ago. Our nations are truly far away from each other in a half-baked way. Celestus John says this to Mirik-chan, who was still lying on the hospital bed. If it were as close as the Apollon city of Karanchi, I could have appeared in the battle against the demon lord and presented him with a water wrath. It is that, right? The one who attacked you was the fire demon lord, right? It is the perfect opponent against me. To think I would let the most delicious spotlight scene escape. Celestus John swings her fists as if she truly regretted this. As expected of Celestis-chan, who was working as a hero and idol as a side job. She has an incredible showbiz spirit. By the way, Seisi-chan and Hayo-chan, who were even further away from us, had received a call in the middle that the demon lord had been driven away and returned to their cities. When I think about that, it makes me think that Celestis-chan's location is actually the most half-baked one. You say that, idiotic idol, Mirik. The injured Mirik-chan speaks out as if she had already had enough of this. This is a hospital room. Mirik-chan was hospitalized due to the injuries she received from the battle with the demon lord. A demon lord is not an opponent you can do something against with just the elemental affinity. In the first place, the amount of divine power they possess is on a whole different realm. A slight advantage in elements would get pushed back with pure raw strength. Mirik. What's with that all-knowing tone you have? Just because you were the first one to fight a demon lord. Are you the kind of precocious girl that boasts on her other female friends after having her first time? Celestis. Celestis-chan has actually encountered the demon lords as well, so what came out from her mouth was jeering rather than actual objections. Moreover, Mirik-chan didn't ride on the jeering of Celestis-chan at all and said in a pretty serious way. As I thought, in order to fight against the demon lords, we can only rely on the God-hero mode. The new strength provided to us heroes, Mirik. And was analyzing the situation. I feel like after the fight with the demon lord, Mirik-chan's atmosphere has changed. Wait, HM? Oi, Celestis. Who are you saying is boasting about her first experience? You are an idol, and yet, you can only banter in such a dirty manner? Mirik. Shut up. Don't go reacting so late. More importantly, that thing you mentioned. You said that at first as well. Celestis. What? God hero, the God hero. What in the world is that? Celestis. Ah. We finally went back to that talk, huh? Wait, Karen-chi? You also know about this God hero thing? Celestis. Ah, yes. You see, Karen. Since coming here, I finally got my existence acknowledged. Actually, I have been here from the very beginning. Apollon City is closer to Muspelheim than Celestis-chan's place, so I was able to arrive here faster than anyone, but when I arrived, it was already at the end of the battle, and it was practically settled. Even with that, the Aurora Knights and I were of use by doing the cleaning up though. When we had finished that and I was thinking of returning, Celestis-chan appeared and had completely lost my timing to leave. Leaving that aside. About the God hero talk, right? Karen. God hero, that is the ray of hope that has been provided to humanity. Suddenly appearing in this absolutely despairing situation where we are cornered by the demon lords, the trump card to fight against them. By assimilating a part of a god, we heroes become one with that god power. That is a god hero. Karen. That power is most likely 100 times stronger than in your normal state. I received the blessing of the fire god Nobusama and became the fire god hero. With that, I managed to fight on even grounds against the demon lord Michael. Before that, with just a single glare of the demon lord, I couldn't even move properly. Mirik. It is paining, but in reality, just by being hit by the pressure of the demon lords, the freedom of our whole body is taken away. But maybe because Mirik-chan and I have become god heroes once already and became able to fight the demon lords equally, we are now able to move freely without being hit by the pressure of the demon lords even in normal form. Geez. It is unfair that Mirik-chi is the only one getting the good stuff. Receiving such a special power from the fire god Sama only. Why are the other gods not helping us? Celestis. Even after Celestis-chan finished listening to the explanation, she was still dissatisfied. Don't you think so as well, Karen-chi? It should be fine for us to receive the blessing of our gods as well to fight the demon lords. We also have the motivation, you know? As long as we are given the power, we will defeat them one after the other. Isn't that right, Karen Chi? Celestus. Karen Chi? Celestus. Celestus-chan was asking for my agreement as a comrade that can't become a god hero, but I only returned silence. And the sharp Celestus-chan immediately caught on. Sorry. I have already become a light god hero. Karen. Karen Chi? Celestus. The one I fought in my god hero form was not a demon lord though. The light power that was overflowing through my whole body was certainly something that can't be compared to anything before. With this power, we can definitely defeat the demon lords. The moment I became the light god hero, I thought that this demon lord battle that I felt was only despairing had been shown a ray of hope. And there was one person that was late in riding that flow. So unfair. Karen Chi and Mirik Chi are so sneaky. Am I the only god hero virgin here? Celestus. Don't call it god hero virginity. Karen. I don't want that kind of logic. Why is it that the light goddess Sama and the fire god Sama are the only ones that are all sweet on their humans? They are way too overprotective. No, wait, Celestus. Celestus-chan seems to have noticed something. If you can become a god hero by receiving the blessing of a god, then if I were to get a blessing from a god as well, I can become the water god hero, right? Water god Coacervate Sama. Celestus. The idol headed to the window and pokes out her head as she yelled. The god Coacervate Sama that is worshipped by the water church. Your hero implores you. Make me a god hero as well. Into a water god hero. Let me get rid of my god hero virginity. Celestus. What in the world are you shouting outside the window, Celestus-chan? Just because she was late to the party, she has lost her calm this much. Idols must have it tough. Always being sensitive to the changes of trend. For now, can you please keep it quiet in the hospital room? Mirik. The injured Mirik-chan had a bitter expression. 279, noisy. As they say, having three women is a crowd. Mirik-chan, Celestus-chan, and I, it has been quite a while since us three have been gathered. I know that we have to go back to our cities as heroes, but couldn't leave the seat. I end up staying longer. Celestus-chan opened up a pastry bag without asking and begins to eat it on top of the bed Mirik-chan is lying. It feels as if it has been quite a while since we have been together like this. Celestus. Celestus-chan felt the same way as me. Right. In the past, we were rivals, and the only times we met each other was in the battlefield. I didn't think we would be able to reunite in such a pleasant manner. Mirik. What is the most antagonistic one in the group saying? Getting ahead of yourself there. Celestus. I still have antagonism exclusively for you, you know? Mirik. This exchange between Mirik-chan and Celestus-chan has already become the usual. If Seisi-chan and Hayo-chan were here, it would be perfect though. We were currently absorbed in our training to fight against the demon lords at our respective cities, so we haven't seen each other in a long time. To think that we would not meet each other for so long after making the Hero Alliance official. It naturally increased the amount of things we talked about. The talks about the god hero and demon lords were in a reasonable amount as we talked about a variety of other things. Now that I think about it, Karen Chi and Mirik Chi, in the time I haven't seen you two, what have you two been doing in your cities? Celestus. First of all is a report on our recent state. We have been doing a hero show together with the cow around the province. Mirik. We crushed Haine-san with our butts. Karen. Celestus. Celestus-chan moved away her hair as if she was doubting her ears, but she soon changed gears and... Oh well, that's fine. More importantly, me. Listen to what I have been doing at Hydraville. Listen. Celestus. Ha? You must have ignored your training as a hero and continued with your idol stuff, right? Mirak. Ding ding. Correct. That's exactly right. Celestus. I said it sarcastically though, Mirak. Celestus John, in whatever the time it is, she is always the same old Celestus John. But this time it is different from the usual. That's because the 5 Grand Nations tour of the Idol Hero Sealstan has been planned. Celestus. Is that so? Mirak-chan and I did our best to bring out a reaction. Apollon City, Muspelheim, Hydraville, Ishtarblaze, Rudrasville, these 5 cities where the 5 grand churches are can be called the biggest cities in the world. Having a tour in the cities of these 5 grand churches must be a great enterprise for an idol. Is that the reason why Celestus John's breathing is rough? Until now, because of the 5 churches not getting along well, it was impossible to make a live performance in other cities, but thanks to Karenchi and Haine, the churches have now joined hands, and it is now possible to do so. Celestus. Celestus John rejoices. I will be repeating myself here, but this is a hospital room. There's a lot to the Hero Alliance, don't you think? In the times when my idol activities were thought of as proselytizing for the Water Church, I didn't even dream something like this would be possible. Celestus. Well, a hero is working as an idol, so it can't be helped you think in that way. Mirak. The hero is basically the face of the church after all. My activities as an idol have been completely detached from the Water Church thanks to the Reformation, and from now on, I feel like I can act as an idol even more without feeling stiff on my shoulders. Celestus. Don't forget your duty as a hero, okay? Karen. Right, about that, Karenchi and Mirakchi, I have something I want to ask you too. Celestus. There's still more? So, have you thought about what to do after defeating the demon lords? Celestus. After defeating the demon lords, she says? Not that long ago we had such a difference in strength that we're unable to stand up with a single glare of them though. Even if we have obtained the hope that is the God Hero mode, isn't this way too optimistic? Drawing a view of the future is an important thing to do in order to create an objective to win battles. Celestus. If you mess up even one step, it would create a death flag though. Mirak. You see, when we defeat the demon lords, the monsters in the whole world will be destroyed, right? Celestus. That's, well, Mirak. When that happens, the heroes will be of no need anymore. When that happens, I will also have to bid goodbye to my 2 roles of hero and idol. In other words, I will be concentrating on being an idol only. From the water hero that dances and sings, I will be class-changing into the unwavering water songstress. Celestus. Ooh. And there, Mirak-chan says calmly. Don't you mean a water buffoon? Mirak. Ha? In that case, how about you try the Tsukomi role? Celestus. These 2 scatter sparks. I can't tell if they get along or not. But, what to do after defeating the demon lords, huh? Really, what will happen to us then? Defeating the demon lords means the fall of monsters as well. It is just as Celestus-chan says. If that's the case, we heroes whose duty is to protect the people from monsters will have finished their job. It is not only Celestus-chan. This is an unavoidable problem for Mirak-chan, Seisi-chan, Haya-chan, and I. If I stop being the light hero, Karen, I would be the wife of Haine-san. Yeah, there's no problem at all. Leaving that aside, this city kind of stinks of tediousness. Celestus. Celestus-chan said all she wanted to say and changed the subject herself. She says this as she looks at the cityscape from the window of the room. It is right after a big battle after all. It can't be helped that they are exhausted. Mirak. The wholly injured Mirak-chan objects. It is true that the current Muspelheim has done their all to push back the attack of Michael and are completely exhausted. The Ignis Militant Corps that serve as the military force of the church and to maintain public order have all been injured without exception. In order to fill that space, there's the need to borrow the help of people in other professions, so the city can't hide its confusion. But the expression of the people in the city was filled with spirit. It may have been a hard battle, but they managed to drive away the demon lord in the end, so they were sure it was a victory. A city exhausted by battle. I didn't make it in time for the battle itself, but if I were to leave without doing anything, it would be insult to the name of Celestis-sama. Celestis. What are you saying, Celestis-chan? Karen. Please don't do any more unnecessary things. If the things a hero can do have run out, then this time, it is the time for an idol to enter. The idol hero that heals the people with her singing and dancing is standing here. Celestis. Seriously, what are you planning on doing, Celestis-chan? Karen. Isn't it obvious? Celestis. Celestis-chan says with a pose. A gorilla live. Celestis. 280, Lev. What are you saying? Mirak. Mirak-chan says first what I wanted to say. Really, what is Celestis-chan saying? As I said, alive. Celestis. Celestis-chan says this without showing a single trace of shyness. We will do alive. Doing a live as an idol, isn't that a given? Celestis. I am once again experiencing how weird of an existence is the idol hero Celestis-chan. Right now this city, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are exhausted after surviving a battle with the demon lord, and their hearts are currently wasted. Celestis. No, I don't think their hearts are wasted right now though, Karen. They won the battle after all. So their spirit must be at their highs. And the one who can heal the heart of those people is the hero that's at the same time an idol, me. I will become the anima spiritia whose songs will resound through the whole Milky Way. Celestis, Macross 7 reference. I don't understand what Celestis-chan has been saying for a while now. Also, since this will be the first live being performed at another city, there's no doubt this will become the foundation for my future Five Nations tour. If I get a certain amount of customers from this live, it can give momentum to my live tour. Celestis. Ah, I get it now. As I thought, what Celestis-chan does always has detailed calculations in the shadows. Now, Mirak-chi. Since it has already been decided, let's immediately enter preparations for the live. Cooperate here as the local hero. Celestis. Don't joke around. Go die. Mirak. Those words of Mirak-chan were a representation of her no. I refuse tagging along in that weird disgraceful behavior you plan on doing, but more than that, my whole body is in tatters because of the fight with the demon lord, you know? Not only can't I run or train, I can't even get out of this bed. Every time I want to pee, it is code red, you know. Mirak. You don't have to say that much, Mirak-chan. Why should I move for your sake in this state? Even if I wanted to move, I wouldn't be able to, geez. Mirak. Water heal, punch. Celestis. Guff. Mirak. Dot. The punch of Celestis-chan was nailed onto the stomach of Mirak-chan lying on the bed? Why did she enter such sudden violence? See? You got better with that, right? Celestis. Ah, I really got better. Mirak. No way. It is true that the water divine power of Celestis-chan has the ability to heal wounds, but the water heal affects the water inside the body and fixes the injuries. I drove that into Mirak-chi's body along with my punch. Celestis. Why along with a punch? Mirak. No special meaning. Celestis. You damn woman. Mirak. Mirak-chan, who had now become full of energy in heart and body, had lunged onto Celestus-chan. I thought of stopping them, but in this matter, Mirak-chan is completely in the right, so I decided on ignoring it. At any rate, I have healed your wounds, so you now owe me one. Return the debt by cooperating with me. Celestus. Due. When you say it in that way, it would be a disgrace as a hero if I were to ignore a debt. Mirak. I think a push debt isn't one you have to repay, Mirak-chan. Now then, since the talk has been wrapped up, let's do the live. I will make this the first step of the idol hero Celestus into the world. Celestus. In this way, the live performance of the water hero Celestus-chan in Muspelheim had been decided. Originally, she came as reinforcement for the important battle, but she didn't make it. On top of that, she began an event that no one asked for. Normally, thinking about it, you would make a big frown. But the Stream Marine Corps that came together with Celestus-chan were able to heal the wounds of the people like Celestus-chan did, and it helped a lot in the recovery of the fire militants that were injured by the battle. Because of that, the reinforcements of the Water Church, no matter if they didn't make it in time for the battle, were greatly welcomed, and their good impression in the people of the city rose. But Abi Kyuka-san, who was heavily injured by the Demon Lord, had injuries that surpassed broken bones, so with just the water divine power, it would be hard to see it getting better, so there's the need to wait for a bone specialist from Ishtar Blaze to come here. Leaving that aside, because of this unexpected tailwind, Celestus-chan's sudden live was proceeding smoothly. I stopped myself from leaving the fire capital until things have settled down and I was losing even more chances to return to Apollon City. And so, I ended up coming. Karen. The day of the live of Celestus-chan in Muspelheim. But well, it hasn't even been 2 days since Celestus-chan had arbitrarily announced a live, so it is not like it has been long. As expected of something that has the adjective gorilla on it. They must have prioritized hastiness than carefulness. Even when there was short publicity, the venue was full. No matter what's said, as expected, Celestus-chan's popularity is strong. Karen. Hiding at the side of stage, Mirak-chan and I were watching over the state of the venue. The live will begin soon. Soon, Celestus-chan will appear on stage and she will throw the full house audience into the very depths of enthusiasm. It was announced that this is a charity and all sales will be donated after all. If you stimulate the national spirit of the citizens that rose highly because of the Demon Lord battle before, people would obviously gather. Mirak. Is what Mirak-chan explains as a local. But Celestus-chan, it looked as if she thought of it on the moment, and yet, it is so minutely planned. That high ability to calculate coupled with her good virtue and passion, as expected of a water member. Mirak. Hydraville is the #1 mercantile city of the world after all. Celestus-chan takes those kind of situations and makes them as much of a plus as possible, and connects this as a rise for the 5 Nations tour. Karen. If her sales here have a good kick, it will be easier to convince things like sponsors, and the hurdle to make it happen will be lower, but seeing her safely succeed makes me somewhat pissed off. Mirak. Mirak-chan, are you still holding a grudge for that water heel punch? That's why I have prepared an assassin. Mirak. Assassin? While we were doing that, Celestus-chan appeared at the stage. With her characteristic idle smile, she heats up the people in the venue. Everyone. Thanks for gathering today at the Reconstruction Support Live of Muspelheim. I am the main personality here, the water hero. Celestus. Celestus. A cheer of ooh. Was returned. Being able to sing here at Muspelheim as a water hero is proof of the friendship between the Fire and Water Church. In order to make that friendship stronger and stronger, I will enthusiastically sing today. The first song is Celestus. Before that, cutting off Celestus-chan, who was getting in the mood, Mirak-chan takes the mic. This action wasn't in the script, so Celestus-chan and I both went. Without minding, Mirak-chan continues. Since this is a proof of friendship from the Fire Church and the Water Church, in order to make this event a success, we have prepared a special guest. Mirok. Celestus. Everyone's friend, the fire cow Phalaris. Mirok. A single cow comes running out to the stage. Isn't that the Phalaris that we defeated together with Haine-san? And the moment that Phalaris appeared, the heat in the venue increased by several tens of times. Oh. Phalaris. 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 Phalery, cough, guh, Phalaris. That strength of cheering was not in the same level as when Celestus John appeared. The spotlight of the area had been completely stolen by Phalaris. Celestus John was standing stunned on the stage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281 to 282, a fluffy character goes strong. And then, the live ended. Wow, I didn't think it would be decided so clearly. Mirok. Mirok-chan, who had her plan end up in more than expected, had a truly joyous expression. In contrast to that, at the corner of the dressing room, there's a crushed Celestus-chan there. She is curled up in a ball and sticking her forehead to her knees and muttering something. Her voice was so low I couldn't hear what she was saying. There's no glitteriness in her outfit anymore and she was enveloped in a heavy dark aura right now. Hey, didn't you overdo it? This is the first time I have seen a Celestus-chan this down. Karen. I obviously got worried and pulled the clothes of Mirok-chan. But Mirok-chan's expression was still loose. She ended up like this because she underestimated being an outsider. There's popular ones in every nation. When an away personality challenges the home of another personality, you will get turned the tables around outrageously. Don't you think so as well? Mirok. Mirok-chan, who was high on her reins, directed her gaze at the other person in the dressing room, the fire cow Phalaris-san in question. A small monster the size of a calf was munching on the grass that was prepared in the dressing room. Or more like, Karen. I have not been involved with this cow since the fight at the Redona mountain range, but what in the world happened here? The Phalaris that I know is supposed to be a fearsome monster, and yet, why is it currently a popular figure in Muspelheim? Since the time it became harmless after being defeated by Haine, this guy has been really popular mainly among the children. Mirok. Children do love animals after all. On top of that, with the raid of the Demon Lord not that long ago where he put his own body at stake to protect the humans, the already high popularity he had now made a new breakthrough, you see. Right now, the sales of goods related to him have increased by 4 times. The field trip course of the Fire Church on Phalaris is a long line every day now, and it is currently breaking several records. Mirok. Moreover, I don't think those records will be changed for a long time. I would say this served as a good learning experience if she is thinking about taking a step out of Hydraville. If you want to make it big in this Muspelheim, you have to be at least 1/10 of our Phalaris. Mirok. You are taunting her too much. Mirok-chan, that's too much. Just what is going on with you? Why is Mirok-chan so bitter only at the times when she is dealing with Celestus-chan? On the other hand, Celestus-chan was still muttering at the corner of the room. Must have been quite the shock. In this live performance outside her homeland that she thought would be perfect was all overturned by not even a human, but a cow after all. Phalaris continues munching on grass. Wrong, Celestus. I was wrong. Celestus. The volume had finally risen enough for me to actually be able to hear Celestus-chan. Being fawned over for being an idol or a hero, I thought of that as my own popularity and got over myself. Celestus. No, there's no need to deny yourself that much. It is true that I was a frog that didn't know of the ocean. To think a fluffy animal character would be able to get this much popularity. I have noticed it today. I have received a revelation. Celestus. Eh? This era is about animals. No, it is about fluffy characters. Idols are already a thing of the past. Celestus. I will quit being an idol and become a fluffy character. Please, Phalaris-san. Celestus. Celestus-chan prostrated to the cow. Please make me your disciple. Please make me a great fluffy character. Celestus. Wait. Both Mirak-chan and I were struck senseless by this and ended up going over to Celestus-chan. What are you saying, Celestus-chan? If you end up as a fluffy character, not only will you be quitting as an idol, it would mean quitting as a human. Karen. That's right, Celestus. Did I overdo it? I apologize, so please don't begin anything weird. Mirak. And desperately tried to do a follow-up, but the situation was more serious than expected. I don't wanna. I will also become a cow. If a cow is the trend, I will become a cow. I will also get big boobs, so it should be two birds with one stone, right? Celestus. A Holstein? Karen. Or more like, there's no need to go so low, Celestus-chan. Please don't wish for the impossible. Mirak-chan. Karen. I reflexively let out a strict voice on Mirak-chan. The person herself had her shoulders jump like a child being scolded. No, well, I was just thinking about teaching this Celestus the difficult path of outside tours. Mirak. Enough about that. Apologize. Karen. When I said this, Mirak-chan grabbed the shoulders of Celestus-chan. Celestus. I am truly sorry. It is that, you see. No matter what others say, I like your idol self, you know? Mirak. Really? Celestus. Celestus-chan reacted. I have to ride the flow as well. That's right. I also love the idol Celestus-chan. Mirak-chan and I will always be cheering for you. Karen. That's right. We are your eternal fans. Mirak. When we said that, Celestus-chan snorted her bright red nose and hugged us both. Ooh. I also love you too. We will always be friends, okay? Celestus. We had no choice but to return the strong hug of Celestus-chan with strength. What's with this development? The only one seeing us three desperately hugging each other from an outsider perspective was Phalaris, who was in the same room as us. For some reason, I heard a voice resonate directly in my head. What's with this development? Moreover, it was in a tone as if shuddering. 282, harmless talk. But you know, I think there's something to learn about fluffy characters. Celestus. Celestus-chan had finally regained her usual pace and said this in a calm tone as she analyzes it, while holding grass and feeding Phalaris-san herself. In essence, the animal types are strong in this field. There's practically no children who hate them after all, and they are easy to make into cute cartoonish designs, so they are good for commerce as well. What a bummer. The more I think about it, the less openings I find. To think the fire church that I thought was filled with muscle idiots had such a commercial strategy going on. Celestus. Celestus-chan says, the simple fact that I was able to realize this has made it worth to have alive here, as she bites her lips. But Phalaris-san is more of an occurrence after a chain of events, so I feel it wouldn't be a good idea to take his reference. By the way, in the corner of good sales of the live, there were many Phalaris-san goods, Phalaris stuffed toys, S, M, L, XL, badges, key holders, letter set, pencil box, Phalaris figurines, all 5 types, Phalaris trading cards, all 70 cards, Phalaris body pillow covers, 1/100 scale Phalaris plastic models, event limited color edition. All of them had a killing in their sales the moment they were opened, and the fire members must have gotten quite flustered by that. Now that it has come to this, there's no choice but to ride on that flow. We Water Church will also develop our own fluffy character. Celestis. It is good that Celestis-chan has regained her energy, but she once again said whatever she thought of. When I look at my side, Mirak-chan also had a face of, this woman is once again saying whatever she thinks of. A dreamlike collaboration between the new fluffy character of the Water Church and the idol Celestis-chan. It won't be a simple 1 + 1 = 2, it will be a 200. It will be 100 times stronger, 100 times. Celestis. I won't be retorting anymore, got it? Mirak. But Celestis-chan really has shocking levels of aggressiveness when it comes to entertainment. Even in the live just now, Valorous-san had taken away all the spotlight, and yet, she quickly moved to assisting and finished it with a bottom-line success. This surprising level of professionalism, just from where is she bringing all that out? When talking about a fluffy character of the Water Church, it would definitely have to be a character involving water, right? Water Lad Kuan? Water Lifesaver Kuan? Swimmer Kuan? Water Kuan? Celestis. How about Fire Lad? Mirak. Wait, Mirak-chi. What are you joining the brainstorming for? You already have a successful subject that's Valorous Kuan, so be satisfied with that. Celestis. Isn't it fine to have a second fluffy character? Mirak. Like hell it is fine. Get pulled by your greed and fail. Celestis. While watching over the bickering of those two, what about Kotaro-kun? Karen. Yeah, no way. Let's close Kotaro-kun inside of my mind. Isn't Kotaro-kun nice? Celestis. I think it is nice with Kotaro-kun. Mirak. They heard me? Karen. They jumped right onto it. Hey Karen-chi, this talk just now, can I use it for the live talk that's coming next? Celestis. No way, that's okay. Karen. Just leave Kotaro-kun as my own delusion, please. Damn it. Celestis-chan was so crushed just a few moments ago, and yet, why is it that she is so fast in recovering? Isn't she already bursting in energy? But, with a suddenly thought character like that, it wouldn't be able to stand against Valorous-san, who already has a rock-firm standing. Rather than a Kotaro-kun that has no background to it, a character with an existing foundation would be more desirable. Celestis. Stop. Don't insult Kotaro-kun. Right. I have thought of something good. Celestis. Let's hear it. Mirak. Mirak-chan was already in a blank state. For the entertainment of now on, a fluffy character is necessary. But in terms of achievements, it wouldn't be enough to go against the pioneers. In that case, it is fine to just use someone that already has achievements as a fluffy character. Celestis. Continue. Mirak. In other words, I who already have achievements as an idol should become the fluffy character. Celestis. The best fluffy character was actually Celestis-chan herself becoming the fluffy character? Isn't it fine? Mirak. Mirak-chan has already given up on thinking. Then, show it to us here. This fluffy Celestis you talk about. Mirak. Okay. I'ma show ya all. Celestis. Celestis-chan shows drive and began to concentrate her whole on searching for her own fluffy character. I am Celestis. Love me, love me. Celestis. And it looks like she found something strange. Okay, I will love you. Mirak. And for a while now, Mirak-chan's character has been weird as well. The side that wants to be loved, and the side that loves, Celestis-chan and Mirak-chan who fulfilled the requirements on both sides hugged each other. Well, this is something I have thought about before, but Celestis-chan might be the maximum loved character. Her being a hero and an idol obviously comes from desires like wanting to protect the people and raising the motivation of people by dancing and singing, but at its root, there's the desire of wanting to be loved by the people that is swirling inside Celestis-chan to the point of obsession. It is because she wants to be loved that she can do her best. I think that way of thinking is in no way bad as a motivation for a person. Mirakchi, I love you. Celestis. Yes. Mirak. Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan are still hugging. I also began to feel tingly. I also love you a lot. Karen. Even Karen? Oi, are we going to be hugging all three of us together? I totally welcome that, but... the heat of the two is making my reason fly away. Mirak. We three are now hugging each other like before. I wonder how many times we should repeat this before we are satisfied. The one watching over this was Phalaris-san only. And then, I once again hear a voice resonating directly into my head. What's with this scene that's making my heart jump? It was mixed with a shudder again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283 to 285 Shadow, Fire, and Water. 283 Shadow, Fire, and Water. And then, after repeating exchanges between Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, and I that would make one's brain go limp, it felt as if there was no end in sight. I want to say I love you to Seiichi and Hayachi, Celestis. How about writing a letter? Mirak. *knock*. The door of the dressing room was knocked, and one girl enters the room. Karen-sama. Dora-san. Karen. Dark skin and black hair, a girl that looked as if she had crawled out from the shadow of the ground itself. This girl, Celestis. The girl that we normally see at the light church, Mirak. Celestis-chan and Mirak-chan are people that come pretty often to the light church even when they don't have much of a business there, so they remember Dora-san. Karen-san, I have come to give you a report. At the goods corner, after the Phalaris goods were sold out, the Celestis goods were sold out as well. Dora. Seriously? Yay! Celestis. The very first one to raise a hooray after hearing those news was Celestis-chan herself. At the moment the sales began, they were making a killing. It was lacking behind the Phalaris goods by a lot, but I am glad to see that her idol hero bill of sale was able to stay afoot. In reality, when the sales were over, the remaining goods were all bought by Captain Visage, though. Dora. So that person came as well. Karen. His pay got better after being promoted, but is his money going to last if he does such reckless buys like that? Let's believe in the possibility that the remaining goods of Celestis were few. Rather than saying he came here, it is more like, he was part of the production staff. Dora. Didn't you know, Karen-chi? Today's live was made possible by the cooperation of the Aurora Knights, the Fire Militants, and the Stream Marines. Acquiring the venue, the production, the management of the sales and customers, Celestis. This is the first time I heard of this. Even in those areas there's the cooperation of the churches? My idol activities should have already been separated from the church, but this time only, it was a sudden live, so it is a special case. The light and fire people were using this chance to gather information on the know-hows of the Waters production team. Celestis. This not only confused me but Mirak-chan as well. Hey, by the way, Karen-chi, Celestis. Celestis-chan calls me with a voice as if sounding me out. I have been thinking about this since a long time ago, but who's that girl? Celestis. Who do you mean by that girl? Karen. As I said, that girl. That darkish girl that looks like she has been surfing in the summer. Celestis. When she pointed that out, I immediately realized she was talking about Doraha. Now that I think about it, have I even done a proper introduction of Doraha-san to everyone? I feel like I haven't. Doraha-san being in the light church is due to special circumstances, so it is pretty hard to talk about that to other people though. Then, this is a good chance, so I will be introducing her, okay? This person here is Doraha-san. Karen. I place my hands on the small Doraha-san and introduce her. Yeah. Okay. That's all. Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan raised their voice together. It can't be helped, you know. There's no more information I can talk about Doraha-san. Doraha-san was originally born in the dark underworld country that prospered more than 1,000 years ago. When the underworld country fell, she turned that anger into wrath and had her power run berserk, and ended up turning into a fiend that could swallow the whole world, so she was sealed and has lived like that until this modern era. We ended up meeting Doraha-san by searching for the mystery of the dark god Entropy, and fought a fierce battle. With Haine-san's power that erases everything, her berserk state was resetted, and she managed to return to the surface world after more than 1,000 years. After that, with nowhere to return to, Yorishiro-sama took over the care of Doraha-san. Now, she is the personal guard of Yorishiro-sama and a part of the Light Church. And all of that. I have no confidence in properly explaining this. Karen. And that's how it is. It was so out of norms that even if I were to say it as it is, they wouldn't be able to understand what I am even saying. It is not as if Haine-san and Yorishiro-sama have told me not to say anything, but it must be because they knew that even if I were to speak about it, no one would believe me. That's why I will persevere in the silence. Closing the shell? There should be no more secrets between us, right? It is fine, so spit out all you know. Celestis. Isn't it faster to directly ask this girl rather than asking Karen? Oi, Dora, try to introduce yourself. Where were you born in and how you ended up joining the Light Church? Mirak. The two have changed their target to Doraha-san herself? How is this going to turn out? To tell the truth, I haven't been able to properly gauge the personality of Doraha-san. I don't know how she will act when interacting with people of other nations. Just what in the world will happen? Don't talk to me so casually, you filth. Doraha. The air stiffened. Worshippers of lower gods like Nova and Coacervate are trying to be friendly towards Karen-sama and I? Know your place. Doraha. So it has come to this. Now that I think about it, the underworld country Doraha-san lived in was destroyed by tribes that are currently the earth, water, wind, and fire churches. Even though she is so polite to Yorishiro-san, Haine-san, and I. So Doraha-san was an extreme case of xenophobia. 284 Details of Shadow. I am truly sorry. Karen. I apologize for the impoliteness of Doraha-san as her guardian. At the same time, I now had to explain why Doraha-san hated the other churches so much, so in the end, I had to reveal her incredibly uncommon circumstances. So this girl is from an ancient civilization? Celestis. That explains the transient feeling this girl gives out. Mirak. Celestis-chan and Mirak-chan show no unpleasantness in having being insulted. I am stroking the head and chin of Doraha-chan who is still going her. You believe that story just now? Karen. It is weird for me to be saying this, but it makes me worry about the health of their brain. Well, this would be a scenario where, normally, I would check for the alcohol levels of Karenchi, but, Celestis. We have witnessed the outrageous power of this girl personally after all. In order to acknowledge something like that, there should be an outrageous explanation to balance it. Mirak. That was a pretty good while ago. When we met Seisi-chan for the first time. We ended up battling Seisi-chan due to various crosses, but the one who held down Seisi-chan was not us but Doraha-san. using the shadow power that she obtained in the underworld country and is now lost in the modern era. Golem Ready Sacy was a strong opponent even when going 3 against her. And yet, she overwhelmed that kind of opponent all by herself, so I thought she was not your regular chum from way back then. Mirok. She uses a strange power like that of Haine after all. Why is it that the weird people stick to the light church? Celestas. Haine is not a strange person, you know. In the first place, he is always doing the Tsukomi role. Being the guy that retorts is proof that he has common sense, right? The underworld country Hydraville has advanced decently in history research, but I have never heard of that ancient civilization. Celestas. In terms of history research, the Light Church is the number one after all. That part should be trusted. And so, the underworld country was destroyed by the 5 churches in the past, so she hates us as their descendants? Mirok. In reality, the Light Church wasn't involved in that, so it is actually the other 4 churches though. Doraha-san went berserk at the indignation of this, became shadow itself, and was trying to swallow the whole world. Due to the long time she was sealed, she lost her memories, but the emotions that are in the depths of her heart are driving her to hate her past enemies without a clear memory of it. Looks like the path of Doraha-san adapting to society is still long, Yorishiro-sama. Karen. Honestly, I thought that her coming to another nation was a big step forward. Since returning from the underworld country, she has always been at the side of Yorishiro-sama, or if not, at the side of Haine-san. That's how unstable Doraha-san was in the past. After 1 to 2 months of living in Apollon City, she got used to this era little by little, and I thought that maybe she was already okay without following Yorishiro-sama and Haine-san. Even the other day, it was out of necessity, but she guarded the unconscious Haine-san on her own. Maybe it is finally the time to challenge traveling on her own, is what Yorishiro-sama decided. She entrusted Doraha-san to me the day before she left together with Haine-san. I say that, but there's still anxiety remaining in leaving her alone, so I want to leave her in your custody, Karen-san, Yorishiro. Yorishiro-san told me this with a tone like that of a mother. We can't bring Doraha to the place we will be heading to, and right now she is an important fighting force of the church. In the time Haine-san and I are away, if Doraha were to be gone as well, I would be worried about the security of Apollon City. Yorishiro. And she added. Doraha is pretty attached to Karen-san as well, so if Karen-san stays by her side, I would also be able to have peace of mind desuwa. In the time Haine-san and I are absent, please protect Apollon City together with Doraha. Yorishiro. Then left. Together with Haine-san. And they are still missing, I don't know where they went, but that's unfair, Yorishiro-sama. What happened to the agreement of loving Haine-san together? There are a mountain of things I want to complain about, but right now I have to swallow it and worry about Doraha-san. Doraha-san is currently being stroked by Mirok-chan and Celestas-chan on her head and chin, but even with that, she was still intimidating them with a grrrrr. HNNG, Doraha. Go. Doraha. As I thought, Doraha-san was growling. But is it my imagination that I heard her sound in pleasure? But I am surprised that Karen-chi has brought such an important fighting force all the way here together to Muspelheim. Celestas. True. If I remember correctly, that Haine and the founder Yorishiro are absent from the Light Capital, right? On top of that, if you were to come here to reinforce us with this girl, wouldn't Apollon City be completely empty? Mirok. In our side, we had Sare Seste, so we left the protection of the city to her and I myself went to assist in the reinforcements. The Light Nation also has their previous hero, right? Sunny, something, right? Celestas. No. Sunny Soul Atesh is also a complicated matter though. It is true that it was hard to decide how much of our forces to send to the Fire Church's request for reinforcements. Even if Doraha's mind and body have stabilized, there's still insecurity in leaving her alone. But if we take into consideration the protection of the light capital, it would also give more peace of mind if one were to go reinforce Muspelheim while the other stays. When I was at a loss with that, the Aurora Knight's new general, Grade San, scolded me. Those demon lords are opponents outside our common sense. Even if we were to do our all, we wouldn't even have a 1 in a billionth chance, but we would be letting that small chance escape if we don't do our all. Grades. If they have appeared in the fire capital, we should use all our strength to crush them. It is fine for the light capital to have the minimum preparations. I will take the command of the defense. You people should use your all and do your own job. Grades. And so, Dora Hassan and I were able to head to Muspelheim. It was practically over by the time we arrived though. Ho! The new Aurora General was a guy that could make such a momentous decision like that, huh? Mirak. Hearing my explanation, Mirak-chan gives out a male-like impression. The previous general was so bad even we heard about him after all. Does that mean the Aurora Knights have finally caught up to the Light Hero-sama and have become a proper army? Celestus. Celestus-chan was half-teasing as she congratulated the reformation of the Aurora Knights. It is true that there were a variety of tribulations, but after overcoming them one by one, we are slowly growing more organized. We are properly preparing for the upcoming battle. But if I had to point one problem, it would be Dora Hassan being stroked by Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan. HNNG, Doraha. Isn't she really moaning in pleasure there? 285, the future. GRRRRR. Doraha. She is intimidating them? Dora Hassan hates all churches aside from the Light Church, so even if Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan both stroke her, her hostility is not lowering. Her head is being stroked and her chin is being tickled. HNNG, Doraha. Or maybe her hostility is decreasing? EII. Stop it. Doraha. With a thunderous dun sound, Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan were blown away. Dora Hassan's special ability, controlling the shadows. With that power, Dora Hassan expanded her own shadow and blew them both away. Uoo, Mirak. Ouch ouch. I hit my butt. There's no need to suddenly blow us away. Geez. Celestus. The impact of the shadow must have been weak. Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan don't seem to be in that much pain. Fool. It is you heretic's fault for being so sticky. If you do that again, I will use all my shadow techniques to kick you to death. Doraha. Yeah, this is no good. The world is moving to an era of harmony, and the Light Church is adopting this, and yet. Dora Hassan. Karen. Karen-sama. These people were rude. Even though they are worshippers of lesser gods, they touched my body without permission. Doraha. Punishment. Karen. I hit her head as lightly as possible. You can't say things like lesser gods. There's no higher or lower in the gods that people believe in. All of them are important gods that look after us humans. Karen. Karen-sama. But, Doraha. Her homeland was destroyed. That anger, that hatred still continued to stay in the heart of Dora Hassan even after 1,000 years. The size of her indignation is not something I can even imagine in this short 16 years life of mine. But, Dora Hassan has lost her past memories, and has even forgotten the reason why she hates those gods. To drag that hatred in that condition, there's no way it is good. Yurishiro-sama is endorsing the reconciliation of the other 4 churches. And yet, if Dora Hassan hates everyone so much, it would get in the way of Yurishiro-sama. Karen. Yurishiro-sama, Dora. I do think that it is underhanded to put it in this way to this girl that loves Yurishiro-sama, but in order to make her reflect on it, there's no other way. Telling someone to do something is hard. I feel like I will have it hard when I am a mother in the future. That's not good. I have to be of use to Yurishiro-sama. Doraha. In that case, you have to get along, not only with Yurishiro-sama and Haine-san, but also the people of the other churches. And so, first of all, let's apologize to Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan. Karen. I hold the shoulders of Doraha-san and make her face the two. I am sorry for blowing you away. Doraha. Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan maintained silence for a while. It was as if they had lost breath, and then. Cute. This girl is cute. Celestis. Celestis-chan was the first to hug Doraha-san. It is as if this girl is a doggy. She doesn't get along with other people aside from her owner, and when she gets scolded, she gets all depressed. Cute, she is too cute. Celestis. Holding a human and calling them doggy is no good, you thoughtless idol. Mirak. And Mirak-chan continues. But, in this battle against the demon lords that continues, a hero-level force is truly important. Just like Karen, I will be counting on you as well. Mirak. Is what Mirak-chan said as she stroked the head of Doraha-san to a level that felt it could make smoke. I am so glad. Looks like it will go well with these two and Doraha-san. If things go well with Seisi-chan and Hayo-chan as well, and she is able to get along with many others, Yurishiro-sama would be a bit more relieved. After indulging plenty in animal therapy, Celestis-chan seemed to suddenly notice something. Now that I think about it, I am surprised that she was able to participate in the production of today's event. This time it was a cooperation between 3 nations, right? Were there no problems happening with the fire militants and our stream marines? Celestis. Now that she says it. Doraha-san has absolutely no problem with the Light Church and can get along with anyone of the Light Nation. But any other nations, it is just as seen now. In a venue where there's light, fire, and water people all over the place, I don't think things would go smoothly. Since arriving to Muspelheim, Doraha-san has been together with me the whole time and didn't create any scene, but maybe it was bad to let her go outside alone? Ah, yes. When I went to check the state of the venue, some insolent heretic spoke to me. Doraha. Hey you, aren't you cute? If you have the time, how about having tea with me? He said. Doraha. Trying to pick you up? Karen. And so, Doraha. Doraha-san said this in a natural tone. I kicked him. Doraha. Hi-yi. We all let out a scream. And then, what seemed to be his comrades were gathering one after the other, and said, "What are you suddenly doing?" And it was getting noisy, so, I kicked them all. Doraha. Hiya. There was no time to wait. Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, and I kicked open the door and dashed towards the venue. In the first place, who was the one trying to pick Doraha-san up? Isn't that a legit crime? There's no excusing that. Celestis. Let's leave killing him for later. Right now what's most important is to grasp the situation. Hurry. Mirak. Doraha-san. Please don't leave my sight for a second until Yurishiro-sama returns, okay? Karen. So, when we actually arrived at the place, in this venue where the customers had already left, there's a lot of light knights, fire militants, and stream marines with their heads piercing the ceiling. Jaya-iya. There's no doubt they were all kicked into the ceiling by Doraha-san. It is a complete slaughter. Why even the light knights that are supposed to be allies, is what I thought in my confusion, but at any rate, in order to save the people that have their head piercing the ceiling, we had to diligently work as if we were harvesting fruits. The battle had finished, and yet, we had a lot of things to do and our exhaustion accumulated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286 to 287, Return of the Wicked God. The fire god Nova is currently incarnated in a cow's body and living in the surface world. The one humans call fire cow Phalaris. Good grief, it has finally gotten silent. The cow that was left alone in the dressing room. Nova remembers the girls that were frolicking just a few moments ago. Every time Nova sees that, he couldn't help but think, why are humans so noisy? Humans are probably living beings that can't live without enjoying the enjoyable moments. When everyone gathers, they have fun. Today's live event must fall in that same category. They are a wretched living form. K.E.H. Nova. And so, now that those girls had left from the room, the place was incredibly silent. At a corner of the room, there's a mountain of presents from the live audience. No matter which it was, they were for Phalaris. After the raid of the demon lord Michael the other day, just with Phalaris helping them out on a whim, the humans gave out truly exaggerated gratitude. They are truly simple people. Nova. Phalaris snorted and looks at the mountain of presents. Handmade stuffed dolls of Phalaris, letters of gratitude, drawings of Phalaris and the hero facing the demon lord, flower bouquets, and collections of autographs. They were mostly the works of children, so most of the handmade ones were things made with rough skill. Giving me a bunch of things that I can't eat. If you are going to bring something, bring food. Nova. Of course, within the presents, there were the types of food Phalaris likes the most, but the caretakers of Phalaris separated those and have stored it at a different location. The things that are at the room are the non-comestible type, but even with that, it was still packed up and has become a mountain that rivals the height of Phalaris himself. But well, Phalaris has gone out of his battle form and it is currently only the size of a calf though. They are really a simple bunch. Those fools. Nova. Nova participated in the battle against the demon lord out of a whim. The arrogance of the demon lords for going against his will as a god and their plans on ruling the surface world had picked a nerve of Nova, but there was also a part of him that simply wanted to rampage. And yet, the humans got happy on their own, gave him their gratitude, and treated Phalaris as their friend. The simpleness in their way of acting was truly amusing in the eyes of a god. Nova. Nova, who was going like hell I will play along with them, turned around and headed to his bed. It is at one of the corners of the room, and in terms of position, it would be at the opposite corner of the mountain of presents. When Phalaris arrives at his bed, he bites onto his blanket and drags it right at the front of the mountain of presents and sleeps on top of the blanket. A bunch of guys that can't take a hint. Nova. And so, as he lies down on his blanket, he looks at a doll that was badly made within the mountain of present and snorts again. Good grief. I can't continue looking. It is way too pathetic. A sudden voice resonates directly into the soul of the fire god Nova. The unpleasant tone of that voice immediately blew away the quiet feeling the cow had. Coacervate. Nova. Nova immediately knew who was the owner of that voice. Water god Coacervate. Just like Nova, he is one of the 6 gods that created this world. You could say they are brethren, but Coacervate was the kind of filthy god that you wouldn't want to accept are of the same kind. The brave and resolute fire god Nova, that was feared in the past for his utmost tyranny, has now turned into a cow and living a pet life. Truly a pathetic sight. I can only think of it as you losing your pride as a god. Coacervate. Nova narrowed his eyes and scanned the dressing room, but he couldn't find anything that could be Coacervate. But he could tell that there was a presence creeping about the walls. Fearing entropy and not getting attention from inflation, you have finally ended up in my place, huh? What's your business? I admit I don't have anything to do, but even if that's the case, I don't have the time to waste on trash like you know? Nova. Coacervate self-proclaims as a cunning god, and finds the most joy in scheming. Since the Genesis era, he has been making gods and humans dance on the palm of his hands, and with that, he began to boast that I am intelligent. Because of that rotten personality, the water god is thoroughly hated by the other 6 gods. Of course, for the fire god Nova, his brethren Coacervate was nothing but the target of disgust. The gods of creation have been divided in two factions for a long time, the pro-human side and the human subordination side. Being classified in the human subordination side together with Coacervate was a disgrace that Nova couldn't endure. No, I simply came here to confirm something. About your apostasy, fire god Nova. Coacervate. Apostasy? Nova. Humans are the slaves of gods, the gods decide how to use the humans. Even though we had those things in common, the you lately has been acting in a way unlike you. So I got anxious about whether you would end up being subservient to entropy and change your doctrine, so I have come personally today to hear your thoughts. Coacervate. His tone was gentle, but the contempt that was behind those words, there's no way it could be hidden. That was the peculiar unpleasantness of these god called Coacervate. 287, Question and Answers of the Fire and Water. Don't underestimate this fire god Nova. Nova. Even if Nova knew Coacervate was trying to provoke him, he couldn't not bite. I don't care what happens to the humans. Spreading and burning everything, that's the destruction and rebirth which is the essence of fire. The battle just now was because the demon lords pissed me off more than the humans. It had nothing to do with the humans. Nova. Hearing that relieves me. As I thought, a blazing ferocity is the characteristic of you, the fire god. It is great to see that it is still alive in you. Coacervate. A kusukusukusu laugh resonated once again mixed with ridicule. If your business is done, leave. Just listening to your slimy vocal sound sends disgust down my spine. Nova. Now, don't be like that. We got to see each other after so long. Why don't we have a small harmless talk? Coacervate. Don't want to. Nova. Nova was so against the idea that it showed in his tone. Now, don't be like that. Right, how about this talk? About the demon lords. Coacervate. With those words on the table, Nova couldn't simply feign as if he didn't hear it. Now that I think about it, Nova slowly raised his cow body. There's such an emergency situation. There's no way you wouldn't ride on it as the self-proclaimed cunning god. Nova. In the first place, the one who proposed the creation of the monsters was none other than Coacervate. The era moves forward, the civilization develops, and humanity has grown enough to live on their own strength, and with that, they began to pray less and less to their gods. That was a serious problem for the gods. That's because in that span of more than 1,000 years, the gods had gotten used to being prayed by humans, so they are unable to maintain their existence without the prayers of humans. If the prayers continue to stagnate in this rate, the gods might not even be able to stay as gods. In that case, let's have the humans pray to the gods again. For that sake, there's the need of a problem that would make the humans pray to the gods, please save us. That problem is the monsters. If monsters attack them and threaten their lives, the humans will once again cling on to gods, and the humans will send their prayers. You were the one who presented this to the other gods, Coacervate. Nova. Yeah, and thanks to that, you were able to secure a set amount of prayer as well, right? Coacervate. It is unpleasant for Nova that it was just as Coacervate says. It is true that, in those times, Nova looked down on the humans as no more than garbage, so Nova ended up agreeing to the proposition of Coacervate not only once but twice. Quasar and Mantle also agreed to the proposition of Coacervate with their own plans in mind. And that's how the era of a long battle between the four-element monsters and the humans began. This is a story from 100 years ago. And with that as the seed, the demon lords were birthed. Seriously, your plans always end up turning the table at some point. Nova. That was the best attempt Nova had to bite against Coacervate. Monsters were pseudo-life forms without a soul created solely to wring out prayers from humans. They were birthed as a pure mass of divine power, lacking a soul and a will. They are completely different from the humans in fauna. It is plenty enough with the humans being the living beings outside the framework of the gods. And within that framework, the monsters were true to the word tools created by the gods that shouldn't be able to become more than that. But even with that, monsters escaped from the framework of us gods. Nova. That's the demon lords. In the span of 100 years, with a repetition of birth and death of millions of brethrens, the ultimate monsters were born. They possess divine power that rivals that of gods and obtain self-awareness that monsters should originally never have. Everything was outside the expectations of the gods. The other part that pisses me off is that those damn demon lords surpass the current strength of us gods. With the prayers drying up, our strength has decreased quite a lot from our peak times. Nova. Nova challenging Michael alone and being unable to defeat him was proof of this. The reason why Michael was driven off was because of the combination of powers between Nova and Mirek, and also the people living in Muspelheim. It was the result of changing all the emotions into strength. Entropy, inflation, and Quasar, the bunch that are on the side of humans, are doing strenuous efforts. They are desperately searching for methods to have humans go against the demon lords. Nova. Coo. It would be nice if such a convenient method actually existed, right? Coacervate. So Coacervate, what do you plan on doing? Nova. Nova slowly began to understand the reason why Coacervate appeared there. Inflation created the system of god heroes and is trying to use that as a trump card against the demon lords. Entropy and Quasar are quite cooperative about it. Nova. And, does that go for you too? Coacervate. The unpleasant question of Coacervate made Nova unable to push back his bitterness. The one who gave birth to the second god hero in the surface world in order to fight back Michael was none other than Nova himself after all. Is this your way of saying you want to join in on this? Nova. Nova saw that this is the objective of his visit. The incarnation of Entropy Kuramiya Haine has set Coacervate as the one that's most against them and thinks he won't cooperate no matter what. But for Nova, this just looked like a shallow read. There's no god as loyal to self-convenience as Coacervate. You could also call it selfish. If the demon lords manage to eradicate humans, there will be no one to pray to gods, and that would lead to the downfall of the gods themselves. Humans can live without gods, but at this present day, gods can't maintain their existence without humans. That's why, even Coacervate, who at glance looks like he doesn't care about humans at all, would never allow humans to be eradicated by demon lords. In order to maintain your own existence, you must protect the humans. For the sake of that, you have no choice but to cooperate with Entropy and the others in getting ready the god heroes. Nova. The reason why he asked this of Nova today must have been for that. In the past, Nova was in the human subordination side and shared the same beliefs as Coacervate. Now, he is in a somewhat close relationship with Entropy and the others. If Coacervate works out things through Nova, he can still maintain a bit of pride and join Entropy. Nova thought this is truly Coacervate-like. Of course, Entropy and the others won't like it, but they are on the brink right now. They can't reject an increase in allies. If you really want, I don't mind passing your word to them. Nova. Nova saw this as an opportunity to spite Coacervate, so his tone changed accordingly. But that wasn't the case. Even after a 1,600 years knowing Coacervate, he still couldn't see through the depths of his mind. Cuckoo. Coacervate. Nova. You are truly a stupid god, Nova. Did you think you saw through my plans with just that much? Coacervate. Nova was stunned by this. Coacervate can't live without the prayers of humans. That's why he should have no choice but to enter the side of protecting humans. It is true that I didn't expect the appearance of the demon lords either. But there's pleasant miscalculations. That's exactly what the demon lords are, a pleasant miscalculation for us. Coacervate. What? Nova. The demon lords arrogantly call themselves the new rulers of this surface world. And they hold power worthy of that title. In that case, it should be fine to just give them the surface world. Thus, Coacervate. Coacervate pauses for a moment. The humans are already of no need. If they are going to be eradicated by the demon lords anyways, as a god, it doesn't matter how I recycle them, right? This is survival of the fittest, the natural order. Entropy shouldn't be able to complain with that. It looks like luck has finally turned to my favor. Ha 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 ha. Coacervate. What do you mean by that, Coacervate? Just answer. Nova. No matter how many times Nova shouted, the water god didn't answer, and while there was a sticky sound coming from the walls, the presence in time disappeared. Something bad was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288 to 289, Calamity that soaks in. Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, Dora-Hasan, and Ikorin Karen were driving in the sky. Flying with their usual flying machines, they fly past the planes and continue. The destination is Hydraville, the Water Church's headquarters and the place where Celestis-chan lives. Hey, is it true that Hydraville is in danger? Celestis. Straddled onto the flying machine and going at full speed through the sky, Celestis-chan shouts loudly. Mirak-chan answers shouting as well. I don't know. But it is what this cow says, so there's no way we can ignore it. Mirak. Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, and I were riding our respective flying machines, and Dora-Hasan was sitting at the back of mine, but there was a single cow hanging with the 3 ropes coming from our 3 machines. None other than Falaris-san. About half a day ago, we had finished clearing up the live venue in Muspelheim, and this cow-san had come charging at us bellowing. You idiotic woman. This is no time to be lazing around. Coacervate is planning on doing something. Falaris. And so, hearing this, Celestis-chan and I thought this at first. The cow spoke. Because cows normally don't talk. At first, I thought that my ears and head had gone crazy and I was truly scared, but within that confusion, Mirak-chan alone remained composed. In contrast to our confusion, she heard out the cow-san and gave out her decision. We are going to Hydraville. Mirak. And so, we are on our way to Hydraville. Geez, I don't understand anything anymore. Why is Hydraville in danger? And why is that cow telling us this? In the first place, why can this cow talk? Celestis. The mouth of Celestis-chan was shooting a rapid fire of sound questions. Those were questions I also held and we were expecting a proper answer from Mirak-chan. But I don't know. Mirak. Mirak-chan only said this. But if it is something this cow said, there's worth in believing. That's all I can say. Mirak. Such an out-of-norms talk, most people wouldn't even give an ear to it. That's why we let the soldiers we brought stay in the fire capital and we heroes headed to Hydraville. If something really did happen there, regret wouldn't begin to describe what we would feel after. That Coacervate, Falaris. A voice once again resonates. It is Falaris-san that's hanging from our 3 flying machines. He was unexpectedly obedient hanging there. Looks like he still hasn't fixed that bad trait of his about flaunting the schemes he has thought of to someone else. Even though that made him fail last time. Apparently, he can't change that nature of his. In order to prove that he is intelligent, he always needs someone that's more stupid than him. Falaris. Is that really the voice of Falaris-san? But why? That voice is not something that anyone can hear, and Dora-Hasan, who is currently clinging onto my back, and the people we harvested from the ceiling couldn't hear it either. Only us three could hear it. What's with this? You three had been inserted a factor to become god heroes by that super ill-natured inflation. Because of this, your souls can resonate with gods more easily. Nova. Even if you explain it to me in that way, I still don't understand at all. Everything is because of the appearance of the demon lords. Because of them, everything is beginning to twist. The boundary between human and God. This boundary that was properly separated, you are the first people to step into it. Just like how a crack spreads, the boundary between humans and gods is slowly crumbling. Nova. I don't care about that. Celestus. An agitated voice cuts off Valerisan. You said Hydraville was in danger. I didn't hear anything about that. Why when I am absent of all times? Celestus. Celestus John was the number one out of it when hearing about the emergency of Hydraville from Valerisan. That's a matter of course. Hydraville is where Celestus John lives, and she is the water hero that must protect that place after all. There's nothing as pressing as her being absent at such a time. Even with that, Celestus John didn't say something like I shouldn't have come to reinforce Muspelheim. Calm down, Celestus John. Hydraville has the previous hero Sarasasan, right? Karen. It is exactly because she left the place to her that Celestus John was able to leave the church. The previous heroes surpass us current heroes in technique. If she is there, most of anything can be dealt with. Mirak. Mirak-chan also cooperated in trying to calm down Celestus John. It is true that we were also letting our guard down. That's because we took at heart the words he left behind. The words of the demon Lord Michael that left without settling the fight. Our battles with you humans must be ones that make us grow. Thus, our battles can't be underhanded and foul. Michael. Michael seemed to have felt something from his battle with Mirak-chan. The next time I fight with you people, I will be frontal about it. I won't pull a single trick to bring you down. Therefore, wait with a comfortable heart for our next battle. Michael. Oriel and Raphael also joined in and said, we also want to heal the wounds that Koramiya Haine dealt to us. So we will tag along with our whimsical leader. Oriel. You have done it, humans. Your lifespan has lengthened. The time when we are in perfect shape will be the time you people disappear. Enjoy the short time you have left. Raphael. We took that at heart and, after the battle, we were truly acting comfortable. We took our time in returning, and even did a live. But now that I think about it, there was one demon lord missing in that place where those demon lords were giving their words. The water demon Lord Gabriel. Karen. There's no way of knowing what the water demon lord is planning. But the words of Valerisan, Coacervate is planning on doing something. Is he talking about one of the 6 gods of creation, the water god Coacervate-sama? The name of the water god that was suddenly mentioned, the water demon lord whose whereabouts are unknown, the dots were connecting too well. That's why we have no choice but to go to Hydraville that's connected to water as well. 289, the disappeared Hydraville. I can see it now. Hydraville. With the highest speed of the flying machines, it took around half a day. The distance between Muspelheim and Hydraville was around that much. This time it took around that much time and we finally arrived at the water capital. And then, we soon noticed an abnormality. The water hero Celestus has returned. Please grant me an audience with the water founder Sama. Celestus. Parking the flying machines at the water church headquarters, in order to understand the situation, we ask for an audience with the water founder, the father of Celestus John. If something happens in the water capital, there's no way a report wouldn't go to the founder's way. But someone, is there anyone? Damn it, the soldiers are slacking at a time like this. Celestus. Celestus John, calm down. Karen. In the time Dara Hassan and I were untying Fallar Hassan's ropes, Celestus John was heading deeper and deeper. Now that it has come to this, I will go directly to Papa. Wait here everyone. Celestus. We can't do that. We do our fastest to untie Fallar Hassan and chase after Celestus John who ran off. I have come to the Water Church headquarters before, so we managed to chase after Celestus John without getting lost. Founder Sama. I will be intruding without permission. Celestus. Even if they are father and daughter, Celestus John maintains her etiquette as a hero towards the founder. And just as I thought that, Celestus John kicks open the door lacking all sorts of etiquette. Water hero Celestus has returned after finishing a small errand. I got information that there's danger approaching the water capital. Celestus. But there was no one to answer Celestus John. The office room of the founder had no one in it. What? Even Papa at a time like this? At this time, he should be at the office room. Better not be another drinking party. Celestus. Celestus John was getting pissed off all over, but we who were slightly more composed than her had begun to notice the strangeness. Hey, Celestus John. This is kind of strange. Karen. No, sorry. Our founder says that connections are important, so he has a habit of leaving when in working hours to parties and those kind of things. It is a scandal, so don't go spreading it, okay? Celestus. That's not what we mean. Mirak. Mirak-chan also felt the strangeness of the situation and her voice trembled. This is the Water Church's headquarters. One of the 5 grand churches of the world, and there's several thousands of people regularly working here. Karen. Well, of course. Why are you stating the obvious? Celestus. And yet. We parked our flying machines outside and came all the way here to the office room of the founder. Karen. And we didn't pass by anyone. Mirak. Since the moment we entered the headquarters of the Water Church, no, since the time we arrived at Hydraville, we haven't seen a single human aside from ourselves. Is that even possible? Hydraville is a big city, right? It is the biggest commercial city, right? Karen. It is on a whole different level from the sticks. The water capital of today is way too silent. Last time we came, it was a lot more lively. Mirak. Being pointed this out, Celestus John finally managed to pick something up. Her cheerful face began to cloud and she ran out from the office room. Celestus. Mirak. Celestus John. Where are you going? Karen. We also hurriedly chased after her. I am going to the worship shrine. If it is there, there should be people offering prayers all the time. If we go there. Celestus. And we arrived. There was no one. If it were the usual, the preaching of a priest would be resounding over this sacred precinct and the prayers of the pious water people, and yet, it is now silent. The training field. At the Stream Marine Station, there's always at least 20 people on standby in case of emergencies. Celestus. No one was there. Leaving the emergency station empty is a big offense, and yet, there was not a single soul in the Stream Marine Station. The dining room. When there's something, everyone gathers at places with a lot of food. Celestus. There was no one. Maybe the basement. When an emergency occurs, it is written in the manual that they should take refuge there. Celestus. No one. What's this? What's with this? Celestus. There's no doubting anymore. People have completely disappeared from the Water Church, and probably from the whole Hydraville as well. But what in the world had to happen to be in this state? Leaving aside the fact that people have completely disappeared, the city of Hydraville is no different at all. No buildings damaged, no things fallen at the streets, in other words, no traces of chaos. Hydraville's population should be more than tens of thousands. To have that amount of people disappear without any chaos. Is that even possible? Karen-sama, and the other people. Doraha. The one who spoke to us while we were walking around was Doraha-san. We couldn't leave her in Muspelheim, so we brought her here, but what is the matter? Please follow me. There's something here. Doraha. Karen. What do you mean by that, is what I wanted to further say, but Doraha-san didn't give me the time and ran to somewhere. Oh, girl. Mirok. Where are you planning on going? Celestis. Mirok-chan, Celestis-chan, and I had no choice but to chase after her. Doraha-san ran out of the water church and entered the water city. We followed after, but as expected, there wasn't the shadow of a single person around the city. What is this? What is going on? Celestis. Celestis-chan speaks as if she were going to break into tears at any moment. This is the city she lives in, so Celestis-chan being the one hurting the most at this view couldn't be helped. And so, we chased after Doraha-san and ran. The moment I was beginning to think how long we would be running and was running out of breath, we finally encountered it. There were still people that haven't melted? The strongest and worst calamity threatening this world, the ultimate monster, the Demon Lord. The fourth of them, the Water Demon Lord Gabriel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290 to 292, Ocean Demon. 290, Ocean Demon. Wings that were transparent like the fins of a fish and were shining a rainbow brilliance. With such wings on its body, its whole body shines in a verdant color. A rough female body. Wait, he was a she? That is the Water Demon Lord, Gabriel. From the unique-looking demon lords, this Gabriel is one notch up, the lone woman in the four demon lords. In the first place, I have never heard of monsters having genders. In that sense, this Gabriel's existence is out of norms, and because of this, it is eerie. Culture is truly interesting. Gabriel suddenly said towards us who were shuddering at the pressure she let out. A sound reverberated. From the hand of Gabriel, there was some sort of gold necklace wrapped around it and rings with gems embedded to it, and there were also several other accessories wrapped around. That's Celestis. The one that immediately reacted after seeing that was Celestis-chan. They are things I found in the city. What a strange custom humans have. Decorating their bodies with small things like this. What is there to be proud about this? Strength? Wealth? Or maybe beauty? Gabriel. Celestis. The words of Gabriel raised the vigor of Celestis-chan. Normally, she should be crumbling under the pressure of the Demon Lord, but the current Celestis-chan was unconsciously pushing it back with adrenaline. It was you, right? The one who made the people of Hydraville disappear. Answer. Where are the people? Papa, no, where are the founder and the water church members, the residents of Hydraville, the many tourists in it? Celestis. I want to think they are all okay. I don't want to think about any other possibility. Gabriel was facing the desperate Celestis-chan, but she simply showed elegance. If you want to question people, how about introducing yourself first? Isn't that one of the cultures you people have built up? Gabriel. Celestis. Celestis-chan clicks her tongue bluntly. Don't know of me? As expected of a monster that reeks of the sticks. If you don't know, I will tell you. I am the water hero Celestis that protects this water capital. Celestis. Is that so, Gabriel? to attack this water capital while I was absent. For someone acting all high and mighty, what you do is quite petty, Demon Lord Sama. Did you arrange it beforehand with Michael who attacked Muspelheim? Celestus. Being told this, Gabriel finally showed fluctuation in her emotions. Era, that Michael, so he moved as well, huh? Even though he was the one that was the most reserved. I wonder what wind blew this change. If we talk about wind, it would be Raphael, right? Gabriel. I was expecting this, but it seems like Michael's attack to Muspelheim and Gabriel appearing in Hydraville were a coincidence. At a glance, it looks as if Michael had served as a distraction and Gabriel had used that opening. Then that means several solo actions made a coincidental teamwork play? By the way, hey, that just now falls into the joke culture of yours, right? I tried using that phrase the wind blew this change and the wind demon Lord Raphael. How was it? Gabriel. That's an inside joke and it is hard for the public to understand. 10 points. Celestus. Celestus-chan gave her grading while in desperation. Geez. Answer me already. Where are the people of Hydraville? If you say something like I killed them all, I won't leave it at boiled fish or fry fish, I will beat you into a pulp. Celestus. I wouldn't do something so barbaric. This water demon Lord Gabriel is aiming to be a cultured demon lord. Gabriel. See cultured? Celestus. Cultured? In order for us monsters to control the surface world and become the rulers of all things, just destroying the humans is not enough. Monsters have to surpass humans in all aspects or monsters won't truly become the rulers of the surface world. Gabriel. The demon lord Gabriel continues. In power, we demon lords already win against the humans to an overwhelming extent. Then, what should we surpass them in next? Intelligence. Humans have their own individual thoughts, accumulate them, and called it culture. I want that. Because if monsters obtain culture, they will surpass humans completely. That is my objective as a demon lord. Gabriel. Well there, what a commendable thing. Celestus. No matter what time it is, Celestus-chan doesn't forget to be sarcastic. Michael, Raphael, and Uriel will in time agree to my thoughts as well. That's why I don't want to do anything that is uncultured, in other words, barbaric things. Mass murder and destruction is the very definition of barbaric, right? Gabriel. Those were claims I can mostly agree with, but I am already fed up with your monologue. Answer already. Where are the people of Hydraville? What happened to Papa and the others? Celestus. Right. You can see one over there, you know? Gabriel. Celestus. At the place where Gabriel pointed at, Celestus-chan and I, as well as Darahasen and Mirik-chan, who were at the back, moved our gazes there. When we did that, there was certainly something there where Gabriel pointed out. That woman was someone we knew. A person we have met before. That person is Sarasa-san? Karen. 291, Flower Falls. Previous water hero, Sarasa-san. Just like Kyuka-san and Yaniko-san, she is a hero that came before us. In reality, they should have finished their job as heroes and retired. But because of the unforeseen appearance of demon lords, they have returned to duty as a special case. They are facing this battle with us current heroes. Celestus-chan being able to leave her base and heading to the help of another church was because Sarasa-san was defending the fort. And yet, that Sarasa-san was currently collapsed without showing signs of moving. Sarasa. Celestus. Sarasa-san? Karen. Celestus-chan and I hurriedly run to Sarasa-san. We were under the pressure of Gabriel, but to think that we wouldn't notice a person collapsed so close to us. Sarasa. Sarasa. Come to your senses. What happened? Celestus. Sarasa-san was not conscious, and after shaking her body, she finally opened her eyes slightly. Ah, Celestus-san. You finally came, huh? You were so late, I was tired of waiting. Sarasa. What about you? You always talk big about being a past hero, so defeat a demon lord while I am away at least. I didn't ask you to save me food. Celestus. Sarasa-san was relieved at the arrival of Celestus-chan. Celestus-chan was truly worried about her senior that fought to the point of collapsing. But even with that, the two were spitting out complaints to each other. Is that a shared trait of water heroes? Now that we are here, you are not needed. We will crush the demon lord ourselves, so the injured should rest. Celestus. Saying this, Celestus-chan tried to carry Sarasa-san up, but Sarasa-san herself slapped it away. Wah! Celestus. Celestus-san, you already understand, right? You are actually intelligent despite your looks after all. Sarasa. What are you saying? Celestus. An unprecedented crisis is currently attacking the whole Hydraville. This is not the time to be worrying about me alone. It is mortifying, but with my strength, I can't stand a chance at all. Sarasa. While they were doing that exchange, Gabriel was simply overlooking it with leisure all over. She wasn't showing a single sign of planning to attack. She was completely underestimating us. That woman was thoroughly boring. She is supposed to be the strongest in this city, so I wanted to take my time to taste it, and I even placed a rule that I wouldn't attack at all, and yet, she couldn't injure me at all. Gabriel. Gabriel lets out a sigh as if she were truly disappointed. Not only that, she continued attacking until she exhausted herself and lost consciousness. Geez, it was a waste of time. Gabriel. It is fine with that. Thanks to the bot time, Celestus-san managed to come back in time after all. Sarasa. Hearing those words, Celestus-chan and I were stunned. Sarasa, could it be that you, Celestus? Understanding that you wouldn't be able to defeat the demon lord, you decided on buying time? Karen. While repeating attacks that don't work on the demon lord, she waited for the return of Celestus-chan? Attacks with your full power won't have any effect. For a combatant, this is more exhausting mentally than physically, and yet, she repeated that process. The one there is the light hero-san and the fire hero-san, right? Sarasa. Sarasa-san whips her exhausted body up and then looks at Mirak-chan and I. You people truly get along well. It would have been great if Kyuka-san, Yaniko-san, and Juo-san and I fixed our relationship sooner. They are such good people after all. Sarasa. Sarasa-san shows a weak smile and then says resolutely. Heroes of the other churches, please help out my junior. Please save our Hydraville. I will cut open the way for that path. Sarasa. She spreads her folding fan. That is the divine tool of Sarasa-san, Dahyu. The water blade that cuts everything. Listen well, Celestus-san. The people of Hydraville can still be saved. By extracting that wicked divine power that Demon Lord poured and making a turnaround in the situation, things should return to how they were. But for that sake, we have to defeat the source. That Demon Lord. Sarasa. Wah? Explain properly. Celestus. But Sarasa-san didn't provide any extra explanation and challenged the Demon Lord valiantly. Still plan on fighting? Repeating pointless things, there's nothing to learn of culture from an uncouth human though. Gabriel. In that case, I will show you my true power just as you wish. Now that Celestus-san has arrived, I can throw my everything. Sarasa. The water-folding fan of Sarasa-san was gushing with an amount of water divine power that we have never seen before. Look properly, Celestus-san. Even if it is against a rather annoying person like you, there are techniques you don't use in human matches. Sarasa. Sarasa-san rotated her body with folding fan in hand. On top of that, the ultra-thin water blades that surge from her water folding fan stretch in accord to the direction of the rotation. It was as if a water tornado was surrounding Sarasa-san's body. Water beheading blade, dragon dance. Sarasa. Rotating at super fast speed, the water blades accumulate on her body. This could already be called the ultimate violence in water divine power. Everything that touches that water tornado would be minced in an instant and be left with nothing. She had such a trump card hidden? Karen. As expected of a past hero that has more experience than us. If she had used that in the heroes match, I would have lost. Celestas. Not only lost, she would have died. That's why Sarasa-san literally sealed that technique in the heroes match. Celestas-chan's knees tremble at the all-out of her senior. If I can manage even a small wound, this will bring a bigger advantage to Celestas-san and the others who will be fighting next. Sarasa. A water tornado that minces everything it touches, or putting it in other words, a water shredder. Sarasa-san tried to crash this onto the demon lord with her whole body, but... Era, splendid. You prepared such a surprise. Gabriel. Gabriel leisurely extends her hand, and once that hand touches the roaring water blades of Sarasa-san, they warp in several directions as if they had clashed against a wall harder than steel, unable to get through that one hand of hers. The roars of the water blades began to sound like cries now. They run wildly at random directions and disperse into droplets. Wah! And I see, a trump card is something that has to be hidden until it shows the best effect. Planning and strategizing is also culture. Gabriel. She is not hurt at all? The ultimate attack of Sarasa-san, not even a scratch. Gah! Sarasa. And then, the arm of the demon lord that broke through the water folding fan, continued with its momentum and pierced the chest of Sarasa-san. 292, Hell Soup. No way. The thin arm of Gabriel pierced Sarasa-san? Right at the middle of the chest of Sarasa-san. No. Celestas. Seeing this, Celestas-chan reacts heavily. She practically was about to run reflexively to her, but Mirak-chan and I hurriedly stop her. Celestas-chan. Don't. Karen. If you rush without thinking, you will simply become a second victim. Mirak. Celestas-chan is normally the most composed within our hero group, and yet, she lost herself this much. Don't make a ruckus. The struggling of Celestas-chan stopped at that strict voice. It was no one else but Sarasa-san who had the arm pierced from front and coming out from her back. Sarasa, you. Celestas. You can't trouble your friends. It is fine. Just do as you always have, calm and composed, and properly watch what's about to happen. Watch what kind of calamity this demon lord brought to this water capital. Sarasa. Sarasa-san swung her water folding fan even when her chest was pierced, and tried to take revenge on Gabriel at close range, but even that showed no effect on the worst of opponents. The water beheading blade, just by touching the skin of Gabriel, dispersed into droplets. Increase the power by concentrating. So divine power has that way of use, huh? Is this the culture called military arts? Playing together with you people really overflows with freshness. Gabriel. Guu, Aya. Sarasa. That attack just now was also good. Most enemies would have been cut by that, but, too bad. The difference in our divine power is way too big. No matter how much you concentrate on one point, you won't even be a match to me in my normal state. Gabriel. Looks like that's the case. I thought I could cut at least one layer of skin though. Seems this is as far as I can do. But, Sarasa. Sarasa-san looks back towards us. The actual current heroes are here already. Defeating you people is the duty of those girls. Your fate has already been decided. Prepare yourself. Sarasa. Is that so? Oh well, I have already had enough fun with you, so I will have you retire. Gabriel. And then, something dreadful occurred. Sarasa-san's body is melting. Eh? Wha? No way. Karen. What is going on? Celestus. She was melting, turned into water, and disappeared? Sarasa-san? The puddle that is spread at the feet of Gabriel, it was once Sarasa-san. You. Celestus. Celestus-chan was grinding her teeth, and even we could hear it from where we were. How dare you kill Sarasa? I will be your opponent next. I will avenge Sarasa. Celestus. Era, quite the impatient child. Are you going to avenge someone that's not even dead? Gabriel. Eh? Celestus. Those words made Celestus-chan, who was about to jump at her, stop. I told you already, didn't I? I completely repudiate barbaric acts that stray the most of culture. Killing is a barbaric action. That's why, even if I will eradicate humans, I don't kill humans. Gabriel. You are going to eradicate humans without killing them? What's with that weird riddle? Can you do something like that? Celestus. The answer lies at the goal. Gabriel. What Gabriel pointed at was Sarasa-san, who had melted into liquid. That puddle was moving on its own. Not only Celestus-chan, Mirak-chan and I were also shocked. The puddle slid through the ground as if it were pulled by something, advanced, and splush fell into the water to a bigger puddle of water. No, rather than calling it a puddle. That's a reserve pond? Celestus. Celestus-chan, who lives in this city, was the first one to notice. I was so concentrated on Gabriel that I didn't notice, but isn't this the reserve pond that's at the end of Hydravel? Celestus. Reserve pond? If I remember correctly, it is a facility that receives the increased water of the rivers when it rains. To prepare in case of a large-scale flood, a big ditch to let water accumulate is made, but this is strange. It is exactly because it was made for that objective that it normally shouldn't have water in it, and yet. Celestus. But the reserve pond that's in front of us is filled with water. Moreover, it is not simple water. It is slightly red, or purple. At any rate, it is a color of water that's impossible naturally, and it is currently filling up that reserve pond. At an impossible-to-be place, there's impossible-to-exist red water. Wait a moment. Could this possibly be? Celestus. What happened a few moments ago resurfaced in our minds. Sarasa-san melted into liquid had fallen into this reserve pond on its own, a Hydravel that has no people in it. Doesn't that mean? It is about time to answer your first question. Gabriel. The first question of Celestus-chan, what did you do to the people of Hydravel? They are right here, you know? All the people that moved about in this city are all here. They have all been changed into this undiluted life force. This undiluted life force that's accumulated in this pond are the very humans you are searching for. Gabriel. Eradicating humans without killing them, is this what she meant? How is it? Isn't it splendid? Gabriel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293 to 295, affected by demise. 293, affected by demise. This purplish red that's filling this pond, are you telling me it is actually the people of Hydravel that suddenly disappeared? Counting the tourists coming to this Hydravel, there should be around tens of thousands. Are you saying that all of them have become liquid in filling up this reserve pond? Celestishan's father, the stream marines, the elderly, the men and women, they have all been mixed in this pond? Did it surprise you? This is the human downfall method that I specially prepared myself. Gabriel. The water demon Lord Gabriel was showing pride as if she were boasting about her new toy. You see, I actually evaluate the humans highly. Even if the existence of you humans is unforgivable, the culture that you took time to create is an eye-opener. Gabriel. Culture, for a while now, Gabriel has been saying that word as if it is already a habit. Even if we are to eradicate you humans, I am thinking of leaving the culture you humans have created. That's why I hate destruction that surpasses the necessary. The splendid buildings, the beautiful clothes, the shining accessories, if I were to destroy them, it would end up being incredibly barbaric. Gabriel. This woman. She has been saying self-convenient things a while now. Mirak. Mirak-chan furrowed her brows as she showed clear hostility. Are you saying that's why you thought of a way to only destroy humans? Celestis. As I said, destroying in itself is a barbaric act. You see, I want to provide you humans with a peaceful eradication. It is said that all life was born from the ocean. I am the same as well. The water mother monster, Strabai Laguna, drifted about in the ocean as she gave birth to me. The ocean is the beginning of all, Gabriel. Gabriel closed her eyes and spread her arms, as if she were a caring mother. That's why I will return them to Mother Ocean as their last. Don't you think that's the most beautiful ending? Gabriel. You? Don't tell me. Celestis. What's the matter, Celestis-chan? She suddenly trembled at the words of Gabriel. I said it before, right? The pond that everyone is accumulated in is a reserve pond. It stores the increased water temporarily in order to stop floods. Once the danger of flood is gone, it will be drained, and will return to being a dry pond to prepare for the next heavy rain. Celestis. Then the accumulated water would be Karen. Confluencing at the close rivers and returning to the ocean like that. Celestis. It will return to the ocean. If that happens, everyone will be lost forever. Isn't it interesting? The reason why I gathered the undiluted life force here was because I wanted to make the end of you people even more dramatic. The heavily accumulated undiluted life force flowing into the undulating ocean, it would be quite the grand event. Gabriel. Don't joke around. You soused mackerel woman. I won't let you do that. Celestis. Celestis-chan takes a battle stance as she shouted. What's the matter, Celestis-chan? I understand your feelings of getting angry after what's been done to your people, but why are you pulling the trigger now? Sarasa said this. They can still be saved. Celestis. Ah. Karen. It is possible to return the people melted by that soused mackerel woman to normal. She is the water demon lord. If it is an abnormality that occurred due to water divine power, it should be possible to treat it with water divine power. That's what Sarasa wanted to say. Celestis. That's why Sarasa-san rushed onto Gabriel. Even if she were to be liquefied, she trusted that Celestis-san would save her. She wasn't trying to pointlessly throw away her life. But if they were to be poured into the ocean, it would be too late. Mixing with the ocean water that is endless, this undiluted life force would end up being diluted, and it would be impossible to return them to their previous human form. Celestis. That's why you are getting so hurried? Karen. The only time that it can be reverted is when the undiluted life force is keeping its 100% purity inside that reserve pond. If the water gate is opened and the undiluted life force pours out, it is over. We have to defeat Gabriel before that happens. We will save Papa, Sarasa, and everyone in Hydraville. Celestus. Understood. Our objective, what we should aim for, how to win, and what would mean our defeat. We will defeat Gabriel before the undiluted life force is poured into the ocean. We will be fighting as well, Celestus John. Karen. I will as well. If I didn't, it would have been pointless of me coming here. Mirak. Not only me, Mirak-chan was also overflowing with intent to fight. Please, you too, lend me your strength. Fight together with me to save my important people. Celestus. Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, and I, the only time we had these line up to fight against monsters was at the battle with the Hydra Serpent. We will win just like that time. This is a battle we can't afford to lose. If I add you into the undiluted life force, it would make this a solution of all this city. Isn't that right, Water Hero-san? Gabriel. And the battle stance of the Demon Lord was also ready. That pond is already close to overflowing, so let's wrap it up in this place. After making you and those two into undiluted life force, let's begin the long-awaited discharge event. Gabriel. Try it if you can. Today we will make it clear whose life will be ending. Celestus. Today isn't an ending but a beginning. The humans in this land will be the beginning to the eventual complete undiluted life force transformation. And then, they will return to the ocean of beginnings. Be grateful that I have prepared such a beautiful closing for you all. Gabriel. That's unnecessary meddling. We will be doing the production of our own ending. Celestus. The Water Demon Lord and the Water Hero were scattering sparks. Why are the water people all so poison-tongued? Mirak. Mirak-chan pointed out a really sound thing. But the opponent is a Demon Lord. It is not someone that you can simply challenge and win. There's the need to understand your own strength and the opponent's, and plan a way to defeat your opponent. Our side has Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, and I, and also, only us three? There should be another one. Where is she? Well then, let's begin. I will be looking forward to how your cultured way of fighting is. Gabriel. I have no obligation to answer that expectation. At that moment, the shadow at the feet of the Demon Lord Gabriel undulated. At the same time as this happened, a girl jumped out from the shadow. Doraha-san? Karen. Since when was she hiding inside the shadow of Gabriel? The position is right at the proximity of Gabriel, because the shadow was stretching at her back. She has completely taken the back of Gabriel. Gabriel also had a look as if thinking, why did someone come out from my shadow? It was a perfect surprise attack. You have no worth in existing. Break and become simple divine power. Doraha. The kick of Doraha-san wrapped in shadow attacked the neck of Gabriel. 294, Battle at the waterside. Doraha-san's kick connected onto the neck of Gabriel without any obstructions. The kicked neck of Gabriel cracked on, and then, only her head flew into the sky. It was truly a beheading. All three of us were surprised. When I looked properly, I saw that Doraha-san's leg was cladded with a shadow shaped sharply like a blade. So that's what became the guillotine that beheaded Gabriel. The lost art of altering light divine power into shadow. Doraha-san was the strongest user of shadow in the underworld country, the Shadow Hero. Her ability of changing a shadow into a blade, and her ability to hide in the shadows, that mastery in the arts of shadow, as expected of the Shadow Hero. It is on a whole different level from Atesh, who had just learned about it. Wait, is it over? Is this how it ends? Celestus. The Water Demon Lord died? Mirak. Celestus-chan and Mirak-chan looked dumbstruck at the head of Gabriel that was flying through the sky like a ball. Normally, most living beings would die if they had their head cut off, but the monsters that are born outside the logic of living beings, moreover, the demon lords that stand at their summit. That just now was a pretty good attack. Gabriel. The cut head of Gabriel was caught splendidly by her body. What? Doraha. Even when her head and body were separated, as if saying there wasn't much problem with that, Gabriel caught her head as if she were playing catchball. If you are going to make a surprise attack, it should be at the back where the senses of the opponent are the hardest to reach. Taking the back of a strong opponent that you can't win against up front is a matter of course. The ability to make that succeed, and to creep your way without making a sound, it is quite the thing. This is culture. Gabriel. That abnormality made even Doraha-san falter. Too bad. If it wasn't me who was made up of more than 90% ocean water, you could have defeated me with that just now. Not only slashes, even if I were to crumble to pieces, I can regenerate. Gabriel. Gabriel returns her head to its original position. It went back to how it was, as if there wasn't a wound from the very beginning. Her comrade Raphael had survived even when Haine-san destroyed most of the cells of his body. That's why this was a development I somewhat expected. At any rate, you used the divine power in quite an interesting way. That dark divine power, at first, I thought that it was the same as that Koramiya Haine, but it is completely different. I judge that it is an altered version of light divine power. Gabriel. Moreover, she saw through the shadow power of Doraha-san with a single attack? Interesting. The moment a single change is made into something, it turns into culture. Show me more of your culture. Provide growth to the intelligence of us monsters. Gabriel. Even if you don't tell me, I will show you. But what comes after isn't growth, but destruction. Doraha. The surprise attack failed. Even with that, Doraha-san valiantly faces her. She jumped high and the kick that drew a big arc was aiming at Gabriel's head. Shadow Mirror Beak. Doraha. Era, a big kick technique. That's not really cultured. Gabriel. True, the kick of Doraha-san just now was so wide it was easily dealt with using a single arm. But that was the aim of Doraha-san. Doraha-san was in the sky, and at the ground, there was her shadow. From that shadow, as if it was waiting for Doraha-san, a giant shadow mouth surfaced. Wah! Gabriel. Even Gabriel was surprised at the giant shadow big enough to swallow her whole. The reason of the big motion was to move the target's attention up. Doraha. The shadow that swelled up looked like the beak of a pelican trying to swallow up its prey whole. That beak had swallowed Gabriel until her waist, but was stopped by the pressure Gabriel was exerting on it. If breaking you will only make you regenerate like water, I just have to swallow you without leaving anything behind using my shadow. Doraha. She is trying to do that with the shadow that's coming out from the ground. By moving one's attention up, it makes your legs open, I see. But don't underestimate me. For a demon lord like me, your divine power is just. Gabriel. Karen-sama. Doraha. Doraha-san calls me. I see. Holy light line. Karen. A beam was released from the holy sword, St. George. The target is not Gabriel but the shadow beak that is trying to swallow her. The light spear pierced the shadow. What are you doing? Interfering with the attack of your comrade? Gabriel. The read of Gabriel was completely wrong. The shadow beak absorbed the light and became deeper, clearer. Wah! Gabriel. Shadow grows stronger with light divine power. Doraha. With the combination of my light divine power, the shadow power trying to swallow Gabriel gets stronger. It was as if a vacuum of darkness was trying to suck her into the shadows. The black was clashing with the blue, but the black grew stronger and stronger. By having a light and shadow user cooperate, it is possible to fight in this way. It is not only that. Today's weather is clear. The natural light of the sun strengthens my shadow and becomes its nutrient. Be swallowed by the strength of this whole world. Be eliminated without leaving a single trace behind, Demon Lord. Doraha. What a fight! The darkness that tries to swallow everything. It was like a reproduction of Haine-san's way of battle. As I thought, Doraha-san is the shadow hero that has come from the fires of battle 1,000 years ago. Her surprise attack to light up the sparks of battle was also splendid. Even if that surprise attack didn't work, she has a wide array of techniques that lets her plan further ahead. An offensive battle style that doesn't let a single moment to breath. Everything is not simply because she is a good divine power user, but because she has gone through several scenes of carnage. Karen, Celestis. What are you getting all spaced out for? We are late to join. Mirak. The reprimand of Mirak-chan was thrown at us who were watching the fight of Doraha-san. Protecting this world is the duty of us current heroes. We can't leave it all to that little girl. We will join the fray. Mirak. It is as Mirak-chan says. Leaving it all to Doraha-san would be a disgrace as a hero. Oi, cow. Mirak. Mirak-chan calls. When I looked, I saw that Phalaris-san was at our back. This cow-san that we brought all the way here with our flying machines from Muspelheim to here. But why did we have to do all that? You understand, right, cow? This is the reason why we had you accompany us all the way here. For the sake of protecting the people of Celestis. Lend me your power again. Mirak. Good grief, no choice then. Phalaris. The cow-san bellows and there was an overwhelming change in Mirak-chan. It appears, the fire god hero. 295, an attempt for resolution. From Mirak-chan's body, an overwhelming fire divine power I have never seen before burns. The heat produced from her body was so high that I couldn't get too close to her, and because of her hair going up due to the intensity of her divine power, it was as if they were undulating like fire. This is the fire god hero? Karen. I have become a light god hero myself, but this is the first time I see someone else become one. That intensity made me lose my breath. Did I look like this when I became a god hero? Karen, become a light god hero too. Also, Celestis, leave the demon lord to us. Mirak. I was about to ask in more detail about this, but Celestis-chan was faster. What do you mean by that, Mirak-chi? This is Hydraville. The ones in danger are the people of the Water Church. Who will fight if not me, the water hero? Celestis. I am saying that we will take your place in fighting. That's why, Celestis, you do what only you can do. Mirak. What only I can do? Celestis. Mirak-chan continues speaking while maintaining her god hero form. The people that were made into liquid, you can return them to normal with water divine power. Isn't that right? Mirak. That's right, but, are you telling me? Celestis. Celestis, you begin doing that right now. Return those liquefied people to how they were with your own hands. Mirak. The reason why we didn't do that and try to defeat Gabriel first was because she would definitely get in our way. What's most important for us right now is not to defeat the demon lord but to save the people. In this situation where we don't know when the water gate will open, prioritizing the undiluted life force is by no means the wrong choice. We will hold back the demon lord. You can't turn into a god hero anyways, so not only can you not defeat the demon lord, you won't even be able to hurt her. You should understand that plenty. Mirak. That's true, but, Celestis. Even with the strongest attack of Sarasa-san, she lost to Gabriel without inflicting a single wound. In order for the current us to win against a demon lord, there's the need of the god hero form. In your current state with no god hero form, you would only get in the way. You concentrate on saving the people, leave the demon lord to us. You are shouldering the most important job. Mirak. To think Mirak-chan could see the picture of the battle so sharply. After becoming a god hero and gaining experience fighting Michael, Mirak-chan herself has grown. The most important thing is not to defeat the demon lord, it is to save the people. That's exactly right. Karen. At any rate, I decided on writing it to the right direction. We will do something about the demon lord, so Celestus-chan, save the people turned into undiluted life force. The only one here that can use water divine power is you, Celestus-chan. If they get you, Celestus-chan, even if we were to defeat the demon lord, we won't be able to save the people. Karen. In other words, you are basically the king in this chessboard. The moment you are taken, we lose. Keep that in consideration. Mirak. Celestus-chan is intelligent. No matter how much she has lost herself right now, she can't reject things that have sound logic. Ah, geez. I get it already. I will concentrate on saving the people, so crush that soused mackerel woman. I am counting on you, okay? Celestus. Of course, Celestus-chan. If I turn into the light god hero, it will become the world's first time two god heroes fight a demon lord. We can gang up on her. Dora-san as well as pushing Gabriel back. It is not impossible to defeat a demon lord now. I will also do it. Change. Light god hero. Karen. What's with that call? Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan retorted, but I thought it would be saddening without doing some sort of initial call before transforming. But I put a lot of spirit in it to become a god hero, and yet, there was no change at all. Only a vacant atmosphere flowed. Eh? What? Why? I tried to turn into a god hero, and yet, why didn't I turn into one? I turned into a god hero and drove off Atesh, and Mirak-chan managed to transform so easily. It is obviously impossible, you light brat. Phalaris. That voice is, Phalaris-san. In order to become a god hero, the help of a god is necessary. In this moment when inflation is not close, becoming a light god hero is a dream among dreams. Or more like, arg, this is tough. This is tough. Phalaris. Phalaris-san said while sounding desperate. Or more like, you people, if you were going to do planning, become a god hero after. It pointlessly increased the time of my burden. Phalaris. What does he mean by that? Inflation, he says. Does he mean the light god inflation that us light nation people worship? Inflation-sama is not close by? That's why she can't help us? But Inflation-sama is supposed to be watching over us all the time. Anyways, it can't be helped. Doraha and I will do something about this, Gabriel. Mirak. Mirak-chan makes the flames of her god hero form swirl. Karen, now that it has come to this, please support Celestus. Protect Celestus and make it so that she can fully concentrate on her work of saving the people. Mirak. Could it be that I am the most useless one this time? Let's go. Mirak. Mirak-chan rushed immediately and assaulted Gabriel, who was being swallowed by Doraha-san's shadow. I won't let you do as you wish. Stay still until you get swallowed by the shadow. Mirak. Era, I know about you. You are that thing called God Hero, right? Gabriel. Her lower body is inside the shadow, her upper body was held by Mirak-chan in God Hero mode, and yet, Gabriel's calm didn't crumble. Karen-chi, what are you doing? Celestus. And a voice reprimands me. Now that it has come to this, we will be moving as planned. Come with me to save the liquefied people. Celestus. Oh, okay. Karen. Celestus-chan and I quickly ran towards the reserve pond that's filled with undiluted life force. The undiluted life force and the corners of the reserve pond were almost at the same height. Celestis-chan simply knelt down and she was already able to touch the surface of the undiluted life force. This is everyone. Papa and the people I know of. Celestis. Celestis-chan's expression warped in pain. But Celestis-chan. Right now. Karen. I know. In the time Mirachi and Dorahachi are doing their best, I will bring everyone back. Mickey Moses. Pass my divine power to the undiluted life force. Celestis. Celestis-chan's divine power rises and spreads in the reserve pond that's filled with undiluted life force. Celestis-chan? How is it going? Karen. Wait a bit. I am beginning to understand. This undiluted life force isn't simply turning the body of a human into liquid. The information that comprises the soul of the people, it is sealed inside this liquid as well. Celestis. What? That's why, by passing water divine power through it and taking out the information of each one of them, the reformation of the body using the undiluted life force as material will begin. In that case, let's do it. The whole lot of it. Celestis. The output of Celestis-chan's water divine power increases even more. This should be mostly the all-out of Celestis-chan. But is it okay to be letting out this much? Celestis-chan, are you okay? Karen. Guh. The reformation is consuming more divine power than I thought. That's soused mackerel woman. She transformed several tens of thousands of people with this technique that takes so much divine power. Moreover, she managed to do it in a single day. As expected, demon lords are outrageous. Celestis. I can tell that trying to save them is incredibly difficult. But if we get to save one person, it would be a result in itself. Do your best, Celestis-chan. I can't allow you to do that. A voice resonates directly into our head again? Moreover, it is completely different from Phalaris-san. It is a deep viscous voice. Who is this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296 to 297 Evil God appears. Splash. Making a noisy splashing sound, what jumped out from the undiluted life force was one lizard. Jaya. Celestis. LL lizard? No, don't come over here. Karen. All girls hate slimy reptiles. And so, Celestis-chan and I were incredibly agitated. At that time, Gush, the burning leg of Mirak-chan, steps on the lizard-san. Did she go through the trouble of stopping her fight with Gabriel? What are you two doing? Mirak. I am sorry. Mirak-chan is manly as always. Look closely. This guy is not a real lizard. It is a monster. Mirak. Mirak-chan lifts her leg, and there was nothing left of the lizard. Once monsters die, they return to being pure divine power and don't even leave a corpse. Good grief, what a rustic woman. Might be fitting for the hero of the muscle-headed Nova-san though. Wah? The lizard again. A lizard jumped out from the undiluted life force? I am not a lizard. This crawling devil is a newt water element monster. Well, girls like you that are filled with cotton inside their head wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a newt and a lizard anyways. What did it just say? What's with this monster? It is as if it can naturally piss off people. In the first place, why is it that a monster other than the demon lords can speak human words? It is like Phalaris-san. Crawling devil is a weak small monster, but its manufacturing cost is low, and it is perfect for a temporary body. Even if I get crushed like just now, I can soon come back. Is what the lizard says, or rather, the newt as it inflated and deflated around the chin. Is that the newt breathing or something? Geez, what's with this? Let's ignore this little monster and continue the rescue. Each second is valuable. Celestus. And I said I wouldn't allow you, right? At the feet of Celestus-chan, who was trying to head to the pool of undiluted life force, the newt stood in her way. Celestus-san, since before, I have been tired of you not listening to me, but now I don't even plan on playing along with you. You are already of no use to me after all. What are you saying, you mere lizard monster? I don't know about you. Celestus. It is a newt. It is a matter of course that you wouldn't notice. But I know you well. You broke the rules of the church and entered a frivolous act like being an idol, lowering the authority of a hero. A dirty girl that was born from the womb of a prostitute planted by the current water founder. In reality, you shouldn't be worthy of shouldering the honor of being the water hero. Bam, a feet strongly stepped on it. Celestus-chan trampled on the newt monster like Mirak-chan. There was darkness I had never seen before in that expression. Fa ha 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 ha. Did you get angry at being hit on the nail? As expected of a brat, your emotional control is lacking. The newt once again comes out from the pool. What's with this thing? Unlimited newt works? Let's return to the main topic. It is my bad habit to derail. When I find the weakness of someone, I can't just not praise it, you see. You? Celestus. Wait, Celestus-chan. Don't get caught in his provocation. Karen. If you go along with this lizard, we won't be able to move forward at all. I said it before, but I can't let you destroy this echidna spring. This is an important contract between her and I after all. What does that mean? There's no doubt this echidna spring that this Liza Anud is talking about is referring to the undiluted life force pool. I thought it was a matter of course that a monster would be protecting the undiluted life force that the Lord of Monsters has created, but the way this lizard acts makes me feel like it is different. This monster is the same as the others, but it has something that's completely different from them. Celestus. Karen. What are you two doing? Is this the time to be distracted by such a small fry? Mirak. Mirak-chan reprimands us from the back. Seriously, it is as she says. To deal with me and forget about what you should be doing, a careless act fitting of a hero. Ho ho ho. The lizard mocks us. The pressure that attacks us from our back made Celestus-chan and I turn back our heads. There, a crisis was occurring. Era, so you have stopped those intruding girls. What a good boy, Lizard-san. Gabriel. Gabriel had broken through the shadow beak of Doraha-san. Kook. Doraha. And Doraha-san, having her own attack broken, was hit with the recoil. The cooperation of many, using the power of nature, looks like you were lacking in energy to stop this demon lord. Gabriel. Not yet. Flame Knuckle. Mirak. In order to stop this degrading situation, Mirak-chan released a Flame Knuckle. It wasn't a regular Flame Knuckle, it is a super high temperature Flame Knuckle powered up by the God Hero form. However, Gabriel covered herself with the transparent wings growing from her back, and blocked that fire punch with it. A fire attack of a God Hero was completely stopped. Damn it. Mirak. Even between the demon lords and God Heroes, the elemental affinities apply. Water extinguishing fire still applies between you and me, you know? Gabriel. The elemental affinities affected the battle. Too bad. If Raphael was the one here, you would have an overwhelming advantage. Gabriel. Being in ecstasy to the power of the God Hero, you ended up forgetting the basic principle of elemental affinity. As expected, humans are foolish. Humans holding the power of gods is a waste of a treasure. At some point in time, the lizard monster had crawled up to the shoulder of Gabriel. This may be obvious, but are they actually comrades? That's why gods abandon you people and the gods decide to side with monsters. As the seed that will prosper the most in the surface world. You humans are already not needed. Please disappear obediently. What are you saying? Celestus. Celestus John bites at the words of the lizard. You are a mere small monster, and yet, you are talking about the will of the gods? How disrespectful. There's no way you would understand the thoughts of the gods. Celestus. No, I do. The lizard says. That's because I am a god after all. Ha! That statement took us three off guard. What did that lizard say just now? Did our ears go crazy? But that lizard said something hard to accept in a clear voice. I am the water god, Coacervate. 297, the worst disclosure. The water god Coacervate, one of the five bigs that created this world and the god that is worshipped by the water church. It is the highest religious belief of Celestus John and the people of the water nation, and the target to offer prayers. That name has come out from such a small monster. Don't joke around. Celestus. And of course, the water hero Celestus John's voice trembled in anger. She normally looks frivolous, but Celestus John is the water hero, the representative of the water church. Her devotion should also be higher than regular. Being an idol, I have heard many a joke from a lot of people, but this is the first time I hear such a bad joke. It was so bad that you would be dragged down in the middle of your performance and be forever forbidden to go air again. Celestus. Ho ho, is that so? The water god Coacervate Sama is the holiest of existences for us water church. And yet, for you to insult it in this way. You are prepared to be shred to pieces, right? Celestus. Celestus John was serious. She even forgot about the existence of Gabriel that had the lizard on her shoulder and takes a stance with her Mickey Moses. You are a god, you say? You mere small lizard. If you are going to make stupid lies, make them when you have become a lot more majestic. Celestus. And as I said, I am a newt. But you do have a point there. In order for us gods to go to the surface world, there's the need for us to use a temporary body. Just like that Nova-san over there. Wah! Mirak. The one who reacted to that was Mirak-chan. She followed the gaze of the lizard and turns back to Phalaris-san who was behind us. Then, he really is. Mirak. Mirak-chan seems to have an inkling of what he said. I also wanted to prepare a more fitting body as a god, but lately, I have been involved with many bad people, you see. If I am going to have my body destroyed by them, it would be better to have a body that I wouldn't mind it being destroyed. Era, I think it is a great body. It is small and cute. Gabriel. Gabriel moves the lizard from her shoulder to her hands and plays around with it. It looks like they have a good relationship. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. There's no way Coacervate Sama would be such a small lizard. Celestus. Celestus John's hostility was becoming obstinacy. I at first was also adverse to this and couldn't accept this talk at all, but little by little, I felt something that made me have no choice but to accept it coming from that lizard. On top of that, as if reinforcing the statement of that lizard. Coacervate. Phalaris. Phalaris-san faced the lizard and speaks. What is the meaning of this? Being so blunt about your existence towards the humans, isn't that an action that breaks the rules of us gods? Phalaris. In response to that, the lizard answers with an attitude as if mocking it. Fo ho ho ho. The rules of gods, huh? You have become quite the good boy after living for a bit with the humans, Nova. If Entropy saw this, he would be moved to tears. The dark god has nothing to do with this. Gods revealing themselves to humans should be an inviolable rule, a taboo. Phalaris. Entropy, the dark god? When gods reveal themselves to humans, the the god and the humans will get too close that humans won't be able to send prayers anymore. For the side of entropy that protects the humans, the gods being close to humans would mean that the humans would lose the strong spirit of trying to overcome problems by themselves. Thus, no matter what position you are in, the conclusion that we should hide our existence was reached. Phalaris. Yeah, that's exactly right. But that kind of consideration is already unneeded. That's because the humans themselves are not needed anymore. The lizard says as if nothing, as if he were throwing a tool that he can't use anymore. Nova, aren't you the same? For what reason did you take that monster body? Maybe it hit a place where it hurt, the Coacervate freezes. His body trembles. Because civilization was developing, humans were forgetting their prayers towards gods, and in order to punish them for that, you became the fire cow Phalaris, right? In order to bring divine punishment through the violence that a monster would bring about. Aren't you one of the gods that was already tired of the foolishness of humans? That's true, but Phalaris. Phalaris-san was searching for words to refute that, but as if saying he couldn't, he lowered his head. Phalaris-san was actually a monster that lived at the mountain range close to Muspelheim. It controlled the place and should have moved in order to attack the monster, and yet, it didn't, a mysterious monster. At a moment in time, it moved straight to the city in order to destroy it. If Haine-san hadn't stopped him, Muspelheim would have been burned down without leaving even ashes. What the lizard says fitted these points. And yet, you were defeated and are now basically a pet taken care of by humans. The heroic fire god Nova has fallen so much. Who is a pet? Phalaris. Not only that, you even changed your own hero into a god hero and are trying to save them from demise. Since when did the fire god fall down to being a betrayer of his own beliefs? Being treated as a pet, was even your heart domesticated into a pet? Phalaris-san shouts. Are you insulting this fire god? Gods are the summit of this world. They don't curry the favor of no one, and kneel to no one. If humans are to pull a slight on me, my anger will become divine punishment, and I will burn those fools down. Ah. Phalaris. As if Phalaris-san were saying oh crap, he looks at his surroundings. There were 3 heroes here counting me who were dumbstruck by hearing the conversation of Phalaris-san. Now that I think about it, you people can hear my voice now. No, well, you see. Phalaris. Isn't it fine? That testimony just now was the reality of the will between us gods. The lizard laughed with its lizard face. You understand now, heroes? The gods are already fed up with you humans. Being all high up with the ethereal, you stopped worshipping gods and abandoned us. And so, the ones that were chosen as the replacement of humans by us gods are. The lizard crawls up the thin arm of the summit of water monsters, Gabriel. The monsters. That's why I am cooperating with her in destroying the humans. Oh geez, I have received the seal of approval from a god. Gabriel. Gabriel once again plays around with the lizard. That's how it is, humans. You have already been abandoned by your gods. Now that humanity has no use for the gods, you have no choice but to disappear as an olden race. I will keep alive the culture you people have built up, so at least disappear uprightly at the end. Gabriel. Is what the demon lord said as she held up a god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298 to 299, We have been abandoned. 298, We have been abandoned. Gods have abandoned humans? No way. Then, we humans will really be destroyed by the monsters? Coup. Celestis-chan and Mirik-chan looked as if they had their souls pierced by this reality. They were frozen and couldn't move from their place. Nice, nice. The despair in your faces, it is the best. It was worth the trouble of stirring up Nova and inviting you people to this land. Coacervate. The god that was taking the form of a lizard was clapping with its front legs as if finding this amusing. Hey, Gabriel-san. It is as I said, wasn't it? Never doubting the gods, believing that they will always be loved by the gods, the moment they realize that was just their own assumptions, that expression they show. There's no more fitting portrait for the catastrophe we have drawn. Coacervate. How stimulating. It is said that at times tragedies are popular, but maybe this is also culture. This is a learning experience. Gabriel. The demon lord Gabriel and the god Coacervate, the two were side by side as if they were sharing same beliefs. Gods are our allies. I didn't doubt this once. It was as natural as the sun rising from the east and sinking from the west. That's how natural I thought gods were watching over us humans. But that wasn't the case. The gods were angered by how the humans didn't love them, and due to this, they have also stopped loving humans as well. There have been claims that monsters were created as punishment to humans for being selfish. Are you saying those claims were correct? Are gods really wishing for monsters to replace humans? For monsters to be the ones prospering in this surface world? To tell you the truth, this way of eradicating humans by changing them into undiluted life force was taught to me by him. Accumulating it in this pond temporarily and releasing it all at once as well. The grandness of it when it happens, isn't it the most fitting production for the long history of you humans? Gabriel. Gabriel continues. The gods have provided you humans with a beautiful end. Isn't that the last pity they have given to you humans? Gabriel. There's no end that's beautiful. In substitute of us who were bound by the chains called despair, there was one shadow that moved swiftly. That shadow ran fast around Gabriel. Dora-san. Eradication and death, it is always unsightly. That's why humans fear extinction and try to avoid it by all means. Dora-ha. A survivor of the underworld country Ha. The words of a human who has tasted eradication does have the convincing power. Coacervate. The words of Coacervate that were mixed with ill will didn't make Dora-san react. Little girl, still want to fight? I admit that you are a divine power user that's a cut above the rest, but even with that, you are far from reaching us demon lords. Hasn't that been proved already? Aside from the god heroes, I would say that there's only Koramiya Haine who would be a match to us. Gabriel. True. But in order to fill in the gaps of strength that are hard to fill up, preparation will be what's used to fill that up. And what's needed for preparation is time. Dora-ha. From the feet of Gabriel, the shadow beak appears once again and swallows the lower body of Gabriel. The reason why Gabriel was easily caught must be because she thinks she can escape at any time. You wasted time in pointless chattering with Karen-sama and the others, and have allowed my preparations to finish. Learn that this is the cause of your defeat. Dora-ha. Wa? The divine power of Dora-san is radically increasing? What a foolish girl. I will get out of this level of restraint instantly and turn you into undiluted life force. Gabriel. Gabriel begins to move, but she couldn't. She was clearly struggling, and yet, she couldn't break away from the shadow beak of Dora-san. What is the meaning of this? I easily managed to destroy it before, and yet, the shadow is increasing in power? Gabriel. You idiot. Getting caught off guard. A shadow user increases in power by absorbing light. Coacervate. The lizard at the shoulder of Gabriel raised its voice in agitation. Now that he mentions it. Our surroundings have turned dark as if clouds had blocked the sun. Even though there were no clouds in the sky, even though the sun is casting sunlight all over? Oi! This abnormality. Mirak. I feel like I have seen it before. Celestus. Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan were flustered by this abnormality and their despair was lowering. If I remember correctly, this is what happened when Doraha destroyed the golem of Sasi. Celestus. That time was also sunny, and yet, it suddenly turned dark, right? Mirok. Absorbing light, she changes it into power for her shadows. Ah. Karen. No good. In the fight with Sasi-chan, when Doraha-san made something like this happen, her powers went berserk and she was about to change into shadow. It is because Yorishiro-sama was close that her sanity returned. But right now there's no Haine-san or Yorishiro-sama. If Doraha-san were to go berserk in this situation, I am Doraha. No good. Doraha-san. Karen. I am the unparalleled shadow user. Doraha. The phrase of Doraha-san is different. The Doraha-san, that has been on berserk until now due to her grief on the destruction of her country, was caught in her delusion of becoming their protector god, the dark god Entropy. I am the dark god Entropy, is what she told herself. But right now it is different. Even if I have lost my homeland, due to my new connections, I have found a reason to fight. Doraha. It was as if she were doing a chant in order to give herself purpose. Doraha. Mirok. Doraha-chi. Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were also drawn in by that statement of Doraha-san. Thus, I am invincible. There's nothing my shadow can't pierce. There's nothing that my shadow can't kill. Doraha. The surroundings get steadily darker. It is already night even though it is broad daylight. Doraha-san has absorbed all the light the sun is shining? Gabriel. What are you taking your time for? Quickly escape. An attack that has this much light accumulated, it would rival that of a god hero. Coacervate. I can't. The restraint of the shadow is so strong. It doesn't even budge? Gabriel. No matter if Gabriel were to struggle, it was all too late. Due to her hatred born from her fallen homeland, Doraha-san threw away her humanity once. However, she has returned in the current era and has gained connections with Yorishiro-sama and many others, and now, she has received a rebirth. This is not an attack with the anger of things that she has lost, but an attack to protect what she has now. Doraha-san is brandishing the power that had consumed her in the past once again. Gabriel. Now that it has come to this. Coacervate. Too late. Be erased, shadow cannon. Doraha. What Doraha-san shot was the true definition of a black beam. This shadow bombardment of wide radius enveloped Gabriel. 299, God Demon Lord. I could only describe it as amazing. The bombardment Doraha-san released had power surpassing that of my holy light line, and it stretched as if it could pierce the heavens. The waves it created were also overwhelming, and even us who were outside the range were hit by the gales. Whoa. We hurriedly guarded ourselves, and if we didn't properly put our hands on the ground, it felt as if we would be blown away. Because of the gales, even the undiluted life force undulates heavily, and we were shivering at the prospect of it spilling out, but it looks like it managed to stay inside. That shadow girl. To think that she could use so much power. Phalaris. Phalaris-san, or maybe the fire god, Nobasama, was also surprised by the shadow beam that Doraha-san shot. That power completely rivaled that of a god hero. Being able to line up with god heroes without borrowing the power of gods, as I thought, Doraha-san is way too amazing. Gabriel got hit by that attack directly. She was bound by the shadow, evasion was obviously impossible. Mirok. This should be the end of the Demon Lord. Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were sure that Doraha-san's ultimate technique had completely erased Gabriel. I was also the same. If she didn't die from that, there's nothing we would be able to do against the Demon Lord. And yet... Ha. That voice just now. It is as if a voice that resonates directly in my head and a voice resonating through the air were overlapped. That just now made me shiver. An unexpected danger. What's this? What's this voice? The cloud of dust made from the shadow beam of Darahasen clears up. Inside it, what appeared was Gabriel? Karen. No way. Even with an attack of that much power, the demon lord was not defeated. No, even I wouldn't have been able to endure the attack just now. If I had been hit by it, there's no doubt I would have died. If I were just a demon lord, that is. Gabriel. That's right, but the current Gabriel-san is not just a demon lord. Coacervate. As I thought, there's two voices speaking. What's the meaning of this? Don't you get it? It is the same. The same as your god hero. Coacervate. Getting a super power-up by receiving a part of a god is a god hero, right? Then, I who has been chosen by the water god Coacervate, isn't it fine for the same to happen? Gabriel. In other words, the demon lord Gabriel has received a part of the water god Coacervate. Water god demon lord. The cloud of dust had cleared up completely and the figure of Gabriel was clear to the sight. At the forehead of Gabriel, a small lizard was sticking onto it. This small monster that calls itself the water god Coacervate, rather than calling it sticking, it is more like it is completely adhered. I won't do something as stingy as only giving a part. I have given everything to Gabriel-san. Right now Gabriel-san and I are completely one. Coacervate. That is the water god demon lord, Gabriel. You humans finally were able to put the game on even grounds with your card of god hero, and yet, with this, it returns to the previous relationship and power. Pitiful humans. Gabriel. No way. By having the help of gods, we were finally able to bring it to an even battle with the demon lords. So gods have really abandoned humans? Did the gods take the side of the demon lords? Well then, let's deal with the most troublesome one first. The god demon lord Gabriel's gaze is directed at her feet. At that place, there is Darahasen? Karen. Maybe because she had released a big attack, she is exhausted and her eyes are out of focus. The god demon lord has approached right before her face, and yet, she can't even react to it. Bye-bye, small troublesome one. A super high-pressure water current was released from the hand of Gabriel and Darahasen couldn't even avoid it. Being hit directly, she was swept by it and ends up falling inside the undiluted life force pool. Splash. And just like that, she sinks and didn't surface. Darahasen. Darahasen. Karen. Unable to make it in time, I ran close to the reserve pond and called Darahasen, but as if obvious, there was no response. We ended up throwing her into the echidna spring without turning her into undiluted life force. It would be troublesome to have impure things mixing in it. Coacervate. Isn't that fine? It is just one. After melting the other three, we will be discharging it all at once anyways. Gabriel. Gabriel's target had now turned to us. Mirak-chan and I stepped back out of fear. Right now, the only one who can become a god hero is Mirak-chan. But the fire god hero is on an incredibly disadvantageous position against the water demon lord. Moreover, the current Gabriel has become one with Coacervate and became a water god demon lord. If it is a god hero and a god demon lord, the difference in strength would basically be that of a hero and a demon lord, in other words, a great difference. We have no cards to play. I actually have hope now. Celestus. Celestus-chan was the one who spoke. What did you say, Celestus-chan? In this situation where there's only despair, what hope did you get? Gabriel has become a god demon lord, and it has been proved that the water god has truly become the ally of the demon lords. But that has also proved one other thing. The proof of the god heroes. Celestis. If the gods had all truly abandoned us humans, why was Karen Chi able to become a light god hero? Why was Mirak Chi able to become a fire god hero? A god hero is actual proof that gods are helping the humans. If gods were truly wishing for the fall of humans, there's no way they would help us. Celestis. That's true. I look at Mirak-chan, who was able to become a god hero thanks to the power of Nobasama. 5 gods of creation. There's 5 gods in total, they are not one single entity. There's gods with different ideologies. There may be gods who hate humans, but there's also gods that love them. As long as the gods' believe in humans, humans won't throw away hope. Celestis. At the very least, your god has abandoned you though. Coacervate. The lizard adhered to the forehead of Gabriel, says the water god Coacervate that the water church worships. I am that very god after all. Leaving aside the idiots of the other churches, you alone have the right to despair. Now, what shall you do? Are you going to despair? Or are you going to do something as unsightly as changing your affiliation to another god now? Coacervate. Don't joke. I won't throw away my belief towards you. Celestis. Celestis-chan valiantly threw caustic words at her own god. My father is the water founder, and my mother is the best courtesan in the water capital, that's me, Re-Celestis. I was raised in this water capital, live in this city, and love the people here from the depths of my heart. The history this city has accumulated, the culture that it has knitted, the mixed art, I love them more than anyone else. Celestis. Celestis-chan had high pride as she announced this loudly. Water god. You are the very source of the water church, the water capital. If I didn't love you, then how would I be able to love everything that regards to water? Prepare yourself, water god. No matter how filthy or how underhanded of an existence you are, I will continue loving you. Celestis. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300 to 301, The Capital of Love. Water hero, Re-Celestis, her mother worked as a courtesan. A courtesan can also be called a high-class prostitute. It is mostly a job where you spend a night with a man, but a courtesan is on a different level from a normal prostitute. If needed, they can head to venues where the nobles and celebrities gather, utilize their refined beauty, read poems, dance, and at times, even speak of politics, and gather attention from the public. Being a customer of a courtesan is a pride for men. There's no regrets for the men buying the best of women, and rather, they take that as an act to raise their own value, and they make public the fact that they passed an enjoyable night. That is the love and beauty culture that goes around in the water capital of Hygreville. Courtesans are a part of the representative cultures of the water capital, and it transmitted throughout the whole world like charming poetry. Of course, there's ranks within the courtesans as well, and the highest of courtesans had popularity and respect that could rival that of the water founder. In order to embrace such a woman, it would obviously require the money, but money wasn't the wall. Even if you were to prepare the money, if you don't have a high status, you wouldn't even be paid the attention and be driven out immediately. It meant that you can't get a night with them by simply winning the lottery. Even if you are to gather money and family status, unless the man himself has personal ability, they won't have a chance either. Only the best of men were able to spend a night with the best of polished beauties. The courtesan culture was so weaved into Hygreville that breaking that unwritten law would be unforgivable. The beauty of the courtesans and the pleasure they provide was the pride of the water capital. Within all that, the best of men had bought the best of courtesans. The name of the man is Ria Azul, the second son of a foreign trade company that has been going for 4 generations. In his young ages, he rode ships, overcame stormy seas, forced his way in storms, and had moved around many a trade harbor. His eyes to see a business opportunity and his moral of never betraying trust had increased the trust their parents had for him when he was in his mid-20s by several times, and he had climbed to being a prominent figure in Hydraville. At that time, that man had fallen in love with the courtesan that is said to be the ultimate supremacy. That beauty was compared to that of a mythical goddess, and her whole body was decorated with gems that were collected from the whole world. The men of Hydraville, counting the water founder, were all seeking her. In the end, the only one that she herself allowed was the merchant that had personal achievements and popularity, Re-Azul. The passionate love of the best courtesan and the best young merchant had created rumors, and with that inspiration, many poems and plays were born. The time the love of the two had flared up was without doubt the hottest and sweetest time of Hydraville. But there was an end to the love of those two. A chance to polish his retainers had come as fast as a bird falling. With the retirement of the previous founder, there was now a vacant spot at the highest of positions in the water church. The retired founder had personally nominated Azul as his successor. The condition the previous founder gave to Azul was that he should marry his daughter and make a family tie between their households. With this as the condition, Re-Azul became Ru-Azul. But he had no intentions of letting go of his true love. Separating a political marriage and your true love that is your mistress was something that was common within the high positions of Hydraville. Azul was already thinking of receiving the courtesan, who he had spent many a passionate night with, as a concubine, but at that time, she had already decided to leave the water capital on her own will. Like a feather drifting onto the ocean. An intelligent woman like her that had climbed up to the summit of courtesans already knew. For Azul, who had a weak position due to marrying into his wife's family, he wouldn't be allowed a willful action like taking in a concubine. In order to protect her own pride and the fame of the man she loves, the intelligent woman had drawn back on her own while still having inside her womb the proof of their passionate love. With the passing of 10 months, she had given birth to that proof and was named as Celestis. Celestis and her mother were living at a village pretty far away from Hydraville. Celestis was raised by a mom only, but her mom was once a woman that shone in the noble society at the water capital. Even if she has parted from that position, she hasn't degraded, and was working at a school there. Many praised her as an iron lady, and while pouring the best of loves to her own daughter, she gave strict education to her. It could be said that the foundation for Celestis becoming an idol hero had been cultivated here. In time, maybe because of her lineage or her education, Celestis had been raised more intelligent than the average, and obviously began to question her own birth. Everyone had a mom and dad, and yet, she didn't know the face of her own father. She only had a mother. She had never hated her kind and strict mother, but she had the nature of getting the answers for the questions she has. Probably an hereditary trait from both of her parents. Making deductions from things like the letters thrown into the storage room, Celestis had pinpointed her father, ended up having a big fight with her mother, went to the water capital, and obtained permission to enter the water church. Placing a condition on herself of, I will never reveal my personal background to my father. Because Celestis' mother disappeared without telling her lover that she was pregnant, her father didn't know the very fact that he had a daughter. Due to political issues that might occur, the fact that the current water founder had an illegitimate child can't come to light. Unrelated to such problematic things, Celestis simply wanted to see the face of her father, so she took the test of the water church, splendidly obtained a high score, and managed to join the Stream Marine Corps. Seeing the founder stepping onto the platform to give a speech in the enrollment ceremony, Celestis had immediately fulfilled her objective. Now that she had lost her objective, it would be tasteless to simply return without doing anything after going through the trouble of going to a big city. At one point in time, she thought of becoming a courtesan and ruling the noble society like her mother, but as expected, even if it is high class, a prostitute is still a prostitute. Even Celestis got scared of suddenly jumping into such a world. And most of all, if the secret of her birth were to be revealed in the future, such a position would create troubles for her father for sure. And so, Celestis found a new path, one that rivaled that of a courtesan, the job that began to become popular in Hydraville, an idol. With this, she can work both as a stream marine and an idol. In time, it was decided that the water hero at that time, Sarasa, would be marrying and retiring. Celestis, who had passed the exam with flying colors, had declared that she would be a hero and an idol, and it shocked the high-ups. When they asked for the reason, she said, "Because I want to become the ideal hero I picture," but in reality, the devilish charm that she inherited from her mother was moving her. The mother was a courtesan, and her daughter is an idol. The two mother and daughter had fascinated the whole water capital. The father that obtained the highest position in Hydraville within all men, and the mother that obtained the highest position in Hydraville within all women. Celestis, who had been born from those two, was truly the heaven-sent child of the water capital. The water capital's history, customs, soul, they all dwelled inside Celestis, and there's not a single factor that was unnecessary. Her becoming the representative of the water church, the water hero, might have been an inevitability. The only thing that can be said is that in this despair that has fallen upon the water capital, it was fortunate that they had obtained the best saving hand. 201. The greatness of being loved. Ho! You say you will continue loving me? Oh ho ho, what a fool! Coacervate. As expected, the water god, that's inside the lizard, was mocking Celestis-chan. Ikurin, Karen and Merit-chan were prepared for whenever the battle resumes as we watch over the both of them. I want to save Dora-Hasen, who had fallen into the undiluted lifeforce pool, but making one misstep against the god demon lord would spell death for all of us. Honestly speaking, I couldn't move because of fear, and I couldn't even wipe off the sweat from my forehead. This Coacervate has long abandoned you humans and have joined the monsters, and yet, you are still clinging on to me and try to ask for help. Humans are truly foolish living beings. Coacervate. The stupid one is you, God-sama. Celestis. What did you? Coacervate. The scathing words of Celestis-chan made Coacervate react heavily. Fool, you say? I am the most intelligent of the 6 gods of creation, and is hailed as a cunning god. Coacervate. For a god, you lack the ability of comprehension. I said I would love you, so why did it turn into please save us? I am the one giving, and you are the one receiving. Celestis. What nonsense are you saying? What does a mere human plan to provide me? Coacervate. Isn't the god being slowly swept into the pace of Celestis-chan? As you are stupid, it might be hard to understand, but you are the very heart of the water church in Hydraville. For the people that have gathered below you, loving you is their very lifestyle, the very state of being for the city. Loving the god, and loving the people, that way of living becomes history, and builds up culture. Celestis. Did Gabriel tremble just now? It is truly for the best that the gods are far away. To think that the water god was such trash and an idiot to top it off, if that were known from the very beginning, no one would have joined your religion and the water church wouldn't have been born. But the reality is that the water church already exists. The followers of the water god and the people in it, each of them love the Coacervate-sama that lives within their own hearts, and pray to him. Celestis. That is the same for the other churches and the other gods. By loving something that we don't see and don't know, we regulate ourselves. Loving the god is the very state of being of the city. As that's the case, I being the water hero have to love the god that my people love. That is my way to break through the despair, my way to face you, my way of living as the water hero. Celestis. How stupid. In the end, that's simply you being unable to accept reality. Coacervate. The one who doesn't see reality is you. Celestis. Celestis-chan, even when you are facing your god for the first time in your life, you don't do one step back. Coacervate, who was sitting on the summit of gods by being loved by the humans. It is because humans followed you that you are a god, it is because humans loved you that you are a god. And yet, you have thrown away that position all on your own. I have never seen an idiot that's more stupid than you. Celestis. Damn you, little brat. You are saying I'm an idiot? Not only once, but twice. Coacervate. Looks like Coacervate doesn't have much patience, he is easily provoked by Celestus John. I won't forgive you anymore. You hero that only mocks your god. I will kill you in the name of divine punishment. Coacervate. Wait, Coacervate. Gabriel. But the enemy didn't move. That's because Coacervate was one with Gabriel after all. If the two don't agree, the body won't move. This girl said something that interested me. Love builds culture. Gabriel. And what about it? Throw away such pointless things. Coacervate. It is not pointless. Culture is an absolute necessary for the growth of monsters. I have to get the source of it no matter what. Water hero, Celestus. Gabriel. The slender body of Gabriel slowly approaches Celestus John. I ask you, what is love? In what way does it connect to building up culture? Gabriel. No, well, being asked directly like that is incredibly embarrassing though. Celestus. Yeah, it is indeed embarrassing, but what is love? It is something that humans have not been able to find an answer to in the thousands of years humanity has lived in. Right, how about asking Karen-san, who has lots of experience in this? She already has a long list of names for the child that she will have with her loved person after all. Celestus. Jaya-iya. Celestus-chan. Why do you know that? Karen. You really did that? Celestus. Oh crap, I was baited. While we were blabbering there, the topic began to derail. Ei, how stupid. Gabriel, just slaughter them all already. Coacervate. It is fine, just wait for a bit. We can turn them into undiluted life force whenever. Once we do that, we will open the water gates and send them all pouring out. But before that, I want to gather a bit of information. Gabriel. Pour it all out? I won't let you do that. Coacervate. Gabriel. For some reason, the state of the enemy side is strange. Gabriel was trembling all over. What? The freedom of my body, Gabriel. We went through the trouble of gathering undiluted life force. If it didn't serve me, it would be pointless. Gabriel, you have worked well doing as I said. As expected of a chick that doesn't even have 1 year since being born, even if your body is splendid, your brain is young. It saves me a lot of trouble that you are easy to control. Coacervate. What did you say? Gabriel. As an extra, to think that I would be able to get the chance to become a god demon lord this soon. I have to be grateful to the humans for that. At any rate, now that you and I have become one, your consciousness is not needed. What's needed is your body, the massive amount of divine power of a demon lord. Coacervate. What are you doing? Stop it. Don't enter inside of me. My consciousness, my self-consciousness that I received from my mother, Strabai Laguna, is disappearing. Gabriel. Gabriel was visibly suffering and struggling as she held her head. But that in time stopped, and Gabriel slowly raised her head. The color of her eyes were different. It was as if her eyes had turned from round amphibious ones to fiendish reptilian eyes. With this body is mine. The intonation of her voice as well as her way of speaking were different as well. That was the way of speaking of the voice that directly resonated into our head, of Coacervate? Coacervate. You? Phalaris. Phalaris-san shouts with a trembling voice. Did you take over the body of the demon lord? Crushing its conscious, you have become the owner of that body? Phalaris. That's right. It went just as planned from the very beginning. Coacervate. Demon Lord Gabriel's body, Coacervate was speaking with it. In the end, demon lords are still monsters. Taking over a pseudo-lifeform with no soul is easy for a god. That's why I have crushed the temporary conscience she had, and decided on taking her body and power that has worth. Coacervate. This guy is truly the worst. This body is truly the one that is worthy of being of a god. I have now managed to turn into my strongest state since the Genesis era. The soul of a god, the body of a demon lord, and then, the echidna spring that has several tens of thousands of humans. With all these gathered, I will become the strongest god, one that surpasses even entropy. Coacervate. The god's eminent virtue, the feelings of humans, the demon lord's tyranny, he has trampled on all of this. At this moment, the worst height had been born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302 to 303 Arrival of the Savior. 302 Arrival of the Savior. Coacervate has taken over. Her body and power are the same, only her conscience has been blown away. Normally, it would mean that a god has defeated a demon lord, and that is something to rejoice, but I can't be happy about this at all. That's because the first god we met directly can't be any worse than this. To think that the combination of god-demon lord itself was the trap to take over her body. Phalaris. Phalaris San, who is apparently actually the fire god Nova, was looking at this with deprecating eyes. Receiving this gaze, the god that became a demon lord said this in a refreshed manner. Ho ho ho, isn't it splendid? Even inflation wouldn't have imagined that there was this way of using the god-hero system she thought of, but that's simply because I am the most intelligent within the 6 gods of creation after all. This is what they call a victory of wits. Coacervate. What are you getting all high about? That's just wicked intelligence that comes out of lies. Celestis. Celestis John complains, but Coacervate ignores her. Coacervate, a guy like you who has excessive amounts of spotlight greed still hasn't spoken enough, right? I will ask you one other thing. Why did you melt all the humans? Phalaris. Phalaris takes one step forward with judgmental eyes. Your objective was to obtain the strongest body. In that case, you could have just deceived the demon lord alone. But you instead made the demon lord ride on your plan. You changed the tens of thousands of people in this city into undiluted life force and created such an ill-natured pool. What comes after? Phalaris. Ho ho ho, as expected, even if you are muscle-headed, you are still a god. You have noticed a nice part. Since we are old friends, I will tell you. Coacervate. The god laughs viciously with the face of the demon lord. It is in order to gather prayers. For us gods, the prayers of humans are the best quality of energy. Isn't it a matter of course that I would want to secure a supply of that? Coacervate. Saying this, Coacervate looks at the undiluted life force pool lovingly. Humans that have turned like this are truly cute. They don't think anything unnecessary and just silently stay there. The undiluted life force has the information that comprises a human and their soul, so next, I just have to activate this part with divine power and I will be able to take the prayer energy anytime I want. This is truly the ideal state. Coacervate. You bastard. That's Phalaris. Phalaris San raises his voice. It is practically the same thing as how Mantle tried to use Grandma Wood. Due to this, she angered Entropy, and you should already know what happened to her. Phalaris. Mantle, he says? Could that mean Mother Earth Mantle-sama? Please, don't put me on the same level as that easy-to-pressure woman. Also, humans will soon be eradicated by the demon lords. Thinking of how to recycle the trash, no matter if it is the king of gods, Entropy, he shouldn't have such authority to complain. Coacervate. What kind of logic is that? Phalaris. Is Phalaris San trembling in anger? Phalaris-san? Or more like, Nova-sama? In other words, what does that mean? Karen. Prayer energy? Same thing as mantle? There were so many questions inside of me. That damn God, by melting the humans into liquid, he robs them of their thoughts and emotions, and simply become tools to gather prayer energy from. Because of this, he can supply energy as much as he wants and is in an invincible state. It really pisses me off. Phalaris. Phalaris-san is truly angry from the bottom of his heart. You are jealous, aren't you, Nova? Oh right, you are currently the cow Phalaris-san, maybe that's more fitting to call you? I fooled the childish Gabriel by saying that it would be more grand to accumulate it all before discharging it all to the ocean, but the objective from the very beginning was to accumulate it. This will be the source of my strength, the echidna spring. Coacervate. Do you really think Entropy will forgive that? Phalaris. How many times do you want to have me say that the dark god is of no matter before you can understand? I have now obtained the body of a demon lord and an infinite supply of human prayers. I am the strongest. If push comes to shove, I will show that I can even defeat Entropy in an upfront fight. Coacervate. What stupidness! No matter how much strength we four base elements increase, we will never be able to surpass darkness in power. Phalaris. That was a conversation between gods. The scale was so big that I felt like my mind would go numb, but I can't be so carefree. The more I hear, the more stupid my god gets. Celestus. And there's one person who doesn't falter in front of a god. Why is Celestus John so strong-willed? If you want to be loved by humans, isn't it the norm that you should make effort to be loved? And yet, you are using such a method to control them completely. This is the thought pattern of a rapist. Worse than childish. Celestus. Shut up, you brat. You still mock me? Coacervate. Coacervate controlled the body of Gabriel and directed her open hand at us. No matter the case, you people will become a part of the echidna spring. There's no way you would think that I would spare you, right? Serve me use as an energy source at the very least. Coacervate. Can't you talk about a relationship with humans without gauging loss and gains? More and more childish. Celestus. Celestus John truly doesn't hold back any punches. Even without doing that, humans would love gods if you wish for it. What are you so scared of that you have to make everything move as you want it to? If you are a god, stand tall and proud, and accept our love. Celestus. Shut up. I will melt you completely along with that annoying mouth of yours. Coacervate. In reality, the problem is that we have no method to escape from this crisis. The opponent is a god that is fused with a demon lord, a god-demon lord. That strength of divine power is of the strongest class than anything we have met before. Not only is it impossible to win by fighting normally, currently, the only one we can rely on is Mirak-chan, who is the only one that can turn God hero, but fire has the worst compatibility against water. Oi, cow. Mirak. Mirak-chan asks Phalaris-san, who we have now identified as Nova-sama. Do you think you can continue the fire god hero? Mirak. Of course. But are you okay with that? A god hero, that has become one with the god, has the risk of having the god take over their body. You just saw that happen before your very eyes with that shitty god, you know? Phalaris. If you could do that, you would have done it a long time ago. No matter the case, in this situation where our only way to go against a demon lord is becoming a god hero, we have to bet on that. Mirak. Even if you become a god hero, the other side is on the same battle conditions a god demon lord dash. Moreover, the affinity advantage is on the other side. This is not a battle you can win, you know? Phalaris. Even if that's the case, I will do it. I am the only one that can fight right now. Mirak. No wonder you are challenging the impossible. I like that spirit. That is the mindset of the fire, don't care about the small things. Nova. There's also a god and hero matching their wavelengths here. How sweltering. Disappear already. Coacervate. Coacervate releases a high-pressure water current. Mirachan faces that with her all. Haia. Flame burst. Mirak. Mirachan was already in her god-hero form, but not only was the power on different planes, the affinity was bad, so I don't think she can win against the water current. Celestis-chan. Let's join as well. Karan. Right. Let's throw in a pebble into the ocean. Celestis. We also began to channel our divine power and, just as we were about to go against the demon lord, a big thundering sound resonated as the giant water current became steam and disappeared. Wah! Hot. Hot. The steam is hot. Celestis. Was the one who evaporated that water current Mirachan? Karan. Incredible. Being able to boil down that much water, does the fire god hero possess that much heat? No, it wasn't me. Mirak. Mirachan was standing shocked. It wasn't only me. There was another fire from a different direction. Mirak. At the same time, something had come to the ground. A big muscular body with fire wings spread. You are. We were shocked by the figure that we were familiar with. Did you save us? Fire Demon Lord, Michael. Karan. 303, the line between gods, humans, and demons. Michael. He suddenly appeared and saved us. Fire Demon Lord and Fire God Hero, with the two fires of maximum output, they evaporated the water divine power? Karan. When the ultimate strength of a human and demon join, they can overcome the elemental weakness. But why? Why is a demon lord that should be an enemy saving us? Are your wounds okay already, muscle bundle? Mirak. Contrary to us who were confused, Mirachan spoke with him in a nonchalant manner. The two of them had fought a hard battle just the other day, so she must be talking about that. Don't underestimate me. You are already at perfect shape, so why would I be the only one dragging my injuries? Michael. So, why did you save us? Aren't humans enemies that should be eradicated? Mirak. The fire demon lord remained silent and looked at the front for a while. At that place, there's the Gabriel who had her body taken over by Coacervate. I was wondering what Gabriel was planning, so I followed her divine power trail and came all the way here, but you people were already fighting her. Michael. I have already established that humans are living beings that are of interest and we should learn from. In order to learn a lot more, I decided on not acting at first and watch over your battle, but it has become a situation where I can't keep doing that. Michael. The changed water demon lord was glared sharply by the fire demon lord. Gabriel. Led astray by a wicked being, you have been caught in their trap, that's the very definition of careless. But we are comrades under the same banner, I can't abandon you. Michael. He pushed out that hammer-like fist towards Gabriel. Wicked being, I will have you get out of Gabriel. Michael. Ha, a damn puppet is talking all high and mighty. Coacervate. The face of Coacervate in Gabriel's body had an expression of scorn that he had never shown before. Let me tell you, since you are misunderstanding. Monsters are in the end just pseudo-lifeforms without soul. They are puppets that we gods created in order to be useful for us. And yet, you have misunderstood your own purpose in life, and not only that, you are even trying to climb up to race supremacy. The very definition of idiocy, the very definition of avarice. Coacervate. The poisonous words of Coacervate continue. Monsters should just continue being useful tools. In that point, this Gabriel-san is quite the nice tool. Great to be my new body. Fire Demon Lord, if you are a monster, learn your place as a tool utilized by gods. Coacervate. Like I care. Michael. Michael answers in a low voice. It was low and hot, like charcoal fire. No matter what purpose we were born with, I will be deciding the path I take. In other words, Michael. Michael pushes out the giant fist forward. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Michael. That's exactly right. Mirak. Mirak-chan stands by the side of Michael and takes a fighting stance. I see that you are beginning to understand the dogma of our fire church. Speak what you have to say with your fists, thus, it is fine to speak few words. But, there's the need for quite the resolve to fight that thing, you know. Mirak. God Demon Lord. A god resides in the body of a demon lord that originally has the ultimate divine power, and has created a system where he can absorb this prayer energy thing without limits. On top of that, the element is water. For Mirak-chan and Michael that are fire element, he is the worst of opponents. What is a follower of mine getting all weak need for? If it is a line between God and human, we also have one here. Phalaris. Phalaris-san admonishes Mirak-chan with a rough tone. This is a good opportunity, so teach the damn water god. There's nothing that the fire of this fire god Nova can't burn down. I am the fire god Nova. The fire god Nova that you people worship. Phalaris. You? What's gotten to you, cow? Your motivation is higher than usual. Mirak. Mirak-chan says this and Nova-sama scratched the floor with his front legs as if he were uneasy. It hurts, but what that water hero said had truth in it. Phalaris. That gods were able to sit atop because they were loved by humans. It is exactly as she said. After living close to humans by being Phalaris, I was finally able to realize the truth. Phalaris. Phalaris-san says. Gods become gods by having humans pray to them. The only one that was omnipotent from the very beginning was Entropy. The remaining others, until we were accepted by humans, we were basically simply a part of nature. It is because you people have called us gods that we were able to become gods. Phalaris. The Cow-san shakes his head as if he noticed something. Damn it! Damn it! Why am I saying such embarrassing things? This is the job of Entropy and Quasar. Listen well, in other words, what I want to say is that Phalaris. The god speaks. Gods will never abandon humans. That's because gods don't want to be abandoned by humans either. Nova. You rebellious god. Mirak. This is truly hot-bloodedness. Michael. Could this possibly be? No way, no way. I did think it might be happening, but is a battle about to occur where a god hero and the fire demon lord will be joining hands? Let's do this, Michael. Let's test out in real combat whether fire really can't defeat water. Mirak. This is something that can't be helped in order to save my comrade. But to think that there would be a day where I would fight together with a human, is this what the hot-bloodedness brings about? Michael. The tall Mirak-chan and the big body of Michael, overwhelming flames burst out from their bodies. This was the result of Phalaris-san sending out his god power. I see, this is a learning experience. Between humans, gods, and demons, all things related to fire are all muscle-headed. Coacervate. Coacervate was facing them with the stolen body. What he was facing was a hellfire that felt as if the sun had fallen down straight onto the planet. Pleiades burst. Mirak. Phoenix hammer. Michael. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304 to 306, Fire vs. Water. 304, Fire vs. Water. Kaya Karen. Being hit by super high heat, I fell into hallucinating as if I was thrown into the fire. The fire god hero Mirachan and fire demon Lord Michael, divine power output by these two powerhouses. I was behind those two, in a safe place where I would definitely not be hit by their attacks, and yet, it felt as if I would be burned with just the heat waves. Then, what happened to Coacervate who got hit directly by it? Ho ho ho. Hobo ho ho ho. This disgusting laugh, could it be? Coacervate was completely fine. He is releasing a massive amount of water with both hands placed at the front. That giant surge of water was extinguishing all the fire that Mirachan and Michael released? This is the reason why. This is the reason why I say that the fire people are all stupid. There's no way fire can win against water. Coacervate. The fire god hero and the fire demon lord, in terms of fire, these two are without doubt the best, and yet, they can't even injure the water demon lord. Are affinities really absolute? If you want to win against me, you should retreat once, and bring Mother Earth or the Earth Demon Lord. Or maybe Entropy. That's how resourcefulness works. It is exactly because you ignore that and think something can be done through spirit and courage that you fire elements are all idiots. Coacervate. I had no words to return at what Coacervate said. Surrendering immediately just because you can't match is not hot-blooded at all. Isn't that right, Mirak? Michael. Exactly. Resourcefulness is the word cowards use to run away. The fire god hero and the fire demon lord, with the two summits here, running away would be an insult to the fire god Nova. Mirak. Mirachan and Michael don't pull back, or more like, why are those two so in sync? Ah. You idiots that can't accept reality. In that case, I will finish you all at once. The demon lord will die as a useless tool. And the human heroes will become true trash that can't even be recycled. Coacervate. The amount of water Coacervate released increased even more. GNNNGGHH. Mirachan and Michael wrung out their all in releasing fire, and with that, they evaporate the water current that attacked them, and somehow manage to bring it into a back and forth. PSSSST, the steam created from that evaporation had covered the surroundings, and even when it is an open place, it felt as if it were a sauna. Ho ho ho. Even if a demon lord and god hero come at me, I am currently the combination of those two, a god demon lord. Even if you come at me together, there's no chance to win. Coacervate. Coacervate had a lot of leisure, as if saying he could break this stalemate anytime he wanted. While at it, let me tell you something nice. I can receive infinite energy from that echidna spring over there. It is undiluted life force made of several thousands of humans after all. Coacervate. It is true. I can somewhat tell there's some sort of energy drifting from that red-purplish pool and heading towards Coacervate. The power of a god demon lord and infinite energy, on top of that, the elemental affinity. There's these many factors in my favor. And yet, you are ignoring all that and fighting me. What other word to describe that but idiotic? Coacervate. Asterisk FSSSST. Asterisk the water steam rises violently. To the point that we couldn't see their fighting figure from where we were. Damn it! The energy flowing into that water god, it is the same as the one in the battle at Muspelheim. In other words, the thing that strengthened the cow, the power of human emotions. Mirak. Mirachan also sees that energy. But, geez. Because the water steam is getting thicker and thicker, I see less and less. My vision is all white. Now then, this is the end. Curse your own stupidity as you die. Coacervate. The idiot is you. Eh? That voice is Celestis John? Where are you? I can't see at all because of the steam. Here. I am here. Celestus. When I strained my eyes, Celestus John was crouched at the corner of the reserve pond and had both her arms inside the undiluted life force. No, wait a moment. Celestus John is missing both arms? You bastard. You changed both your arms into undiluted life force on your own will? Coacervate. I am the water hero, the best divine power user of the church. Melting my body into liquid seems to be easier than turning it back. Celestus. But why are you doing that, Celestus John? By mixing a part of my body into the undiluted life force, you plan on linking with the echidna spring, right? And with that, interfere with my energy recharge. Coacervate. Coacervate had seen through the aim of Celestus John and was agitated by it. I see. At any rate, if we manage to cut off the endless supply of energy, Miracjan and Michael will have a better chance. Too bad, you are wrong. It is the contrary. Celestus. I ended up raising a voice of surprise together with Coacervate. What does that mean, Celestus John? Didn't I say? I would love you. That is the same for the tens of thousands living in Hydraville. The people that are currently melted into liquid, the pure religious faith they have towards you, their love. I will bring them all out and hit them right at you. Celestus. Celestus John linked up with the undiluted life force for that sake? Utilizing the energy supply he absorbs in such a way. Now then, I wonder if the filthy you can endure the most beautiful parts of the human heart. Don't you want to try it too? Celestus. How stupid. No matter what part you kidnap of the human heart, it is all dirty. What you are trying to do is fruitless effort. Coacervate. In that case, let's put that fruitless effort to practice. Celestus. Celestus John shouts with spirit as the red-purplish undiluted life force shone brightly. The same time as this happened, a massive amount of energy gushed forth. All of this pure energy gathered went directly at Coacervate. Or not. Ha. Ha. Wa. Nah. Oh. What the? Everyone raised a dumbstruck voice as they watch over this unexpected situation. The beautiful emotion energy that Celestus John released stopped in midair and becomes a sphere of firm shape. The strange happenings continued. The steam that was created from the clash between Miracjan and Michael against Coacervate, this steam was filling up the place, but that steam went towards the sphere and gathers at one point. What? What is happening? Celestus. No one could understand what was happening and can't explain it. In time, the abnormality entered the last stage. The gathered steam was absorbed by the sphere of human energy and took form. It was like the silhouette of a person. The steam shaped like a human was floating in the air? This steam human was formed from the beautiful parts of the human heart as its core. What? What are you? Celestus. The question must have been because it was shaped as a human. There's no way it would respond, that's what I thought, but the steam human unexpectedly answered. I am a god. I am the water god, Coacervate. 305, distillation. I am the water god, Coacervate. The steam human that called itself that had surprised everyone. Ha! The one who got surprised the most was the wicked one. What are you saying? There's only one of each god of creation, and within those, the most intelligent one is I, the water god Coacervate. You that speaks of my name, who are you actually? Coacervate. I am the water god, Coacervate. And you are also without doubt the water god Coacervate as well. Coacervate. What nonsense are you saying? Coacervate. It truly makes no sense. There's two existences that call themselves water god? In the first place, the fact that gods are present in front of us is already a hard-to-swallow thing. If there's two, it must mean that one of them is a fake Coacervate? In that case, the one that took over the body of that soused mackerel woman should be the fake Coacervate. Damn it, fooling around with us. You lied to us, didn't you? Celestus. No, my hero Celestus, he is also without doubt the true Coacervate. Coacervate. Yeah? Celestus. The Steam human Coacervate says. If we were to differentiate by authenticity, him and I are the real one. In the first place, the existence of gods are heavily different from that of humans. It is not settled that there's only one god named Coacervate. Coacervate. What does that mean? The more I hear, the more confusing it gets. There are times when the water god gets divided. Water acts in different ways and changes accordingly. Water that always stays liquid, cool it and it turns into ice, heat it and it becomes steam. There's no other than water who can be so many things. Coacervate. And now that he mentions it. Nova. Wa? Nova-sama seems to have reacted to that? I remember now. Something like this happened before once. Coacervate increasing by 2. Nova. Really? Karen. That was not long when the 5 grand churches were made. Stealing each other's believers, we gods were fighting fiercely as well. Within all that, Quasar and I were pissed off at how dirty Coacervate's way of doing things was, so we tagged forces and beat him up. Nova. Gods had such a bad relationship? Quasar has the ability to strengthen fire. Using this, my fire burst had boiled down that damn Coacervate, but from the water steam that was made, a new Coacervate was born, just like now. Nova. No way. Karen. The new Coacervate and the originally existing Coacervate fought each other, and in the end, the previous one killed the new one. It was apparently possible because they are of the same cloth though. Moreover, the new Coacervate was such a good guy to the point that you would think, are you actually Coacervate? And provided things like protection, support, and instructions to his own church. Nova. Nova-sama ended it with, now that I think about it, this served as a big reformation to the water church. He is a good guy? That Coacervate is? We Coacervates are the water god. The symbol of water is purity. All filth is washed by water. But if you change the way of seeing it, it could also be said that all filth gets accumulated in the water. I, who rule over water, am the god that gets affected the most from the filth that's created by humans and nature. Coacervate. Is what the Steam Coacervate says. That's why, having accumulated filth, he ended up in that wicked way. That Coacervate over there is the accumulation of more than several hundred years of pollution. Coacervate. What are you saying as you wish? What are you then? Coacervate. There's 2 ways to take out the impurities of water. Filtration or distillation. One of those that is distillation. By boiling the water once, it is divided into impurity and steam, and by having the steam return to liquid, it goes back to being pure. This is what happened to me. Coacervate. Then, could it be? Karen. I was reminded about the simultaneous attack of Merrick-chan and Michael not that long ago. The water attack of Coacervate was evaporated on and became steam. With the strong fires of these 2 powerhouses, a massive amount of steam was made, and this wasn't simple water steam, it was water divine power released from the very water god. You could even say that it is part of Coacervate's body. That gathered and took form into a new Coacervate, leaving the Coacervate that is purely filth. In a sense, I am the distilled Coacervate. And the one over there is Coacervate. The steam finger points at the possessed Gabriel. Polluted Coacervate. Coacervate. Polluted. Polluted, you say? Are you saying that about me? Coacervate. You must have had a time in the past where you were pure. But after several hundreds of years absorbing filth, that filth reached your heart. It looks like even your memories of the past were contaminated. You even forgot that a new you was born when you were distilled. What a pitiful one. Coacervate. What are you speaking all high and mighty for? Coacervate. But simply by separating filthy water and steam wouldn't be enough to make me appear without the power of human emotions, which serves as my foundation, or so to say, prayer energy. Coacervate. Ignoring the polluted coacervate, the distilled coacervate Sama looks at the side. At that place, there's Celestis John. My hero Celestis, it is thanks to you extracting the pure feelings of the people of Hydraville and giving it to me. It is because you continued loving me that I was able to exist. Coacervate. And know well. I didn't expect even in my dreams that something like this would happen. Celestis. I thought that you were a genius of being loved, but that wasn't the only thing. Even if you were missing that, you are a strong-hearted girl. Coacervate. What to do? The distilled coacervate Sama is overflowing with divinity. If this continues, I might end up joining the water church. But hero, this is not the end. In order to save my children, the water people, and overcome this crisis, we have to defeat the pitiful demon lord that has been taken over by the filthy me. Will you please lend me your strength? Coacervate. Oh, of course. It is the duty of a hero to fight for the sake of the water god and the water church. Celestis. Maybe Celestis-chan is feeling something from that steam coacervate Sama like me, or it might be even stronger than that. She showed eyes of complete trust towards him. Celestis-chan restores her arms and takes it out from the undiluted life force. Then, Celestis, you understand what needs to be done in order to do that, right? This is the moment where you have to shoulder my power. Coacervate. Does that mean? Celestis. It looks like Celestis-chan couldn't digest completely what he said, so the distilled coacervate Sama declares loudly. You are going to become one. The water god hero. Coacervate. 306, A Battle of Four Sides. At that moment, Celestis-chan changed. An incredible amount of water divine power release. Her very body had turned transparent like water, as if she had become a water goddess. It is not an intense transformation like that of my god hero mode or the one of Mirik-chan, but the tranquility it lets out is overwhelming. This is a god hero. Celestis. Celestis-chan had obtained a new power. As if confirming her own state, she looked at herself for a while, but she suddenly disappeared. Wah! Coacervate. Is what I thought when, suddenly, he was blown away? The punch that was nailed at his stomach was without doubt the fist of the water god hero, Celestis-chan. Celestis-chan had approached Coacervate at a speed that couldn't be caught with the eyes and had connected an attack, but... Incredible! My whole body feels as if it has become running water and I can move like a flow. Moreover, these overflowing emotions. Celestis. You can't stop flowing water, you can't catch it either. Looks like the current is now flowing in our favor. The god Sama that is filled with filth, I will have you leave the stage. Celestis. How conceited. Coacervate. Now that the new Coacervate Sama has come to the stage, I have no obligation to love you. Sorry, but the love of Celestis-chan is expensive. I can't sell it cheap to two gods. Celestis. Celestis-chan continues her pursuit. A barrage of punches hit Coacervate without missing a single one. The fire cow and the steam person watch over this. Oi, are you okay, Coacervate? Nova. The distilled Coacervate Sama answers this. Yeah, Nova. I knew it beforehand, but the burden the god takes when using God Hero mode is quite big. In this state where my body has just been formed, it is tough. Coacervate. The God Hero mode was something that placed a burden to the god? Nova-sama and Coacervate-sama are also fighting with us in order to make Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan into god heroes. I am grateful for your worry, Nova. Looks like you have changed quite a lot after interacting with humans. Coacervate. Why yeah, Nova. Phalaris-san is getting flustered. And while that happened, the other side continued. This is a chance. Let's beat it down at once. Mirak. If we make the enemy into steam, I have judged that this will make the new water god stronger. We will burn it down with our firepower. Michael. Mirak-chan and Michael attack the polluted Coacervate with an unexpected combination as well. Hiya. Coacervate. The polluted Coacervate falls back out of fear and Michael draws closer. Wicked God, I will have you return Gabriel. Michael. What are you barking about, you mere tool? You bastards are existences solely for the sake of being used by us gods. No soul. No self-consciousness. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Coacervate. While fighting Michael through fists and words, polluted Coacervate laughs in a repulsive manner. That's right. Even if you liberate this body, I have already crushed the self-conscious of Gabriel to pieces before taking over her body. Coacervate. What? Michael. If she were a human, it would be possible to reform it by utilizing the storage of the soul that humans have, but for monsters, that's impossible. That's because they are pseudo-lifeforms with no soul after all. The moment she lost her body, this body has died, and has become just a skin of divine power. Coacervate. Don't mess around. Michael. The phoenix hammer that was released from both arms of Michael blows away the polluted Coacervate as it boils him. But to think that he could fight against the water element he is weak against to this extent, as expected of a demon lord, he is powerful. Looks like your power is decreasing. The filthy one. Nova. His power has been divided into him and me after all. The control rights of the Echidna Springs energy has also been completely stolen away from him, so his supply is zero. Right now, his divine power is most likely on the level of a normal demon lord. Coacervate. No wait, a normal demon lord is still on a whole different plane of strength though. Is this what they call power creep? Is this power creeping? Pleiades burst. Mirak. Ga. Coacervate. Being burned by Mirak-chan as well, Coacervate lets out steam from his whole body. Further mercilessness. See and learn, the God Hero modes, Water Beheading Blade, Dragon Dance. Celestis. Ah. Coacervate. Celestis-chan also joins in the follow-up, swiftly dancing into the battlefield and conjuring storm of water blades. Coacervate tried to stop this similar to how Gabriel did last time with Sarasa-san, but this time, the water blade storm easily cuts down on Coacervate's barrier and assaults him. The polluted Coacervate was already crawling. This is unfair. Ganging up on me alone with so many numbers. I won't play along with you people anymore. When in disadvantage, retreat at once. The speed and decision is a trait of the cunning. Coacervate. You plan on running away? Nova. Polluted Coacervate shows signs of retreating. We all were agitated by this. You think I will let you escape so easily? You still haven't returned the body of Gabriel. Michael. If we were to let a rotten guy like you escape, who knows what kind of evil plan you will cook up later? I will definitely put an end to this right here. Celestis. Michael and Celestis-chan were also completely in the mode of the enemy of my enemy is my ally. It would be difficult to escape from these two. Ooh, scary. In that case, I will be using a card of my own. Coacervate. The eyes of the lizard that is adhered to the body of Gabriel were shining. At the same time as this happened, some sort of metallic sound reverberated? This sound. Could it be? We direct our gaze far away. At a part of the reserve pond that is filled with undiluted life force, at that big metallic water gate. The water gate is opening. Karen. This is bad. If the water gate opens, the undiluted life force will pour into the ocean. If it mixes with the ocean water, we can't return them to humans. Ho ho ho. Oh no, this is terrible. What will the hero of humans do? Don't mind me and do your honorable job. Coacervate. You? Just how dirty can you get? Celestus. I am also pained in losing this echidna spring I took so much trouble to get, but, well, there's still a lot of humans. A new echidna spring can be made. Let's just consider it fruitful that I have obtained this body. Coacervate. The polluted Coacervate was channeling his divine power and preparing his escape. No good. At this rate, the polluted Coacervate will escape. But if we were to chase after him, the people that have been made into undiluted life force. But that problem was resolved in an unexpected manner. Karen-sama. The water gate was opening, and yet, the undiluted life force is not pouring out? From the open space of the gate, a new black wall was stopping the purplish red water. A black wall? A shadow wall. Dora Hassan. Karen. Dora Hassan, who had been defeated and thrown into the reserve pond, has created a wall of shadow. I will take care of this. Defeat the enemy. Doraha. She should be heavily injured, and yet, she is enduring that as she fights her own battle. Damn you! You ancient resident that doesn't know when to die. Coacervate. I won't forgive you. You jellied fish water god. Celestus. Polluted Coacervate had been distracted by Dora Hassan for a moment, and in that opening, Celestus John had approached him. Water beheading blade, dragon dance. Celestus. With the strongest technique of her senior that she has completely mastered now, she attacks her hated enemy. Gah! Coacervate. Coacervate quickly made a temporary water shield as he immediately retreats. He runs about trying to escape with the body of Gabriel. At that escape path, the demon Lord Michael awaited. Wah! Coacervate. Changing directions, there was now Mirok-chan waiting. Hi! Coacervate. Every time he tried to change directions, no matter where he tried to escape. No! I don't want a conclusion like this. I won't lose. The intelligent me, a cunning god like me, there's no way a pathetic defeat like this could be possible. Coacervate. At any rate, his strong desire of escaping doesn't seem like it will be fulfilled. That's why he arrived at this point in the end. I am the water god, Coacervate. Coacervate. No, you have lost that position already. Karen. And he has arrived under me, Corin Karen. It is true that I am the weakest one here, but it is a mistake to think that I will be easily letting you escape. A god that has lost its respect from humans is not a god. You who have denied your connection has lost your right as a god. Karen. In other words, a kind of demonic spirit. That's why, I will defeat you. As a hero under a god. Karen. I can't just stay a bystander in this battle. My holy sword cuts off the lizard that was adhered to the forehead of Gabriel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307 to 308 Water Saint. 307 Water Saint. TLN, for easier understanding, distilled Coacervate will get the Makotwo treatment. Like this, the polluted Coacervate was cut off from the body of Gabriel. That existence returned to being a small lizard monster and was completely powerless. Take your hands off me. Get them off. Coacervate. Even with that, it tried to escape, which can be considered praiseworthy. The small body of the lizard was tightly caught in my hands and was struggling around, but I won't let you escape no matter what. Just that. I am touching a lizard. It feels so disgusting. Karen. It is slimy, it is wiggling around, and its stomach is bright red. Even if it was on the spur of the moment, why did I grab on a lizard? Alright, it is a newt. It is so disgusting I might cry. Celestus John, trade places with me. Karen. Jaya. Yuck yuck. Don't bring it here. But don't let it go by any means. The bastard would escape after all. Celestus. Celestus John is a tyrant. And on the other hand, there were also people who were serious. Michael, now that the polluted Coacervate has been cut off and Gabriel is supposed to have been released, he silently carried her up. Michael, Mirak. Mirak-chan approaches from behind anxiously. Michael simply looked at Gabriel without saying anything. If what the polluted Coacervate said was correct, the conscience of Gabriel has been crushed and won't be able to awaken again. The ones without soul can't regain a conscience that has died out. That's why Gabriel won't wake up ever again. Michael. Mirak. Mirak-chan calls Michael again, worried. Michael's shoulders trembled slightly. So it is true. Does this mean we really are fake life forms with no soul? Being born as tools of the gods, do we have no way of living other than fulfilling our destiny? Gabriel, if you had been a human, you would have easily woken up, and yet, in your current self, are you unable to wake up? Michael. Michael's monologue was painful. We could also tell that. What? So noisy. Is what I thought, but Gabriel woke up. As if she had woken up from her sleep, her body trembled as she stretched. Why did I lost consciousness? Ah, right. That little lizard, making a fool out of this demon lord. I will make sure to make him pay. Wait, Michael? Why are you here? Gabriel. Gabriel was more energetic than we expected, and Michael looked at this absent-minded. But he soon pushed that fist strongly to the sky. Oh who? Michael. And releases a roar directed at the heavens. Did you see that, gods? The monsters. The monsters are not pseudo-life forms. We have a soul and a heart. Michael. Gabriel waking up must mean that we are not bound by destiny anymore. We decide our lives on our own and we will grow far and high. Watch as we do that. You gods that reside in the heavens. Michael. The god is here, he is over here. Nova. Phalaris-san approaches around Michael's legs. Michael. Mirak. Mirak. Michael. Ga. Mirak-chan and Michael hugged each other? I have thought this before, but why are those two getting along so well? Celestus. It must be that. It is probably the Fire Church's trademark after a one-on-one, we are friends, Karen. We could only watch over this abnormal scene. It is not exclusive for gods and humans, the demons are also stepping into a new era. Coacervate. Ah, the good Coacervate-sama. Karen. The god that formed the silhouette of a human said this. No, as long as the humans, gods, and demons are living in the same world, they are all heading towards a new era. It might be nonsensical to divide them in humans and monsters. Coacervate. Coacervate-sama was looking at this world in a positive manner. Oh my, so godlike. My hero, Celestis. The one who paved this was you. Coacervate. See, come again? Celestis. You joined hands with the heroes of the other churches and stepped across old boundaries. That's why the old walls around the world are beginning to crumble. This water god Coacervate is also a part of this change of old to new. Coacervate. No. That's too much of an honor. Also, the one who proposed the hero alliance was that light hero over there that only thinks with her womb. Celestis. Who is thinking with her womb? Celestis John, your way of speaking is leaping over boundaries too. Celestis, please continue being the singing and dancing hero of the water church that heals people all over the world. I love your singing. Coacervate. He is so clean it is shocking. Nova. Thalarisan, who was looking at this from the side, said this mixed with a shudder. Well then, it is about time to put an end to this. Coacervate. Yes. We are returning the undiluted life force to their previous human selves, right? Celestis. Distilled Coacervate-sama and Celestis-chan, they both face towards the reserve pond that's filled with purplish red liquid. By the way, the water gate has already been closed once again and Daraha-shan is splattered on the floor over there. Before that, it is beginning to get tough to affect the surface world with this body. I will also take form like the others. Coacervate. The distilled Coacervate-sama raises his steam hands and something surfaced from the undiluted life force. That is, a monster? Karen. A monster that has a size and shape quite close to that of a human appeared. But it doesn't move an inch, as if it were sleeping. That's Coacervate. The small lizard inside my hand began to struggle again and it was disgusting. In preparation for the time when, by some stroke of luck, Entropy was gone for good, I created that Mephistopheles MKI. You bastard, what are you doing without my permission? Coacervate. But in the time when you were planning to take over the body of Gabriel, you decided that it was not needed anymore and threw it away, right? In that case, I will pick it up. Coacervate. Distilled Coacervate-sama lost form, became shapeless mist, and entered the monster. The eyes of the monster, that looked like a doll without soul, gained light. Water demon, Mephistopheles. No, as a guardian living together with humans, the name Water Demon would not be fitting. I will be calling myself the Water Saint Mephistopheles, not out of arrogance, but to separate from my past and to remind me of it. Coacervate. Incredible! The monster that had a dirty color like that of sludge had become clear and pure? Are you saying this is how it looks when the soul of a god enters a monster? Now then, my hero Celestis, this is the moment to show your evolution as the water god hero. Coacervate. Yes. Celestis. Celestis-chan returns to being god hero once again and, with her transparent body like that of water, she throws herself into the undiluted life force? 308, Relation of Water and Fish. What are you planning on doing, Celestis-chan? After turning into God Hero mode, Celestis-chan was mixing with the undiluted life force? Link with the undiluted life force is finished. Wait for a bit, okay? I will make you people remember the place where you should be. Celestis. Let's go, Celestis. Coacervate. Coacervate-sama, who is now in the body of Mephistopheles, pours divine power into Celestis-chan, a massive amount of it. God and human, the two mix like water and fish, and they swim freely around. Water, become my freedom. Celestis. A massive amount of divine power control from the water god hero. Water technique, water sink. Celestis. As if in concert with the shout of Celestis-chan, the undiluted life force filling the reserve pond shone all at once. Humans began to come out from the water surface as if being pushed out by that light. They are coming out. Hiya? Wah? Wow wow. Mama? What about the demon lord? Incredible. The people changed into undiluted life force are steadily returning. At this pace, it will take only a few hours before the tens of thousands of people return to normal. Just a few moments ago, Celestis John was shocked by the amount of divine power it expended to make this possible, and yet, with the God Hero power, she is managing it so quickly. In the end, it didn't take even an hour to return all humans to normal. Papa. Celestis. With her God Hero mode released, Celestis John hugs her father, the Water Founder Sama. The Founder Sama was also one of the people that were saved from the danger of the undiluted life force. Ooh. Celestis. You saved everyone, didn't you? As expected of the Water Hero. Azul. The Water Founder Sama hugs his daughter. The residents of Hydraville were turned into liquid, but now that they have returned safely, they were confused by the strange thing that happened to their bodies and were happy at each other's safety. My beloved children, Coacervate. Mephistopheles speaks as he floats in mid-air. Wah! Is that a monster? Azul. That's not it, Papa. It is Coacervate Sama who has descended upon this plane by borrowing the body of a monster. Celestis. What? Azul. The gaze of the water god is directed at the Water Founder Sama. The 193th Water Founder, Ru Azul, a person who has reached the peak of spirit, wits, and love, being able to meet you directly is a joy. Coacervate. That's too much of an honor. Receiving praise directly from our God, as a follower of water, there's no greater joy. Azul. The Water Founder Sama prostrates without hesitation. Your daughter has inherited your passion to be loved, and inherited her mother's intelligence to make others love her. Being able to have a hero like her in this era was the luckiest of things. Coacervate. Thanks for your words of praise. The founder and hero were prostrated at the grateful words of their god. The same as the thousands of Hydraville residents. And the water believers living in the water capital, thank you for your love. The reason why I was able to take off my filth was because of your love. Humans have saved their god. That's why I, as your god, pledge to save you people as well. The same goes for you, Water Demon Lord, Gabriel. Coacervate. The gaze of the god changed for the last time, and it was directed at the culprit of this incident, the Demon Lord Gabriel. Due to being beaten up while her body was taken over by Coacervate, her whole body was in tatters. What is it? Gabriel. Even with that, it seems like she had her pride as the head of the monsters. Her attitude was obstinate. A monster that was created by the gods at first as a tool and has reached the point where you have your own will. You people have surpassed the framework of us gods. A race that has surpassed the frameworks of gods is already a splendid life form. I bless the evolution of you people. Coacervate. If possible, I don't want you to use your evolution in order to wage war, but for coexistence. The ocean is vast and generous. There's no doubt it will accept 2 fishes swimming in it. Coacervate. And then, Coacervate Sama gave a closing to it. Light hero, please pass the polluted me here. Coacervate. Ah, why yes. Karen. Being suddenly called, I present the lizard I had in my hand. I was finally freed from the wriggling inside my hand, but I don't think the goosebumps will be disappearing all day. GE. What are you going to do? I am you know. Lizard. The lizard was moved to the hand of Coacervate Sama. Ignoring the wailing lizard, Coacervate Sama speaks to Kausan this time. Nova, I am thinking about meeting old friends. Want to accompany me? Coacervate. Ah, okay. Nova. Phalaris-san was probably the one who couldn't follow the situation the most. Celestis, Gabriel, and the water believers under me, I will be taking my leave for now, but I am always by your side. In difficult situations, please remember me. Remember that your God is always by your side. Coacervate. The water god inside the body of a monster, the fire god that is inside a cow, their legs began to separate from the ground. Oh, cow? Mirak. Mirak-chan hurriedly calls out Falarasan, who was floating. I will be accompanying him for a small walk. I will be eating when I return, so don't you dare clean up the carrots at my hut. Nova. Leaving those words, the gods left. This big incident, where gods have directly stated their presence to us for the first time, has been safely resolved in this way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309 to 311, Crossing Over Myths. TLN, this is no joke. Thanks for the support. Sponsored chapters. Ikuramiya Haine and the group are still in the middle of saving Mother Earth Mantle. Or more like, it was supposed to be a simple mission where once we manage to do it once, it will be over, but because that once doesn't happen at all, we are facing a long trek. Yurishiro and Shiva, who are together with me in this mission, were silent. This situation where, no matter how many times we try, there's no progress. Even our hearts were exhausted. This place is the danger zone that no one steps into, the nameless desert. Inside the black hole that has been placed at the depths of this desert, Mantle is sealed, or so we think. In terms of probability, it could be that even her soul has been crushed by the gravity of the black hole, or maybe she was thrown into a different world from the warped space created there. Those possibilities are present as well. We are betting on the possibility that Mantle can return to this world. And so, by using the only element that can go against the dark element, we are trying to shoot through the core of the black hole, but how many times has it been already? 100? 1,000? Yurishiro was shooting the light divine power and Shiva and I were doing the support to make it so that it hits the target, but it isn't going well at all. In the first place, the more compressed the core is, the higher the gravity, is how the black hole works. That's why the size of the core is 1/100th the size of a grain of sand. Just that one point makes it close to impossible to shoot at it, and yet, because the surroundings of the black hole don't even allow the reflection of light, we don't know exactly where the core is. Even with the accuracy of Shiva, who has mastered the wind gun technique, we can't do anything. Ah geez, another failure. Yurishiro. After thousands of test fires turning out in fruitless effort, Yurishiro lets out a sigh as if she was already tired of this. My whole body is sticky with sweat and sand. Hey, how about we move to the oasis and have a break? I want to dip in water and get refreshed. Disuwa. Yurishiro. Again? Didn't we have a break just a few moments ago? Shiva. Due to piling failure after failure, everyone's heart was in shambles and were irritable. The normally bad relationship of Shiva and Yurishiro was even worse right now. The body of a woman is delicate. We are in such a harsh environment, and that's exactly why there's the need to take the proper care. Ah geez. Who was the one that left the black hole in such a damn hot desert? Yurishiro. Yurishiro is snapping in a way different from usual? This is proof that she is being quite mentally cornered. In the first place, Shiva. If you weren't here, Haine-san and I would be all alone and we would be able to bath in the water and go kayakyafufu. But thanks to you, it has been divided into male and female. You are in the way. Why are you here? Yurishiro. You people told me to come together. I as well don't want to see your naked body anyways. If it is mixed bathing, I would prefer doing it with Juo. Shiva. No good. Because of the heat, the two are getting irritated? We didn't want to make our time here pointless, so we have endured until now, but we have to put an end to this soon. The rescue of Mantle is impossible, we should give up. The problem of the demon lords can't be put aside, so we can't waste any more time. It would be best to return as soon as possible and prepare to go against the demon lords. Was our choice of saving Mantle mistaken from the very beginning? Those are bad faces you got there, you people. Everyone is doing their best in trying to save Mantle, so it can't be helped that they are tired. In this nameless desert where there shouldn't be anyone but us, we heard voices. We turned around to see what it was, and there, 2 monsters were lined up. Phalaris. And also Haine. I think I have seen him before. That humanoid water living being kind of impression this monster gives off, water demon, Mephistopheles. Isn't that the body Coacervate used in the surface world? Then the reason it is here now must mean Coacervate and Nova Haine. Within the 6 gods of creation, they were the central figures against the humans. Why are they here? Then, I will be having you see your last moments here. Coacervate. Gah! Unhand me, unhand me. Inside the hand of Mephistopheles, there's a single lizard struggling. The sole voice coming from that lizard is without doubt that of Coacervate. There's 2 Coacervates? What is the meaning of this? The polluted me, that abyss that is spreading in front of us is the most fitting as your grave. Coacervatwo. Don't tell me, you bastard. Stop it. Why are you doing such a horrible thing? I am you know? Coacervate. You who refused your bond with humans are already not a god. And so, you don't share the same title as Water God. Evil spirits are supposed to be exorcised. Coacervatwo. Stoop. Coacervate. Without caring about the lizard's desperate struggle, Mephistopheles positioned in pitching form and threw the lizard, directly at the black hole that absorbs everything. Now, inflation. Quasar. At the place where my polluted self is being crushed, there's the core of the black hole. Coacervatwo. I see. A black hole doesn't allow light to reflect, but a soul is different. If it is to follow its destination, even we can follow it outside the black hole. The only way to investigate the inside of the black hole. Shiva. Take position. There's only one chance. Haine. Cook, what's with this development? Shiva. Shiva is confused, but I am as well, you know. But there's no way I can let this chance slip by, so we both line up the wind and gravity lenses. The polluted Coacervate has divided recently, so he is weakened. He doesn't have the strength to cling onto the Schwarzschild radius. In other words, his soul will surely be crushed by the center of the black hole. Nova. Even Nova gave out advice. What in the world is happening? Aim for that moment and holy light line. Yorishiro. Yorishiro shoots a light beam. This passed through the lens of Shiva and I, and with the angling of Shiva, it flies at the place where lizard Coacervate's soul was crushed. It entered the black hole and Goon. Kaya Iya. Yorishiro. Did we do it? Shiva. The black hole was destroyed. The core has been erased by the light divine power, and all the light caught in the Schwarzschild radius was released all at once, dispersing everywhere. It was an overwhelming explosion. If this wasn't the nameless desert where there's nothing, this could have destroyed a town. By releasing all our god power, we were able to protect our body, but the gathered air from the gravity expanded heavily and created a big blast of wind. At that moment. Ouch! A big somewhat fluorescent woman came flying together with the blast. Her butt falls grandly onto the sand. Isn't that Mantle's fairy? Haine. The temporary body of Mantle that she created to act in the surface world. She has returned. Ouch ouch ouch. Why is everyone all gathered here? Mantle. Being told this, we noticed once again the six gathered here. Dark god Entropy, light goddess Inflation, wind god Quasar, fire god Nova, water god Coacervate, and the Mother Earth mantle that came flying just now. This is something that I didn't expect at all, but could this be the first time after 1,600 years that all six gods of creation have gathered? 310, six gods reunite. To think something like this would happen. The six gods that created this world have reunited at one place. This is the nameless desert. Unless you are feeling suicidal, no one would step into it. That's why this meeting of gods had no fear of having interlopers. First of all, everyone, it has been a while. Haine. Not knowing what to say, I did my best to give an opening greeting. You say that, but I have been meeting Haine-san frequently though. Yoreshiro. In the sense that these members are reunited. This is the first time since the Genesis era. Shiva. That's because a goody two-shoes god has been sealed for 1,600 years. Nova. But now Entropy-san has come back and the friendship of the six gods has also been revived. Isn't that a great thing? Coacervate. About that. Why is everyone gathered? Mantle. Every single one of them were speaking their minds out. I honestly don't think I will be able to put these people in order. In the first place, these gods including me were the ones who created this world. Creating space and time, in order to fill that space, air, water, and earth were created, and with fire, everything was melded together. The ones who did this were us gods. Right after, because of a difference in opinions, we were divided in two sides and fought each other. One side was me, Entropy, and all the others were on the other side. I was defeated in the battle of gods and the winners sealed me. And so, after 1,600 years passed, the seal was broken and I incarnated as the human Koramiya Haine. Now, we are here. The other five gods were apparently doing whatever they pleased in my absence. Once I returned, as chances came by, I got to know of their deeds from hearsay, and there were times when I would be angry or impressed by them. But to think that there would be a time when we would all gather. Even if we had moments where we would see each other, the gods don't get along by nature, so I thought it would be completely impossible for everyone to gather when called. By the way, what did you guys come here to do? Haine. I didn't know what to talk about, so I moved the conversation to the cow and fishman that suddenly appeared. It would be inconvenient not to have a body when acting in the surface world, so we gods prepared a body when we descended. Entropy, Inflation, and Quasar had incarnated as normal humans. We are acting in the world of humans with the standing of humans. But these other two gods are different. Nova incarnated into the fire cow Phalaris, water god Coacervate into the water demon Mephistopheles, both monster bodies. That's why their looks are different from the rest, and, even if we were to go back to why they incarnated as monsters, their way of thinking is simply too different from mine. We are in such an antagonistic relationship, and yet. What we came here to do, you say? That goes the same for you people. What are you playing around here for? Nova. Is what the cow Nova says as he bursts right at the beginning of our discussion. The goody two-shoes that claimed about protecting the humans were you people in the first place. And yet, you don't do as you say, and are spacing out at such a remote place. In the time you weren't present, do you not know how much distress the cities of the humans faced? Nova. Now, don't be so angry. Entropy-san and the others were also doing their best. Coacervate. And the fishman tries to calm down the cow. No, maybe I should call you Haine-san right now. At any rate, in order to gather the god heroes to go against the demon lords, they were challenging the harsh enterprise of bringing back Mantle-san that had disappeared into the depths of the black hole. I, Coacervate, am aware of their hard work. Coacervate. Or more like. Coacervate-san? Haine. Indeed, it is I, Coacervate. I have not met Haine since our quarrel at the water capital. Coacervate. I unintentionally asked in a questioning tone at the end, but is it really Coacervate? The Coacervate I know is a vacillating and underhanded guy that loves doing things people hate, that kind of terrible guy though? It has been a while since we have met, and even when his incarnated body is that of a monster, it somehow gives out a divine feeling. That body, if I remember correctly, that's the one I destroyed before, Haine. Yes. This body was destroyed by Haine and I remade it, Mephistopheles MKII. But there have been a change of ways, and now, rather than water demon, it is water saint. Coacervate. Water saint? Haine. No, please don't misunderstand. It is not as if I am calling myself a saint out of conceit. Coacervate. The fishman began to justify. It is actually the contrary. In the past, I called myself a god, and yet, because of the underhanded ways I employed that were far from this title, I have caused trouble to the people. Thinking of redeeming myself and to separate from my past self, I had this body shoulder the title of saint. The title of water saint has the objective of becoming what's close to what humans think of as saint, and to actually become one. Coacervate. The fishman seems to be getting heated up as he speaks. I was actually surprised by the honesty I could feel from that speech. What's with this water god? He has changed way too much from the last time I met him. What happened in the time I haven't seen him? Oi, could this possible be Shiva? And Shiva, who is watching this, seems to have an idea of this. Yeah, in the past when we beat this guy up, something similar to this happened. Nova. It looks like Nova also knows something. Or more like, this guy appeared together with Coacervate, so there's no doubt he knows the answer itself. And so, from then on, we were told by the fire and water gods about what happened while we were saving Mantle. 311, Gods Conference, complete version. Distillation. Haine. Something like that can happen? In other words, the water god, when heated to a certain extent, he evaporates and becomes steam. By doing this, the many contaminated parts get separated? Coacervate is the god that is the most easily affected by the dirt of the humans and world. Yoreshiro. Inflation speaks. It is because water washes away all filth that the impurities stay inside of it. Those impurities warp the personality and cause tons of pain to their surroundings. When creating the world, quite the amount of impurities were born, and he swallowed them all after all. He had been quite contaminated from the beginning. Yoreshiro. That's why it would have been impossible for me to know of the clean part of him since I was sealed right after the creation, huh? No matter what it is, everything creates filth when they are born or die. But Coacervate being in an evaporated state is quite rare. Isn't this the second time this has happened since the 1,600 years after the Genesis era? Yoreshiro. What? Only two. In that case, Coacervate has only been in this state once in the time I was sealed? That was something that happened not long after our churches were made. Nova. And the cow speaks. In other words, it was at the time when human civilization was beginning. At that time, we were stealing away our believers and fighting each other. At that time, my fire church and Quasar's wind church were having an all-out battle. Nova. And in all that, Coacervate had sent an oracle to the water church. They made a surprise attack to the fire and wind church while we were in a battle. The surprise attack worked and my wind army was practically wiped out. Shiva. Quasar grinds his teeth in anguish as he remembered those times. Truly a Coacervate-like way of doing things. At that time, I had incarnated as the wind founder, but since I was taking command of the army, I died along with many of my troops. Being liberated from my flesh, I returned to being Quasar. Pissed off, I challenged Coacervate to battle. Quasar. I was also pissed off, so I cooperated. With the wind increasing the strength of my flames, we boiled him continuously. He was evaporated, and this guy came out. Nova. I am truly in debt for that time. Coacervate. Coacervate lowers his head. Now that I think about it, this served as a trigger for a big leap in the human civilization. Yorishiro. Yorishiro points out. The distilled Coacervate did his very best to become a guardian working for the sake of humans, and the water church developed heavily. The reason why the water church has a relatively free way of thinking that is not caught in the doctrine of the church is most likely because of this. Yorishiro. But well, after 100 years, I was contaminated again and absorbed into the polluted Coacervate though. Coacervate. True. Nova. The gods were talking about the past with nostalgia. Hearing this story, I closed my eyes for a moment and decided. Let's burn this guy again after 100 years. Haine. No, really. The Coacervate that plays around with humans is a big problem for the world. If we can deal with that at a regular basis, there's no reason not to. True. In time, I will once again be contaminated and will cause trouble to my beloved humans and my brethren gods. If it is in order to avoid this, I am more than willing to burn in the flames of hell. Actually, that's what I want. Coacervate. The fresh water god that had been separated from his filth was speaking in an admirable manner and made me surprised. No, about that. Shiva. It is easier said than done. Yorishiro. Shiva and Yorishiro warn. I thought it was a great proposal though. Originally, when my body is evaporated, it will normally return to my god core. That's why, no matter how much I get evaporated, if it returns to a contaminated core, I will simply return to being the polluted Coacervate. Coacervate. Eh? Then why were you able to split into filth and distilled this time and in the past? Haine. Because he had a place that could become his new core. Nova. A place that could become his new core? Haine. The human prayers. Nova. The cow is dragging the explanation. Humans pray to their god. Within those prayers, in order to direct their prayers to a god they have not seen, they create a figure of their own. The figure that is shaped within the hearts of humans, when the steam converges into it, the distilled Coacervate is born. Nova. That means the prayers towards gods possesses quite the power if they are able to do a feat like that. Several hundreds of years ago, at the time when the churches were just being made, the prayers were abundant to the point that it could serve as the core to his body. Shiva. And this time around, my hero Celestis didn't lose to the doubts and despair, and continued loving me as her god, so that love had gathered my vaporized self. I am truly fortunate to have a hero like that. Coacervate. Everyone was shocked. But I see. Simply burning Coacervate and having him evaporate is not enough, huh? It is not only the gods that affect humans, humans also affect gods. I feel like this is a good example of that. Whether it was a coincidence or an inevitability, I was able to separate from my polluted self and become distilled. Now that I am here, I will fulfill my original duty as a god and will cooperate with everyone to protect the humans and the world. Coacervate. Oh, okay. Shiva. Ah, yes. Nova. Well, isn't it fine? Haine. It is disgusting disuwa. Yorishiro. Only Yorishiro didn't hide her opinion. But the most difficult one to convince, Coacervate, has joined forces with us. This is good news. No, we did nothing to contribute to this. Karen-san, Celesta-san, and the others were the ones that did their best in order to create this situation where Coacervate has been reformed. As I thought, humans are not solely being protected by gods, they protect themselves and make the world better. I help those girls out as the dark god Entropy, and as Koramiya Haine, I will struggle together with them. The explanation for why Coacervate ended up this way had become an explanation of what happened outside, and we have now confirmed that Myrick and Celestis have successfully become god heroes. With the transformation of the two that we thought would be the hardest to make reality, having all 5 elemental heroes into god heroes is looking more possible now. Karen-san has already become a god hero, so there's only 2 left. Haine. Leaving aside the wind that is trustworthy, the only one left would be. The gaze of the 5 gods were directed at the remaining god. Haine. What is it? Mantle. Directed at Mantle, who was cowering at the side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312 to 313, Return of Mother Earth. Sponsored chapters. 312, Return of Mother Earth. This girl, she hasn't been speaking for a while now. Coacervate. I was about to forget she was even here. Nova. This is her we are talking about. She was probably going to say I think so as well. After we have arrived at a decision. Yorishiro. Truly an easily pressured woman. Shiva. The one they were speaking about in whatever way they pleased was Mother Earth Mantle, one of the 4 base element gods. In the first place, the very reason why we are in the middle of the desert is because of this person. We went through a lot of trouble bringing her back from the black hole. This might have been the most trouble I have had since incarnating as Koramiya Haine. Leaving aside the irony that the most trouble I have had was to undo my own ability. At any rate, it seems like Mantle was really caught in the Schwarzschild radius. I am glad. She was released at the same time as the black hole was destroyed. Welcome back, Mantle. Is it okay for me to say that? In the first place, I was the one who threw her into the black hole. If I were to welcome her with a smile, just how would she feel? Now that she has returned, will we get a repeat of what happened before? Oi, what's the matter, Haine? Get to business quickly. Shiva. Shiva hurried me, but my legs were heavy. When actually facing her, I remembered a lot of things of the past. So I was wondering what I should say to her first. Haine. What are you pulling out after so late in the game? Every single one of us here are filled with past grudges. Nova. It is truly a state where we would want to have the head of the other. Shiva. If it is okay, I can talk things out with Mantle-san. Coacervate. Not now. If Coacervate, the very definition of radical change, were to be the first to speak, it would simply confuse Mantle, who had just returned to this world. We should be a bit more careful here and check for her reaction. Deciding this, I resolved myself when Yorishiro silently approached Mantle. Of course, her past with Mantle is not shallow either. Mantle is currently in the temporary body of a fairy, and she was facing Yorishiro with that body withholding the silence. Ah, could you be inflation? Mantle. As expected of a god, Mantle noticed the identity of the god soul that was deep inside Yorishiro. As if answering this, Yorishiro stretches out her hand and slaps Mantle. Jaya-iya. Even us as spectators were letting out big screams. Moreover, Yorishiro didn't stop at one time, she went for 2, 3, and more as she hits the head of Mantle's fairy. Holy light slap, holy light slap, holy light slap, holy light slap. Yorishiro. Hiya, it hurts. Please stop it, Inflation-san. Mantle. Jaya. What are you doing? What are you doing, Yorishiro-san? Even going as far as putting light divine power on your palms, isn't that to certainly provide damage to Mantle? I hurriedly hold Yorishiro to stop her. Shiva grabs the hand that was about to be brought down, Coacervate goes in between the both of them to cover for Mantle, and Nova was flustered and moving around aimlessly in his cow body. What are you doing? What are you doing, Yorishiro-san? Mantle finally returned, and we were thinking about getting along from now on, and yet, this treatment is way too much. Haine. It is the contrary, Haine-san. This is the proper education for Mantle. Yoreshiro. Education? You should know as well. This Mantle may look like a light woman that gets pressured easily, but deep down, she is extremely dangerous. Yoreshiro. Easily pressured Mantle. Yes, woman Mantle. Yes, Mantle. Coacervate. You, shut up for a moment. Nova. We ignore Coacervate, who had a radical change in character. The danger deep inside of Mantle, ha. It is true. Leaving aside Coacervate and Nova, who had clear animosity towards humans, the reason why it reached a catastrophe like having only Mantle be erased by the black hole was because of this. Within the 4 base elements, she was one that thought decently of humans. For the sake of humans, for the sake of their happiness, aiming for these, the conclusion she reached was to capture the humans in trees and turn them practically into plants, estranged from any distress or pain. This was not something done out of malice, but from pure goodwill. I couldn't reach a compromise with Mantle, and in the end, could only erase her into the black hole. That has connected to the pretty precipitous situation of now. It looks like everyone is misunderstanding here. From within the 4 base elements, Mantle is the scariest one. It is not on the realm of power, specialty, or anything like that. It is her very way of thinking. Yoreshiro. Yes, that's exactly right. That's why I was the most cautious about her from all the 4 base elements. I observed whether she would pull something, and if she were to, I would hit her. Because that's the best way to stop her from going wild after all. Yoreshiro. Fui? I am sorry. Mantle. Due to Yoreshiro's thrashing, Mantle was completely neat now. Could it be, the reason why Mantle is easily pressured is because inflation had disciplined her in this way? Because if Mantle were to move on her own will, it would definitely surpass boundaries and cause trouble, so the light goddess disciplined her and made it so that she would only act on the will of others? I took 1,600 years keeping Mantle in check, and yet, with Haine-san getting involved once, that lid was taken off and that big calamity occurred. You spoil her too much. Yoreshiro. Sorry. Haine. What's with this scene as if a couple were fighting over the education of their child? Nova. The others didn't participate and were simply watching over this. If they were to join in thoughtlessly, sparks might fly their way after all. At any rate, if you are going to be involved with this girl, you will need to tread with utmost care. If you are to mess up even for a bit, keep in mind that I will be sending you to the other side of the frontier. Yoreshiro. Lower your guard a bit and it will cost you your life? Maybe it would have been better not to bring her back? In the end, why was I brought here? Mantle. While we were flustered, Mantle herself was unable to keep up with what was going on. 313, the god that protects the world. But it can't be helped now that she has returned. We will have Mantle turn Seisei-chan into the Earth God Hero. I see. Demon Lord Sans and God Hero Sans, huh? Mantle. We first tell her the many things that happened while she was inside the black hole. The monsters that Mantle and the other 4 base elements created, those monsters have surpassed the will of gods and have obtained their own will, and have begun to act on their own accord. Even Mantle would be shocked by this. Things have turned problematic, it seems. Mantle. Or not. Now that I think about it, it even looks like she forgot about the fact that she had fought me due to the matter with Grandma Wood. Are even demon lords a trivial matter when you are a god? So, in order to defeat those demon lord Sans, you want to grant power to the hero Sans, right? Mantle. That's right. That's right. I am glad to see that you understand fast. Haine. Because of previous events, providing information to Mantle feels like treading on thin ice. If the information is not enough, it won't get through properly, but if we were to give too much, it might create misunderstandings and she might get out of control again. Today we have Yorishiro with her eyes shining, so it makes me even more nervous. Fido. Haine-san. Coacervate. And the cheers of Coacervate are annoying. When he was polluted he was obviously annoying, but his distilled self is annoying as well. Understood. I will cooperate as well. Mantle. Mantle announced loudly. Quasar-san, Nova-san, and Coacervate-san are also cooperating, so I will be cooperating as well. Mantle. This woman bended to group pressure. She just went with the flow. She went with the flow. Indeed she did. Everyone's opinion were the same. It is fine this way. Yorishiro. Yorishiro says calmly. When this girl moves on her own will, it definitely brings catastrophe. That's why her being servile is good enough. It is the best way to reduce the damage. Yorishiro. No. That's not true. Mantle. Mantle responds innocently without a moment's delay. This time for sure I will become a god that is of use to the human sands. I understood. Even I can guide the human sands to happiness if I try. I understood after being praised by Entropy-san. Mantle. Strategy meeting. I have Yorishiro look after Mantle and gathered everyone else. Oi. I thought she had completely forgotten about the incident before, but she is still dragging it in a strange way. Haine. Moreover, it is serving as motivation. What do we do? Excessive motivation will definitely lead to getting out of control. Nova. There's already past record of this after all. Expecting different results with the same circumstances and method would be the epitome of stupidity. Shiva. Every single one of them were giving out opinions that brought anxiety. Oi, Coacervate. You used Mantle before to keep me under surveillance, right? Can't you control her with that experience? Haine. That was the act of my past self. Holding the hearts of others and controlling them is an unforgivable act that goes against my standards. Coacervate. And this guy has turned into a saint in such a convenient timing. Nova. This is not good. We can't find any effective methods as uneasiness keeps rising. Isn't that fine? Yorishiro. At that moment, Yorishiro says this as she pats the head of Mantle. No matter the form, she is trying to help out someone else in such a spontaneous manner. This is something that hasn't happened before, from what I know, at least. Yorishiro. Mantle. The patting on her head soon became stroking. It is not only Mantle. Quasar, Nova, and Coacervate, by the time we noticed, their positions have changed quite a lot from the past. I wonder whose influence it was. Was it Haine-san, or maybe the living beings called humans? Yorishiro. Why you idiot? Nova. Nova is the one to react instantly. I ain't taking the influence of no one. The strongest existence that are gods take influence from no one. Can't say the same for the Allux Quasar and the Coacervate that comes with a purification feature though. Nova. Yorishiro was still stroking the head of Mantle. Just like how they were, Mantle might have some sort of change showing in her as well. In order to confirm this, Haine-san, I will be asking you to be the overseer of this. Yorishiro. Ha? Haine. Why me? Because your words gave this decisiveness to Mantle after all. I will have you take responsibility. No matter the case, there's no way we can leave a dangerous girl like her going around freely without surveillance. Yorishiro. Wouldn't more eyes be better? Haine. I tried to at least make it so I am not the only one pushed this. You do have a point, but we have stayed too long in the nameless desert in order to bring her back. I have to return to Apollon City soon. I feel like my work has accumulated quite a bit. Yoreshiro. A valid excuse. Right. I also have a previous appointment with Juo of checking out the marriage ceremony hall after all. Shiva. There's apparently watermelon for tomorrow. Nova. I have to work as soon as possible in helping for the sake of humanity. Coacervate. You people are enjoying the world to your fullest, it seems. What were we fighting about in the Genesis era? And so, I will be leaving the care of Mantle to Haine-san, who seems to be the freest one Disuwa. Please see that this girl will properly make the Earth Hero-san into a god hero. Yoreshiro. I can finally return to the wind capital Ha. I will return to the fire capital too. I will go around the world and bring smiles to the unfortunate ones. Is what they said as they began to leave. Leaving only me and Mantle's fairy. Watch me, Entropy-san. This time for sure, I will make all the people happy. Mantle. Meeting them all in one place after 1,600 years, I once again felt it. As I thought, I hate these guys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314 to 316, Disappearance of Blessing. Right before we separated at the nameless desert, there was a meaningful conversation. There's something I would like to entrust you with. Yoreshiro. Ha? Haine. Yoreshiro, who was riding on the back of Phalaris and was about to fly away, seems to have remembered something and returned to where we were. Coacervate told me an unexpected problem regarding god heroes. It may be improvised, but I thought of a plan to better it. Yoreshiro. Is what she said as she presents me something from her palm. It was a sparkling gem. Wow, it looks as if it would sell highly. Haine. I wonder if it is okay for a god to have an evaluation like that when looking at gems at a glance though. It is a diamond. When you have the chance to meet with Karen-san, can you please give it to her? Yoreshiro. Saying this, she gives me the transparent shining gem. I will also be giving it to you, a ruby. Nova. And from me, an aquamarine. Coacervate. I received them from Nova and Coacervate as well, and then, they left. Yoreshiro flew away on Phalaris' back. Mephistopheles probably has that kind of ability too. By the time I noticed, he had already disappeared. The ones remaining were me and the Fairy of Mantle. They really pushed it all to me. Haine. It is true that I am affiliated to the Light Church and I don't have a concrete post, but to think that this would make me look like I have nothing to do. Doesn't that in turn mean that they see me as a convenient guy that would do anything? This is a bad turn of events. When I return to the Light Capital, I must find a better post. But before that, I have to face the big problem in front of me. Yes? What is it? Mantle. The big woman that surpasses me in height by a lot, in other words, Mantle. Can't stay spaced out all the time, so I decided on leaving the nameless desert as well. Now then, where should I go? Haine. It would normally be the Light Capital, but I currently have a problematic companion, Mother Earth, Mantle. Thinking about the reason we brought her back, it would probably be better to go directly there in order to fulfill it. Ishtar Blaze. In order to make the Earth Hero, Ganbi Seisi-chan, they're into an Earth God Hero. And so, I have arrived at the Earth Capital, Ishtar Blaze. Since it was quite close to the nameless desert, we could easily come here. This is my second time here. When I came here before and now, it had quite the different impression. The biggest reason is because the giant tree at the center of the city, Grandma Wood, is gone now. The giant trunk that felt as if it were supporting the heavens and the branches that covered the sky are now gone, and this made the sky look bigger than normal. We still haven't gotten used to it and are still confused, you know. A member affiliated to the Earth Church met me at the outside of Ishtar Blaze and was guiding me. Due to my achievements at the previous incident, I have already become a known face and my treatment is good. After the hero Samus defeated Great Pillar Sama, the stump was left for a while. But that suddenly disappeared one day, you see. So we all thought this, Great Pillar Sama is completely gone now. Great Pillar Sama refers to the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood. It gave birth to the Earth element monsters, golems, from its giant body, and were unusual monsters that followed the orders of humans. Golems surpassed humans by a lot in frame and power, so they were priceless treasures in manual labor. In the past, a world where monsters and humans coexisted was made a reality in Ishtar Blaze. No, that still continues on even today. Grandma Wood is gone now, but the golems that have already been born still have several remaining. Since the source has been cut off now, they are destined to slowly whittle in numbers and fade away, but even so, the remaining golems are still working for a variety of things under the orders of the humans. I was able to look at all this while the staff member San guided me by my side. This picture that will someday disappear, it felt as if it was more fulfilling than the times when Grandma Wood still existed. So, what happened after Great Pillar Sama disappeared? Haine. A big hole was left. Great Pillar Sama was big, so the roots holding it together were also gigantic. We were worrying that this might cause a ground sinking, but nothing happened. When Grandma Wood disappeared, the Earth Demon Lord was probably born. In a sense, isn't that incredibly good luck? The Demon Lord that is supposed to eradicate all humans had been born in the middle of a big city, and yet, it left without doing any destruction. Uriel is a lot more whimsical than the other Demon Lords, so who knows what he was thinking when he didn't put a hand on the humans though. At any rate, I felt relieved after this late about the safety of Ishtar Blaze. Now then, we will soon be there. The staff member San said. The Earth hero, Seisei-sama, is currently in the Earth Church's training grounds devoting herself to training. When she learns that you have come, she will most likely be quite overjoyed. That's right, the reason I came here was to meet Seisei-chan. Just as the guide said, as we proceeded in this field, I could see a giant female-shaped golem that was as big as the towering walls and roof. There's no doubt that's the new technique Seisei-chan used at the heroes match. That's the handmade golem of Seisei-chan that was made solely from the divine power of Seisei-chan. The goddess golem had been cut down to pieces in an instant. Even from afar, I could confirm that. Cut to pieces by the scythe of Iman Yaniko-san. 315, a golem and an idiot. Kai Oee. Dae-su. When I arrived at the training grounds of the Earth Church, Seisei-chan was blown away along with the cut to pieces golem. And then, she fell to the ground and bounced twice. Seeing this, a big sigh was let out somewhere. Seisei, if Yaniko hadn't given up at the Wind Capital, you would have lost. Oba-san. Is what the Earth Founder-san said. She is also the blood-related grandma of Seisei-chan. With her overseeing the battle of the current and previous heroes, Seisei-chan was in the middle of training with her senior Yaniko-san. Well, even if I were to call it training, it is totally just real combat though. Not yet, Dae-su. Yaniko Wunchin. I request one more match, Dae-su. Seisei. Seisei-chan stabbed her personal divine tool Sita to the ground and pours divine power. She is trying to make another goddess golem, but not only are ye slow, you're full of openings. Yaniko. Yaniko-san closes in on her prey with the speed of a cat and was immediately at Seisei-chan's vicinity. Awa-wa-wa-wa? Seisei-chan was unable to stop pouring divine power to the ground and tried to defend with her big scythe, but due to the small size of Yaniko-san's divine tool being far superior in maneuverability, in the end, after 3 exchanges, Seisei-chan was unable to cope with her anymore and ended up with her having the scythe of Yaniko-san placed on her neck. Seisei-chan, you really should take a break. Yaniko. Yaniko-san said in a tired tone. Ain't ya head stuffed up because of your exhaustion? That be why you do such mess ups like trying to do a wide open attack like golem tempering right in front of your opponent. Yaniko. It is just as Yaniko says Sane. Rest for a bit and cool down your head. Also, eat lunch. Oba-san. I can't tell if these elderly are strict or kind. I thoroughly refused Desu. Seisi. But Seisi-chan was stubborn. Well, Seisi-chan being stubborn is an unusual thing though. Quickening the refining speed of golem creation be one of the tasks to be done Desu. If I be prompted by Yaniko Wunshin's dangerous look, my sense of danger might increase Desu. Please, one more round. Seisi. Seisi-chan, you thinking of me as some kind of ogre? Yaniko. Just as Yaniko-san says this. Oya, ain't that Haine Niken? Oba-san. It looks like they finally noticed me spectating. Ah, true Desu. Haine Niken be visiting us Desu. Seisi. Era, he has seen an unsightly part of us. Yaniko. And it looks like Seisi-chan and Yaniko-san as well. The divine power running through the divine tools was stopped, and they released their fighting stance. It'd been a while Desu. Why ya visiting us today Desu? A souvenir Desu ka? Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan says while she runs to me. This girl that is the youngest within the heroes, at times like this, she shows the cuteness that fits her age, and I can understand how Merrick would show a criminal-like face every now and then because of this. Well, about my business. I can't just speak out the truth without applying any filters, so I lie a bit. I missed the big breasts of Yaniko-san? Haine. Era, it be the natural course that if you put your hands on the wife of another, you will get pummeled by the husband, you know? Yaniko. The husband of Yaniko-san is as big as a bear after all. I am not good at this making up lies on the spot. I missed the small breasts of Seisi-chan? Haine. Hello, this be the Scorched Earth Annihilation Corps Desu ka? There be a criminal here Desu. Seisi. Not this one either. In the end, I ended up going with though I came here just to check on the state of things, which didn't have any fun in it. Looks like ad-libbing jokes will be a difficult trek for me. Checkin' the state of things Well, we be in this current situation after all. It ain't bad to keep the communications tight Sane. Oba-san. There's things that be hard to communicate through wireless communication after all. I am beginning to crave seeing the face of Kyuka-san, Sarasa-san, and Juo-san directly. Yaniko. Is what the two elderly said in understanding. But within those, only Seisi-chan was making a grave expression. From the wireless communications, it be said that there already be the appearance of demon lords at the places of Miraquunshin and Celestis-Wunshin Desu. There be no way of telling when our place will be falling into chaos Desu. The one ta take arms first at that time be me Ganbi Seisi Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan increased the strength in her arms holding the earth scythe. In order to protect the city, I gotta get stronger than how I be now Desu. Hey Oni-chan, ya being here might be destiny. Good time ta come, I want Oni-chan to train me as well Desu. Seisi. Ha? Haine. What's with this overflowing determination of Seisi-chan? It was the same when she was in the middle of training, but isn't she a bit too pumped up? That Seisi, she been like this all the time lately Sane. Being all gung-ho even though it ain't like her. Oba-san. The founder Oba-san was worried about the state of the granddaughter. As I thought, meeting the demon lords at the Wind Capital must have gotten to her. Their strength was not normal after all. Thinking how we be clashing blades with them one of these days, even I get weak-kneed. Yaniko. True. Even Karen-san, right after returning from the heroes match, had been on high alert for a good while because she faced the pressure of the demon lords. Seisi-chan, who is the youngest one of the heroes, moreover, having the self-deprecating view of being lacking behind from the others, must be on even higher stress than them. Now then, Haine Nayakan. Let's quickly begin battle, Desu. I request enough drive that you would accidentally cut me in two on the spur of the moment, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan's breathing is rough. Can't be helped. In order to reduce the stress on her shoulders, I decided on keeping her company. 316, Unskilled Task. Dark Matter, set, Haine. Damage plus 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. Seisi-chan's golem has been destroyed. Hogi. Desu? Seisi. Seisi-chan was once again blown away. This was clearly going overboard. Oh my. I heard about it, but Oni-san is truly strong, not? Yaniko. Blowing up Great Pillar Sama be practically Nichan's sole achievement after all. I wouldn't mind you dealing with Seisi-chan while doing a handstand SA. Oba-san. Wouldn't mind it. Nichan, weak. At the sides of the Oba-san and Yaniko-san, the children of Yaniko-san had appeared. They were using the defeat of Seisi-chan as side dish while munching on a rice ball. Disgrace, Desu. My own weakness be heartbreaking, Desu. Seisi. She punched the ground with her fist and appeals her regret. Do your best, Nichan. If you give up, that's when it be over, Nichan. The children cheer her up. From the eyes of Seisi-chan, they are the children of her cousin Yaniko-san, so, what are they called again, But if there be a person so strong already, ain't it okay to just leave him to defeat all the demon lords? I also want this situation to calm down and get a fourth child. Yaniko. Weakling Desu. Yaniko Wunchin. Seisi. Gohu. Yaniko. Seisi-chan's elbow attack hit cleanly onto the stomach of Yaniko-san? When you do things, you overdo it, Seisi-chan. Why a hero be saying such weakling things like that? Ain't you supposed to protect the world, Desu? The ones to protect the Earth Church and the Earth Capital be the Earth Heroes, Desu. I ain't letting anyone take that job away from me, Desu yo. Seisi. So cool, Nichan. Don't lose, cool Na. You're so heated up there, Seisi-chan. I feel like doing something for the hard-working her. Since I am having practice matches with her, let's give her some advices. Watching the fights of Seisi-chan, I have thought this. Could it be that even though you are a golem user, you are trying to fight yourself as well? Haine. Desu? Seisi. Since the heroes match, Seisi-chan's battle style has changed completely. Seisi-chan had been taught by that crafty Yorishiro about how to create golems with her own divine power, and is now able to make golems without the need of a life block. A normal golem requires a life block that the Earth Mother monster created, but Seisi-chan, who has mastered the Earth divine power, can create a humanoid lump of earth through alchemy. In this situation where Grandma Wood is gone and the life blocks can't be replenished, it is still possible to use golems for battle if you don't care for their destruction though. But that would create quite the burden for Seisi-chan, right? Haine. To create a big golem, there's the need for divine power comparable to that of its size. Also, in order to make it move like a human, there's the need for detailed controlling. Just with that, the creation and use of golems in battle should be incredibly exhausting mentally and physically, no doubt about it. On top of that, Seisi-chan is not only concentrating on controlling the golem, but you yourself are also trying to fight. Haine. For example, showing as if the golem is going to be punching from above but instead it is Seisi-chan charging from below, or Seisi-chan and the golem doing a pincer attack type of team attack. That's right. Yaniko. Yaniko-san, who was groaning in agony a moment ago from the surprise attack, had recovered already. The golem user heroes normally leave all the fighting to the golems. Even the normal golems that have life blocks required swift detailed instructions in order to use them in battle, which needs quite the amount of concentration. Yaniko. Even the golem-hating Yaniko-san that is specialized in close combat is knowledgeable about the circumstances. As expected of a hero. That's why Seisi-chan should concentrate on controlling the golem only. And yet, she tries to fight as well, so it becomes entangled between herself or the golem, which slows the movement of one side. Because of those openings it creates, she has been losing all the time to me. Yaniko. The first time I saw it in the heroes match, I thought that a new ultimate technique was born. That means the goddess golem is far from being perfected yet, huh? If they were to fight, Yaniko-san with a lot more experience is better than Seisi-chan. If she hadn't given up on her own in the heroes match, Seisi-chan's weaknesses would have been accurately exploited and she would have lost. That's definitely not the wrong evaluation. Not bending my beliefs is my hero way Desu. Seisi. But Seisi-chan was stubborn. I pledged this Desu. That I wouldn't be using the golems, I would become a hero that fights together with golems. I want to become a hero that not only protects the people of the Earth Church, but also the Earth Golems Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan, so that's how you thought. Also, the demon lords that we be fighting now on are abnormal Desu. If I leave it all to the golems, I will never be able to defeat Desu. For that sake, I and the golems have to move like seasoned warriors. I have to do the best of what I can do Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan was thinking so far when she was pushing herself in her training. I thought that she was a stupid girl that didn't think much, but as expected, Seisi-chan is a hero. She just be stubborn Sane. Oba-san. Is what the founder Oba-san said calmly. Being stubborn be like a trait of us earth people Sane. That be because we've been clinging onto the earth and been living by depending on what's born from it. We have ta belief that the seeds we have buried will bear fruit no matter what. We can't live in any other way. Oba-san. Waiting for several days without any results, the intelligent ones would say give up, but they would stubbornly cover their ears and would wait for things that they themselves have no way on influencing completely. They believe completely that it will bear fruit, so they continue to wait. That's how the people of Ishtar Blaze have lived for 1,600 years. Seisi probably inherited those traits of the earth deeply into her. That may be why she be most fitting as the earth hero Sane. Oba-san. I thought that she was going to say something harsh, but when I listened to the end, I could only hear it as a relative seeing Seisi-chan dearly. I have been thinking about this for a while now, but isn't this Oba-san really soft on her grandchild Seisi-chan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317 to 318 Earth God Hero. 317 Earth God Hero. Now then, training resumes Desu. Yaniko-nichan, in order to take the crown of strongest, please give me the chance to fight ya. Seisi. Can't be helped. Now that it has come to this, I will have you become the strongest as soon as possible, so we can defeat the demon lord and have my next child. Yaniko. The sharp noises of metal clashing once again reverberate in this battle of current and previous Earth heroes. But Seisi-chan couldn't endure the fierce attacks of Yaniko-san even once. All the fights ended in around 50 exchanges. Jai-e. Desu. Jai-e. Desu. Once more. Ata. Desu. That was simply her bullying herself. I don't think this will grant her any progress. But charging forward mindlessly might be the essence of the Earth people, their stubbornness. Hui, she is really doing her best, isn't she? From the pocket of my clothes, a stretched out voice resounded. That's right. You might already know with the flow of things, but the one who spoke was Mantle, who we saved at the nameless desert. In the first place, She is indispensable for my objective here, so thinking of her going out of control at any moment, I would need to have her in my sight at all times. And yet, since coming to Ishtar Blaze, I thought that Mantle was not making her presence known at all, but now. HNGH, I can't see. Entropy-san, can I bring my face out a little more? Mantle. Make sure not to be caught. Also, call me Haine now. Haine. Mantle was currently inside my pocket. She has a small body, small enough to enter the pocket of a human. Her outer appearance of being a naked beauty shining light pink still doesn't change, but her size has changed from the giant woman you would have to lift your head to see, into a palm-sized one. This is a trait of the temporary bodies Mantle uses in the surface world. Different from Yurishiro, Shiva, and I who incarnated to humans, and also from Nova and Coacervate in monster bodies. Mantle's body is not that of a human or a monster. With her authority as an earth goddess, she can cut off a part of the life force of the plants that are close to her ruling area and change it into a temporary body. That's a fairy. Mantle once created a fairy from Grandma Wood. But now that Grandma Wood is gone, it was apparently hard to maintain that fairy for long. And so, she has created a new fairy which is her current body. That body, if I remember correctly, it is proportionate to the plant that you use, right? Haine. Mantle's new fairy was made from a completely normal tree. The reason why Mantle's body was abnormally big in the past was because the source it came from was also the abnormally big Grandma Wood. When a normal tree is used as the source, it ends up as a cute little girl, a pocket-sized one. Well, a fairy is a unique kind of body, so it helps since this is easy to hide from the people. My hero-san is truly a hard-working one, isn't she? Mantle. Mantle says in a pleased tone. Ah, there's also the previous hero-san. I am scared of that person and am slightly no good with her. The current one is small and cute. She is great. Mantle. A hero that scares the god. More importantly, the objective we came here for, please fulfill it properly. Haine. I whispered to her in a voice that can't be picked up by the surroundings. With this, the several days we spend will finally bear fruit. Totally understood. This time for sure I will make the human sans happy. Mantle. You don't have to get so hyped up. Also, I like that little hero-san. She is small, cute, and on top of that, hardworking, not entering the eye of anyone aside from the ones watching directly. I feel like her and I share a lot of things. I sympathize. Mantle. Really, tone it down a little please. I should just give that girl power, right? That way, she can become a god hero, right? I can tell. That girl has received the teachings of Inflation-san and the preparations to receive a god have already been done. Then, there's only the need to create a link from there. Easy peasy. Mantle. The fairy of Mantle jumps out from my pocket and flies directly towards Seisi-chan. I decide on watching on this process of god-hero transformation with my own eyes. Seisi-chan was concentrating in her training, so it was impossible for her to notice the fairy that was closing in on her from behind. Here we go, fusion. Mantle. At that moment, an overwhelming torrent of divine power was created with Seisi-chan in the middle. What be going on Sane? Oba-san. Seisi-chan, what be the matter? Yaniko. Nei-chan? Nei-chan be evolving? The relatives in the surroundings obviously noticed this abnormality and were flustered. I also covered my face reflexively from the pressure of the divine power dispersing in every direction resembling a wind blast, but it calmed down in time and, when we look at what's basically the point of explosion, I was shocked. At that place, there was a peerless beauty standing there. Her age was probably around 20 years. Her glossy long hair was fluttering in the air. Her breasts might even be bigger than those of Yuniko-san, and her waist was shaped like a well-shaped gourd. The muscles in her but were firm and, even when her other parts were bountiful, it was slender, a beauty filled with contradictions. That beauty that you would even feel suspicious about was standing at the place where Seisi-chan was before. No wait. Could that possibly be Haine? Seisi-chan? No way. Seisi-chan is only a 12-year-old lovely little girl who only had her potential standing tall. And yet, why is a girl around her 20s no matter how you see it standing there? But the big scythe in her hands is without doubt the earth scythe Sita that is of exclusive use for Seisi-chan. Then, is it that? The only thing I can think of that could prompt such change right now would only be one. Because Mantle had connected with Seisi-chan and became a god hero? The earth god hero, Seisi-chan. An appearance that surpasses imagination by leaps and bounds has descended here? 318, Ideal Statue. After becoming a god hero, Seisi-chan became an adult? No, in god hero form, Seisi-chan turns adult? Whichever the case, the youngest one within the heroes that had a small petite body is not here anymore. The one there now is a bountiful beauty that felt like a flower had bloomed there. How long are ya gonna be stunned there, fair Sane? Oba-san. Ouch. Haine. I got poked in the eyes by the founder Oba-san. My eyes. My eyes. Haine. Why were my eyes poked? The reason was none other than the god hero Seisi-chan. Due to her sudden growth, her clothes were ripped here and there. In other words, the adult Seisi-chan with big boobs but was naked right now. Ah, Noel, what in the world happened here, Desuka? Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan mutters. If we had to put a voice tune to it, I would say it went from a soprano to a mezzo-soprano, but her way of speaking was still that of Seisi-chan. No, Seisi-chan. That be something I would like to ask myself. Yaniko. Nachan has transformed. Nachan has transformed. Yaniko-san and her children could only be surprised at the suddenness of this. In the meantime, I was still wriggling in agony. My eyes. My eyes. Haine. At any rate, Seisi-chan, first of all, put on some clothes. A girl walking around naked outside before being married be unsightly. Yaniko. That's so? I never be told that before Desu. I was not told anything even when I was swimming butt naked at the river Desuyo? Seisi. Just hide that uselessly ripe body of yours already, you shameless woman. Oba-san. Looks like Seisi-chan finally put on some clothes after being reprimanded by the Oba-san, not like I can see anything though. Can't be helped Desu na. Seisi. Finally healing from the damage of being poked in the eyes, I regained my sight, and what I saw was the naked adult Seisi-chan. The ground at her feet was slowly rising up. The earth was thinly covering the body of Seisi-chan. That earth was covering her whole body without leaving a single opening, excluding her head, and on top of that, she had changed its properties. Fiber alchemy, Desu. Seisi. As Seisi-chan said this, the earth covering her body changed into proper clothes. Moreover, you could tell at a glance that they were high quality. It felt like silk or satin. It hasn't gone through the normal sewing process and it is not possible to stitch it either, so it was basically a heavenly garment. This adult Seisi-chan that's wearing such garment looked like the very definition of heaven descended. Oh my, how lovely. It looks like a princess of somewhere. Yaniko. Moreover, to be able to alchemize something as detailed as cloth. Seisi, what in the world happened to ya? Too many things have happened, I can't keep up Sane. Oba-san. Yaniko-san and the Oba-san were truly confused by the big abnormality that occurred, but I feel like they should be a bit more confused and flustered than that. At any rate, I am the only one who can answer the questions to this abnormality. While enduring the pain in my eyes that still doesn't recede, I say in a wrung-out voice. The Earth, God Hero. Haine. God hero? Desu? The Earth hero family reacts in symphony. Right SANE. They did mention something like that in the wireless communication reports. It be something that be trending in the city apparently. Oba-san. The one where the god confers power to the hero? I thought it be a spook story from the city. Yaniko. Karen-san, Mirik, and Celestis have become god heroes, and their names have begun to spread around. Does that mean Mother Earth Mantle-sama has conferred me power Desuka? Seisi. The adult-turned Seisi-chan looks down at her body as if to confirm herself, her current self that is overflowing with charm to the point of shocking. For some reason, I feel like I can do anything now Desu. Now that I think about it. Seisi. Seisi-chan pierces her earth scythe to the ground. At the same time as she did this, the goddess golem made by Seisi-chan surfaces. Incredible! The refining speed can't be compared to before. Yaniko. The pouring of divine power and the completion of the golem be practically at the same time? She must have poured quite the thick concentration of divine power or it wouldn't have gone that smoothly. Oba-san. Seisi-chan swings her big scythe with energy. Let's go Desuyo. My other self. Seisi. The tempered goddess golem runs together with Seisi-chan. Seisi-chan and the golem, they were moving as if they were separate beings, but that wasn't the case. Seisi-chan created it and it will stay as being a part of Seisi-chan. It is different from the golems made out of life blocks that move semi-automatically. It won't move without being given every single instruction from Seisi-chan. Even if a human were to have 4 arms, I wonder if they would be able to move them freely in whichever way they want. Even 2 arms are a lot, and you would have to choose which one is your dominant arm. It is the same with this. For Seisi-chan, who has created a golem with her own divine power, it is as if she had grown an extra body. Controlling it together with her own body is practically impossible, that's why she has been unable to move it properly until now and has lost all this time against Yuniko-san. But right now it is different. Now that Seisi-chan has become a god hero, she can control both her and the golem, and they were showing movements as if they were having a dance. It be as if my own body ain't my own Desu. Seisi. Not only her divine power output increased when she became a god hero, her control, and even her processing ability had received an incredible power-up that can't be compared to before. The big scythe that didn't fit her small size before has now completely fitted her adult body and it doesn't feel precarious to have it in her hands anymore. All points were perfect, and Seisi-chan, who only shone in her raw talent, has suddenly reached the point of perfection. Earth God Hero, Seisi, has descended here Desu. With this power, I will cut all demon lords to pieces Desuyo. Seisi. Seisi-chan shouts enthusiastically. However, I can only feel uneasiness from this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319 to 321 Water Sisters. Hello there, it is the light hero, Korin Karen. After finishing the harsh battle at Hydraville, we were actually still at the water capital. The people that were turned into a strange liquid called undiluted life force were actually the whole of Hydraville. Moreover, since Hydraville is a sightseeing city, the tourists there also fell victim to it. In other words, a lot of people were turned. Helping those people out and returning them to their places will take quite a lot of effort, so Mirik-chan and I happily accepted to help out. When in trouble, we help each other out. That's how the relationship between the 5 churches is now. And with that, time continued flowing. In this way, we finished the rescue activities to a certain extent and, in the time when it was the calmest. Fufu Wani-sama. Celestis. Yes, yes. Saresa. Wani-sama, Wani-sama. Celestis. Yes, yes. Wait, what in the world is going on? Sarasa. Being hugged by Celestis-chan, Sarasa-san was the very definition of confused. Well, that's a given though. Within the current and previous heroes, Celestis-chan and Sarasa-san are the ones that have the least respect for each other. Compared to Mirik-chan and Kika-san, who were disciples under the same master, Seisi-chan and Yaniko-san, who are cousins, and there's also Hayo-chan and Juo-san who are bitter enemies with Shiva-sama in between. These two have an unusual senior and junior relationship that doesn't share a connection. Celestis-chan herself had not showed any sort of interest towards her senior Sarasa-san until now, and yet. Wani-sama, I love you. Fu, Celestis. Being suddenly called Wani-sama and her over-familiar act of burying her face into the boobs of Sarasa-san, for the people that know these two, they would go, what in the hell happened? No doubt. But I know the reason. Sarasa-san, didn't you do quite a lot in the battle with Gabriel? Karen. I tried to explain the situation. Did quite a lot? That's not true. My best technique did not work at all after all. Sarasa. That's right. In the time when Celestis-chan was absent, Sarasa-san was the one who protected the water capital. While she was away, the demon Lord Gabriel appeared and, even when the difference in strength was overwhelming, Sarasa-san stepped ground until Celestis-chan arrived. This gained the respect of her junior Celestis-chan. On top of that, the technique that she showed at the end was sealed at the heroes match she had with Celestis-chan because it was too powerful, which also resonated within Celestis-chan. Sarasa-san was turned into undiluted life force after and has safely returned, but Celestis-chan has been sticking to her since then. I see Sarasa Onisama in a new light. Celestis. Celestis-chan had her eyes sparkling. That strength of heart of not giving up in an incredibly disadvantageous situation. The amazingness of the last attack. Sarasa Onisama is cool, I admire you. Celestis. And so, in this way, Celestis-chan was respecting her like crazy. Well, I am happy that you respect me, but I am your senior here, so I would be glad if you had that respect from the very beginning though. Sarasa. Completely true. Well, Celestis-chan can't hate the people that do good for the Water Nation after all, Karen. She also has the trait that unless she doesn't find anything of value, she doesn't even try to act as if she respects you though. And when she judges you as someone good, she doesn't show any restraint in her show of affection. Truly someone that doesn't have openings. Mirik-chan, who was by my side, was half in admiration and half tired by this. Celestis-chan then once again buries deeper into Sarasa-san's bosom and says with a low but clear voice. Really, thank you, Sarasa Onisama. For protecting my beloved city. The people that I love. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't done your all to protect them until I arrived, by now, they would have all been Celestis. Celestis-san, Sarasa. Ah. I thought of something nice. When I graduate from being a hero, can I join Sarasa-sama's family? Celestis. In that way, I can truly become Sarasa Onisama's sister after all. Celestis. An outrageous proposal fitting of Celestis-chan. Jaya. Don't. If you were to join my family, after retiring from your title as hero, you will have the position of being the daughter of the current founder. I will be the one who will be losing my position in the family. Sarasa. For Sarasa-san, the current Celestis-chan was actually even more of a threat than the past one. Oh well, it is good that they get along with each other, Mirik. And seeing this, Mirik-chan immediately gave up on thinking anymore. I also did the same. But isn't this the very view of culture? There was one other person watching the bantering of the water heroes along with Mirik-chan and I. That person is, the Demon Lord. I have learned one other thing about culture. With this battle, I have learned that the source of culture is, in other words, love. Gabriel. I see, Karen. Loving others and holding the will of making others love you. In order to express this, you bring out a variety of knowledge and put it into action. That itself is culture. In order to get culture into my hands, I should learn about love first and master it. Gabriel. Is what the water demon lord is saying. Even though the battle is already over, this demon lord still hasn't left. Oh. You said some nice things there, demon lord. In that case, to learn about love, you have to act first. Celestus. And Celestus speaks to the demon lord as if nothing had happened. It was as if she had already let it be water under the bridge. In a sense, you could call that the respect Celestus had for words of the water god she loves. Right, there's the need to act or nothing can be obtained. In order to obtain love, what should you do? Gabriel. Of course, to declare your love to the one you love. That act is the most simple of cultures. You try shouting it as well, Sarasa Onissima, I love you. Celestus. Sarasa Onissima, I love you. Gabriel. Sarasa. Sarasa-san herself was the most shocked one. My condolences. Next is a hug. It is fine. Sarasa Onissima is benevolent, so she will even accept a demon lord. Celestus. Sarasa Onissima, I love you. Gabriel. Gabriel approaches with both arms open and, obviously, Sarasa-san's red alert was sounding. At this point, I can't tell if Celestus is being serious here or this is just plain bullying. Well, wait. Wait for a bit. No, if I run away here, it would be a disgrace. Let it be my junior or a demon lord, I will accept them both. Come at me. Sarasa. Ah, she accepted it. In this case, I think that Sarasa-san's benevolence, like that of the Mother Ocean, has only worsened the situation. Well, it is good that they are getting along. Let's give up thinking. 320, Fire's sworn friend. Gaga. Wait, as I thought, the demon lord's strength is totally different from humans. The bones in my whole body will break. Can you please hold back a little? My insides will come out. Sarasa. Let's leave aside Sarasa-san, who was supposed to be in Cloud 9 for being hugged by her little sisters. My attention switched to the other one, the giant that towered on us. Michael, Karen. The 4 demon lords that are supposed to threaten this world. The one that stands as their leader. Michael was standing there with arms crossed and showing a complicated expression. He had both eyes closed as if in silent prayer. It was as if he were sleeping, but at the same time, it looked like he was a philosopher contemplating. You are not returning either? Mirak. The one who brought the topic was Mirak-chan, who exchanged fists with Michael before. The fire demon lord slowly opens his eyes. With Gabriel in that state. She said she won't be returning until she obtains the human's culture, Michael. At the other side, there's Gabriel and Celestus hugging the passed-out Sarasa-san. I as well, even if it was in order to save a comrade, I ended up joining forces with the humans that I am originally meant to eradicate. Thinking about what Uriel and Raphael will say to that, it makes it harder to return. Gabriel. There's also things the demon lords can get awkward about? Mirak. Mirak-chan said it as if she was joking, but Michael is always super serious. That can be considered to be the heart in a way. What we monsters have recently obtained. But, it is not as if we have truly obtained it yet. Michael. Michael flaps his fire wings slightly. One of the ashes that fell visibly turned bigger and changes into a wolf with fire fur. The most orthodox of the fire monsters, Hellhound. 3 fire wolves appeared at once and it caught the eye of us who were right at the vicinity. They were growling. And, with those instincts pushing them, it felt as if they would attack us at any moment. But when Michael raised his hand to gesture them to stop, the firewolves obey like obedient dogs. As expected of a demon lord. You can even control the instincts of monsters to attack humans and have them obey, huh? Mirok. That's right, monsters attack humans. They attack and try to kill. That is the nature that's been edged in all monsters. There's no other way to call it but an instinct. Michael. Michael says this as he looks at the kinfox he himself created. No, it can't even be called an instinct. It is a function. Monsters don't attack humans out of hatred or sense of duty. It is not because of the vulgar excitement that comes from destruction either, neither is it because of the survival instincts that kick in when animals attack other animals. Monsters simply have the function of attacking humans. Michael. His explanation felt as if it carried pain. You could say we demon lords have escaped from that route and have obtained a heart. I won't let anyone deny that. Like hell I would let anyone. But all monsters aside from us are still moving under that function that fakes their state as life forms. Michael. Mirok. Katak Mirok, what you said in the past about monsters not having emotions, I still haven't been able to turn it around. As long as that isn't done, monsters not only won't be able to stand as the summit of all races, we won't even be able to stand as a life form at all. Michael. Michael bends his knees and strokes the head of the firewolf he had created. If this were a normal dog, it would be waving his tail and might even return the act by licking the hand of the person. But the firewolves didn't react even when being petted. In the end, Gabriel and I have the same opinion. In order for monsters to obtain their position as a new lifeform, we need to mix with humans and learn from them. That's the surest way to reach that goal. By doing that, these guys might one day be able to feel happy at their comrades increasing in numbers. Michael. That's nice. Karen. I unconsciously raised my voice. Michael and Mirok-chan turned their gaze towards me at the same time. If we humans and monsters stop fighting and get along, we can learn the good things about each other and be able to grow together. It is definitely a lot better than fighting until one side perishes. Karen. That's not possible. Michael. Michael immediately denies that possibility. We monsters and humans have to fight in order to decide who is the most fitting ruler in this world. Until either side falls. Michael. That's not true. Who decided something like that? Karen. The great demon lord, Lucifer-sama. Michael. Those words were proclaimed from the mouth of Michael. An impressive sounding name like that. A name I have heard before. The demon lord that rules over us demon lords, the demon lord of demon lords, the one who is the ruler of all monsters in the true meaning, the light demon lord. Michael. The light demon lord? Karen. There's a light element demon lord? And that demon lord is the boss of all of them? That light demon lord you speak about, you are saying he is the very culprit scheming the eradication of humans? Mirok. What? So in the end, the most evil one of them all was the one related to Karen Chi? Celestus. Being tired of mushing Sarasa-san, Celestus-chan joins in on our conversation. Or more like, I don't know about this, you know? Being the same element doesn't mean we are related, okay? When we were still inside our mothers, Lucifer-sama spoke to us. Gabriel. Gabriel was carrying the foaming Sarasa-san as she came towards us. Eradicate the humans, the rulers of the world are us monsters. Obeying those words, we four demon lords gathered and decided on fighting the humans. Gabriel. Lucifer-sama hasn't reached perfect shape yet and is currently in sleep. Once Lucifer-sama is born, it will be the true end of humanity. Michael. I felt a chill run down my spine. Even though we have grown close enough with the demon lords to speak with them in this way, you are telling me the direction to destruction has not been averted at all? But now, I can't help but have doubts to Lucifer-sama. I understood for the first time after fighting. Humans are living beings that surpassed my expectations by a lot. It is not solely from strength. The humans definitely hold an unknown power that is hard to even describe in words. Michael. You must be talking about culture and love. Gabriel. And those might actually be only a part of what tremendous thing the humans hold. For monsters, even if humans are enemies, they hold something that we require. I have to face Lucifer-sama. I have to ask him something. Michael. Hearing what the demon lords had to say, we thought that they were incredible. They are desperately thinking about their way of living. I even ended up thinking that passing our days carefreely is embarrassing. Whichever the case, nothing will begin unless Lucifer-sama wakes up though. Gabriel. Michael nods at the words of Gabriel. That's right. Right now we simply wait for the right time. Michael. Meaning that peace will continue until that Lucifer-san awakens? Or more like, the true hell will begin once he awakens. How about we all attack that Lucifer guy while he is still sleeping? Celestus. You read the mood a bit. Mirok. It looks like even Celestus-chan didn't think that was a really decent proposition. She soon closed her mouth when Mirok-chan scolded her. Celestus-sama. Also, the heroes from the other churches. A member of the water church calls us at that moment. This is Hydraville after all. But why did he call us in such a hurried voice? There's a report from the Stream Marine Corps. There is an unknown something heading towards the city. Unknown something? What? Wait. This Hydraville has just overcome a conflict not that long ago, you know? It is troubling to be constantly shot in such a brief period of time, geez. Celestus. But there's the need to deal with the thing that is coming. Since we are here, let's help out as well. Let's finish this quickly. Mirok. I was also completely in agreement to Mirok-chan's words. Let's have the knocked out Sarasa-san rest for now, and so, the other one. What about Doraha? Mirok. Being asked by Mirok-chan, I silently shook my head to the sides. Doraha-san fought together with us against Gabriel, and she hasn't healed completely from the damage she took and is still bedridden. The wounds themselves have been treated with water techniques though. However, maybe because she used power that surpassed her limits, she is still sleeping like a log. She is not in a state where she can participate in battle. Understood. Whichever the case, she has done plenty work already. Let her rest. Mirok. If she weren't there at that time, the water church would have been done for after all. We have to at least gift her a good sleep. Celestus. And so, Mirok-chan, Celestus-chan, and I will be dealing with this unknown situation. On the other hand, the two demon lords heard the report and raised their senses as if checking for the presence, and they both turned their head in the same direction at the same time. This divine power, Michael. Auriel? Why is that guy coming here? Gabriel. 321, The Fear of the Demon Lord. According to the lookouts of Hydraville, an unknown something was letting out an overwhelming amount of divine power as it headed straight towards them. Predicting the course it will take, we wait for the arrival of that something at the easiest place to fight off someone, at the plains. It is pretty far away from the city, so there's no worries even if we were to rampage quite a bit. But what worried me more was... Karen. Michael and Gabriel came along with us as well. These two, along with Mirok-chan, Celestus-chan, and I. It is an abnormal grouping. This is quite the bizarre group of people. Celestus. I understand why Celestus-chan is making a bitter smile. If I stay with you people, I can meet more new culture. I Gabriel am the type that doesn't let go of a learning experience. Gabriel. The one heading here is probably a guest of ours. Then, it is manners for us to be the ones meeting him. Michael. Gabriel says with half amusement, while Michael seems to have felt something. What is coming here anyways? We could confirm that something was making a dust cloud as it headed to where we were. It is on a level where you would think a stampede is heading our way. Moreover, that dust cloud is still quite far away from us, and yet, we could feel a presence even from where we were. How to say it, it felt as if it were hurried, or desperate. I could feel that from the something that is making that dust cloud. This is obvious, but it is steadily coming here. Celestus. Looks like we will soon be able to confirm with our eyes. Just who is it that is making that dust cloud? Mirok. When we strain our eyes, we were finally able to pick up who the one making that dust cloud was. Auriel? One of the 4 demon lords threatening the world, Earth Demon Lord, Auriel. That figure of his, that is like a tree taking the form of a human, there's no way of mistaking it. There's branches drawing the silhouette of wings spreading from his back, which is a trait of that demon lord. Gabriel, Michael, and now there's Uriel. Are you telling me 3 of the 4 demon lords will be grouping in this Hydraville? As expected of my sightseeing city. Even demon lords want to check it out at least once. Celestus. This is no time to be throwing jokes, Celestus John. Karen. Leaving aside the 2 here, the other demon lords are still hostile towards humans. If Uriel arrives here, at worst, it might become a battle with Hydraville's safety at stake. He won't trouble the humans. Michael. Michael says softly but with a clear tone. It looks like he has business with me. Michael. 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 Auriel. The Earth Demon Lord repeatedly calls the name of his comrade Michael. And then, he arrived here. With the speed he used to create that dust cloud, he charges at Michael. Michael. Auriel. And then, he clings onto the legs of Michael. Michael. Save me, Michael. Save me, save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. Auriel. Oh oi, what's the matter, Auriel? Why is a demon lord like you making such an unsightly scene like this? Michael. Even Michael was unable to hide his confusion and was looking at his comrade that had fallen into panic. Save me, save me, save me. Save him *cough*. At any rate, save me. Auriel. Why is this demon lord San so scared? When talking about demon lords, aren't their existences the very definition of fearsome? If we don't hurry, that person will come. That person is Auriel. That person? Michael. Uriel's ominous words made us move our gazes towards the route he came from before, and there was someone there already. A peerless beauty shouldering a big scythe. Who is that? I think this is the first time I have seen this person. Because if I saw her once, I would definitely not forget about her. That's the kind of beauty level she had. In terms of age, I would say she is slightly above us, around 18 years old, maybe? Even so, she had a liveliness similar to that of a child, and was accompanied with the contradictory feeling of composure of that of an adult. Her boobs are also incredibly big. Even as a person of the same gender, her beauty made me let out a gasp. Just who in the world is she? Jaiya. She is Hari. Auriel. And Uriel let out a scream at that beauty. What are you saying about that human woman? Michael. The moment Michael let out that question, the beauty had already closed in on him. When did she manage to do that? That speed of hers, not even not even we all here were able to catch it. You bastard. Michael. Michael? Gabriel. Michael and Gabriel barely managed to react to it and attack the mysterious beauty. Michael with a punch clad in fire, Gabriel with a high-pressure water bullet, they are both divine power attacks that surpass the level of humans by a whole lot, but the mysterious beauty didn't flinch at either. Wah! She deflected the water bullet, and then, the swung big scythe cuts off the right arm of Michael? What in the world? She was able to deal with two demon lords at once so easily? Are you okay, Michael? Gabriel. You bastard. Michael. Michael quickly falls back and sticks his arm back in place. Being able to bring it back to normal after such a big wound is proof of the fearsomeness of a demon lord, but the mystery woman-san is actually scarier right now. Hi. Not even Michael is any good. What in the world should we do? Uriel. What is the meaning of this, Uriel? What in the world is that human? Michael. Now that it has come to this, there's no room for doubt. The one who has made Uriel lose all his pride as a demon lord was that mysterious beauty. Oi, this situation. What should we do? Mirok. In the first place, who is that beautiful lady? Human? Monster? I can't even tell that. Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were flustered completely. No, that lady is most likely a human, but that strength makes it questionable whether she actually is a human. Ha, ha. I finally caught up. That voice, Haine-san? The third intruder from the route where Uriel and the mysterious beauty came from. It is Haine-san who had been missing these last few days. Haine-san. Where were you until now? Or more like, what's with this situation? Karen. Haine-san was most likely desperately chasing after Uriel and the mysterious beauty. His flying machine was overheated and smoke was coming out from it here and there. That's Seisi-chan. Haine. Seisi-chan turned into a god hero. Mantle, overdid it. Haine. No, what are you saying, Haine-san, The Seisi-chan that should be in Ishtar Blaze, there's no way she would be here. In the first place, there's nothing resembling Seisi-chan with this person here. Could it be that familiar big scythe that looks as if it would hunt down lives that this beauty is holding, the earth scythe, Sita? That incredible beauty is the god hero Seisi-chan? Karen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322 to 324, the successor of By the Roots. 322, the successor of By the Roots. We are going slightly back in time. Accurately speaking, to the time after Ikoramiya Haine had witnessed Seisi-chan turning into a god hero. Such a meta way of explaining things in terms of story is not really that desirable, but in order to make it easier to understand, I think it is better this way. Well, she really has grown well. This was after the surprise of Seisi-chan becoming a god hero and turning into an adult. Finished confirming the power-up of the god hero form, Seisi-chan herself and her relatives were in the middle of giving a review at Seisi-chan's sudden growth. Truly well grown. Seisi-chan, haven't you gotten bigger than me? Yaniko. The one saying this was her cousin Yaniko-san. She was holding the well-ripped bust of adult Seisi-chan as she fondles it. Yeah, I don't really understand well desu. It be a truly unknown feeling desu yo. Seisi. Seisi-chan gave that impression towards the feeling of having her own breasts fondled. It can't be helped. That incredibly flat plane had suddenly become two big mountains after all. It is as if your body had suddenly been placed something on it, so the feeling of incongruity that comes from it is certainly something that would perplex someone. Even though Yaniko-san is by far the one with the biggest breasts from the current and previous heroes, Seisi-chan surpassed even that. Breasts bigger than mine, I have never seen that before, so it be natural that I be interested in it. In my family they all be big, but adult Seisi-chan be a cut above the rest. Yaniko. Mom, I also want a fondle. Me too. Yaniko-san's children were also interested. Seisi-chan suddenly grew after being given a part of mantle. This growth is not a natural one but a temporary one. However, if given time to grow normally, I wonder if she will end up having this figure? If that's the case, Seisi-chan has incredible potential as a woman as well. Now that I think about it, Yaniko-san stopped fondling Seisi-chan's breast and had moved her attention to Seisi-chan's beauty. Would it be this time desu ka? Seisi. I felt like I saw the adult face of Seisi-chan before, but I remember now. Yaniko-san says. This Seisi-chan looks exactly like when grandmother be young. Yaniko. The one who reacted the most at this was the very person, the Earth founder Oba-san. She is the grandma of both Seisi-chan and Yaniko-san. Don't say stupid things, Yaniko. There not be a single time in my life I have had a spaced out face like this Sane. Oba-san. Seisi. The Oba-san objected more than expected, and the adult Seisi-chan got scared by the pressure of this. That ain't true. Well, I myself haven't seen Sobo-chan in her active days, but I seen it once a long time ago. A portrait of when Sobo-chan was young. Yaniko. It be one that was decorating the art museum of Ishtar Blaze, but for some mysterious reason, the next times I went there, I couldn't find it anywhere. But I really remember it vividly. That's why I can say fair sure that Seisi-chan resembles ya. Yaniko. Yeah, you saw that? Even though I immediately bursted into the place after I heard that they had brought it out. Oba-san. You did something like that, Oba-san? On top of that, the founder Oba-san makes a difficult expression as she faces me, and then gestures me to come. What is it? Haine. She grabbed my collar and whispers to me. Keep it between us. It be true that this Seisi does resemble my young self. Oba-san. Seriously? Haine. Seriously Sane. When I saw that for the first time, I felt like I be looking at a mirror. No, I've been thinking that way since long before. I have 10 daughters and 84 granddaughters, but, Oba-san. There's so many? Is this the breeding power of Ishtar Blaze? The one who resembles me the most be Seisi Sane. Oba-san. Hearing this from the person herself, I for some reason had shivers run down my spine. The Oba-san was known in the past as the Earth Hero, take her by the roots. She is the hero 7 generations ago, and the accomplishments she has gotten are the very definition of legendary. The number of monsters she has cut down in her active days were the highest, and her military records were also the highest of any. Even within the conflicts between humans, she would rampage without showing any mercy, and I heard that she has made the blood of the heroes of other churches in her generation rain. She was the one who had been the longest time active from the heroes. Normally, a hero retires around the age of 20, and yet, she continued being a hero even when she was 20, and even when she had married and was pregnant, she continued being a hero, and then, she finally retired after her daughter had grown to the point where she could succeed her as a hero. After that, all the Earth heroes have been her daughters or granddaughters. The legend among legends within the Earth heroes among that had overwhelming influence even in posterity that is take her by the roots. You are saying Seisi-chan resembles you? Haine. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I was also absent-minded when I be young. People normally made fun of me. But when I think about it now, it be exactly because I be absent-minded that I didn't have anything obstructing my sight and was able to persistently chase after what I could see. I think I was that kind of child. Oba-san. That's exactly how the current Seisi-chan is. Are you saying that the Oba-san overcame this and became a hero that cuts down everything? That be why I thought this when I saw Seisi, this one has talent. That there be no doubt she would become as strong as me when I be on my peak. But I thought that would be a lot further in the future. And yet, she suddenly grew into such a beauty. Oba-san. Moreover, when she was in her active days, she had created a grand legend for herself with her big scythe. And yet, Seisi-chan not only has a scythe but also her golem. She is trained to utilize both the golem and the scythe freely. She possesses talent rivaling that of the previous legend and has been loved by golems since she was born. If that disposition has bloomed at once thanks to becoming a god hero. Mug? Yaniko. The abnormality had already started. Hearing something that sounded like a scream from Yaniko-san, the Oba-san and I stopped our conversation and hurriedly turned around. There, we saw a scene we couldn't understand. Seisi-chan had stolen a kiss of Yaniko-san? What are you doing? It must have been by force. Yaniko-san was hugged tightly and their lips were pressed together. It looked like a snake that had coiled around its prey and was about to swallow it. But after Seisi-chan thoroughly licked the tongue and lips of Yaniko-san, she threw her away as if she had grown tired of eating her. To think I would allow my lips to be stolen by someone other than my husband, Yaniko. Mom! Get a hold of yourself, Mom. Yaniko-san was collapsed and the children run to her. What are ye doing, Seisi? Are you shameless? Oba-san. The Oba-san was also incredibly confused. But there was further confusion coming. I don't understand either, Desu. But. Seisi. The adult Seisi-chan looks at her own hand clenching her scythe. That fist was trembling as if she couldn't hold back her overflowing strength. This strength, this divine power, I can't hold it back, Desu. If I don't release it soon, I feel like I might go crazy, Desu. Seisi. Seisi? Oba-san. The divine power Seisi-chan was releasing was similar to a gale. Then, she turned her head at a certain direction. I can feel it, Desu. Our enemy be at that direction, Desu. I will go out for a bit, cut M to small pieces, and spread M into the fields, Desu. Seisi. Is the gibberish she said as she ran off. What in the world was that? Nichan, please go after her. Oba-san. This is the first time I have heard such a desperate voice from her. I have Ta look after the collapsed Yaniko. I leave Seisi-chan to ya. Oba-san. Ah geez, got it. I will go. Dark matter, set, Haine. I release dark matter from my legs and, with the repulsion effect, I fly high and chase after Seisi-chan. Why do the earth element people go towards directions that you don't plan them to? 323, Ballad. And so, I chase after Seisi-chan but I have already lost sight of her. Haine. Seisi-chan was running so fast, just a single mistake allowed her to disappear as if she were mist. Earth divine power doesn't have anything flashy to boost their moving speed like the fire and wind, so is this pure leg strength here? Did her muscle strength get boosted to abnormal levels after becoming a god hero? This is the first time I see a god hero myself, so I don't have anyone to compare it to, but isn't the power-up way too overblown? I am steadily getting more worried. The grouping was that Mantle and Seisi-chan after all. That's why losing sight of her hurts and I have to find her as soon as possible, but the place I arrived at after chasing after her is a forest that's pretty far away from Ishtar Blaze. The field of vision is bad and that makes it even harder to find. I was about to give up when I felt a different presence from deep in the forest. Moreover, it is quite the sinister presence. Since it would be difficult to find Seisi-chan in these circumstances, I decided on giving up on it for now and check for what the presence is about. Auriel? And so, when I follow the presence, the one I encountered was the tree human. One of the very problems that humans are facing. Why is he here? Oh. I finally began acting and the first one I encounter is you. I really have no luck. Or maybe this is a trial? Auriel. The demon lord, whose whole body was deep black like an old tree, showed caution as he clearly showed his pride. In order for us monsters to rule this world, you are a trial we have to overcome. Auriel. You, why are you here? Haine. A demon lord is not the kind of monster you coincidentally encounter on a walk. In that case, there's no doubt this guy is here for some reason. Koramiya Haine. The bark you forced me to tear off had finally regenerated, you see. How is it, this nice black? Looks like a tree that has surpassed the 1,000 years, right? It was pretty difficult to get this quality, you know. I ended up taking a decent amount of time. Auriel. Is what Auriel says as he shows off his bark as if he were bragging about his fashion. I don't really understand this attachment he has. My new attire has been finished and I had finally decided on acting to eradicate the humans. I was thinking about destroying the city that's not far from here. Auriel. Is he talking about Ishtar Blaze? Michael went to the fire capital and Gabriel went to the water capital, so I thought I should also attack a place related to Earth. Michael and Gabriel were influenced by mere humans and have been contaminated. In order to mend that shame, I must fulfill my duty as a demon lord. Auriel. The fruit-like eyes of Auriel had inhuman light shining in them. The demon lords were contaminated? What do you mean by that? Haine. It means that they have gotten all friendly with them. Humph, how disgusting. Raphael is already a mess, so the only decent demon lord left is I, Auriel. The important task that the great demon lord Lucifer-sama has left us, I will be accomplishing it on my own. Auriel. Whichever the case, it means that he is burning with hostility. No matter if he is an invincible demon lord, they can't match the incarnation of the dark god. That's something they should know already after the battle in Rudra's metropolis. You already know you can't defeat me, and yet, you show no hesitation. Is that conceitedness? Or is your pride supporting you here? Haine. Pride? I see, right. In order to continue being the Lord of Monsters, I can't allow myself to turn tail from the same enemy twice. I will defeat you on the name of this Earth Demon Lord, Auriel. Auriel. And of course, I can't allow Auriel to pass me and have him arrive at Ishtar Blaze. In order to not let a single human be hurt, I have to destroy Auriel right here. Now. Auriel. Begin. Haine. Right in the moment Auriel's earth power and my dark power were about to clash. Asterisk swish. The sound of something being severed was heard. Eh? The both of us let out a dumbfounded voice. And then, something unbelievable happened at our surroundings. We were currently inside a thick forest. That's why there's several tens of trees at our close vicinity, but those trees were cut down all at once. Yeah? What in the world? The trees fall and make a thunderous sound, moreover, several of them fell at the same time, so it increased the intensity even more. Because the trees were now gone, the field of vision was cleared up at once. What? This grove of trees were cut down by a single swing? Auriel. 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 You are also cut. Like, really cleanly. Haine. Ah. You are right. Auriel. Auriel was also a victim of the tree cutting. He had been cut from around his waist. Now that I look properly, my clothes were cut around the stomach? That was close. This was definitely the work of what cut down the trees in Auriel, but this slash that had a scary range had severed several trees along with Auriel, and even I was caught extremely close to that range. Dangerous. Haine. If I had been one step closer, I would have been one of the victims as well and my innards would be spilling out. It would have turned into gore. What? What happened? Auriel. Several branch-like things grew out from the cut and he soon reconnected the cut area. It was as if nothing happened. I see, so this is a trait of the demon lords, huh? Leaving that aside, Haine. Auriel was completely cut in half and I was cut slightly in my stomach. When seeing it from this point of view, it should have been an attack from behind Auriel. Cuckoo cuckoo. Finally found you, Desu-yo. A terrifying laugh resounded. The one who appeared was. To think I ended up passing my target from excess of momentum, Desu. Because of that, it took unnecessary amount of time to return Desu. A fascinating princess in swung stance with a scythe. Earth God Hero, Seisei-chan. 324, Charm of Severing. Demon Lord and God Hero, the two that should meet in battle have gathered in one place. Now that I think about it, Seisei-chan did say there's an enemy when she left. In other words, she had caught the presence of someone this far away even when she was in the Earth capital? It is hard to believe, but that's exactly why she is here. Seisei-chan had appeared at the back of Auriel, so he turned around. Attacking me from the back. What a low move. But a strong divine power enough to cut me in TW? Auriel. It seems Auriel noticed something, he cut his words. I see. It is the so-called God Hero, right? I know that this had given a lot of trouble to Michael. Meaning, those fangs have appeared in the Earth domain as well, huh? Auriel. Seisei-chan didn't answer. She simply repositioned with her Earth scythe and showed that she had fighting spirit. Fine. I will first finish you off in front of Koramiya Haine. No matter what kind of method you employ, I will teach you that there are boundaries between humans and demons you can't overcome. Auriel. As he informs his will to fight, Auriel raises his finger and says, rot and return to the earth. Auriel. And then, he turns to where I am and looks at me with a cocky face. What? In order to show my strength as a demon lord, I heard that there's the need for a catchphrase, you see. And so, I have thought about it. How is it? Isn't it cool? Auriel. Ah. He is the Earth Demon Lord, so return to the Earth, huh? I would say decent. Now then, since we are done with the introduction, let's finish the opening performance and then have the main battle with Koramiya Haine Ohaya? Auriel. Seisei-chan had attacked him as if he were doing nothing, and Auriel's body was once again cut in two. If it weren't for the fact that he is a demon lord that can recover any damage in a moment, those attacks would have ended the battle instantly. This woman. Did you not hear my catchphrase? Auriel. Obviously, Auriel had already recovered from the cut. Fine. People that don't answer etiquette, I will crush them immediately. Auriel. Auriel acknowledges Seisei-chan as an enemy and holds up both hands, and from the surface of those bark arms, a liquid of high viscosity came out. I thought it was some sort of lacquer, but when it fell to the ground and became a lump, I remembered where I saw it. That's a slime. Haine. The earth element monster that intruded in the hero's match. Analyzing your attacks, I judge that your specialty is cutting down with that scythe of yours. It doesn't matter how many times you try to cut it, there's no point. Moreover, this guy can melt anything it touches. Auriel. It is true that this could be considered the natural enemy of the slashing attacks of Seisei-chan. The menace of the slime was something that we had experienced plenty in the hero's match. The size itself is a lot smaller than that time, but it is still big enough to swallow the adult Seisei-chan whole. Now then, melt into nothingness. Auriel. I wonder if I should participate in this as well. From how things flowed, it is a one-on-one between Seisei-chan and Auriel, but I should crush the demon lords for the sake of humanity. But I am scared that Seisei-chan unknowingly touches that liquid. I decided on watching for a timing to enter while using Uriel as a sacrifice to see what the god hero Seisi-chan can do. The slime tried to swallow Seisi-chan, but *hyun*. The earth scythe was swung, creating heavy and sharp sounds. Wah! Ha! Dot. Uriel and I could only let out our surprise. In the blink of an eye, she must have cut several hundreds of times. The slime had turned into small pieces and sprayed to the ground. Even if it is a liquid slime, there's no way it can return to normal. It had been cut into such small pieces that it was dispersed by the wind of the forest and didn't return anymore. Wah! What? What? Uriel. Even Uriel was confused by this and unconsciously retreated a step back. The demon lord that could stun the heroes with a single glare was being overwhelmed by the hero now. Not enough Desu. Seisi. I haven't cut enough. It didn't provide much resistance Desu. Bring something that gives a better response when being cut. I want to cut a lot Desu. Seisi. When she finished speaking, she was already in close range to Uriel. Uriel and I were unable to catch the moment she moved her feet. */ The body of Uriel had once again been severed. Fool! No matter how many times you cut, my body will regenerate. Uriel. */ Even when spoke to, Seisi-chan's arms didn't stop. The body of a demon lord must be hard. It didn't go like the time with the slime, but even so, the scythe had sliced through the body of Uriel several tens of times. Wait. Uriel. Cut Desu. Seisi. What is Seisi-chan thinking when cutting? In defeating the demon lord and protecting the peace of the world? I feel like that's not the case. Seisi-chan is currently cutting for the sole purpose of cutting. Is she feeling pleasure from cutting? Cut Desu. Seisi. No. Uriel. No matter how many times he was cut into pieces, the regeneration of the demon lord surpassed it. But for the god hero Seisi-chan, this is most likely something she desired. A toy that no matter how many times you cut, it won't get broken is right in front of her after all. This woman is not looking at me as an enemy. No, she isn't even looking at me as a living being. Uriel, even when being continuously cut, he looked at the eyes of his opponent and noticed. What those eyes were reflecting were simply the cut down fragments. She is only looking at me as something to cut. Uriel. Cut Desu. Seisi. Yua Haya Ia. Uriel. The demon lord let out a scream. It was truly a scream of fear. Something he can't understand, something that threatens him, something that rejects his very being. People hold fear to those kind of things, and Seisi-chan was currently the very personification of all that in Uriel's eyes. Wah! Uriel uses the most earth divine power he could bring out to push Seisi-chan away. The moment he created distance in that way, he began running at the opposite direction of his opponent. He ran away. The demon lord Uriel is running away from Seisi-chan. Ah, wait Desu. Seisi. As if she wouldn't let her long-desired toy escape, she jumped after him and swings her scythe. This cuts the knees of Uriel, but Uriel didn't care and continued escaping. He left the part that would return to normal if he were to stick it together. No! Save me! Save me! Uriel! Wait Desu! Let me cut you more Desu! Seisi! Seisi-chan chases after the escaping Uriel. And so, just like that, the two had gone far away to the point that they had become specks. Wait, this isn't the time to be spacing out. I have to chase after them. I can't let that Seisi-chan alone. I return to Ishtar Blaze once and ride my flying machine, and immediately fly to the direction the two ran to. Things have turned south. A god hero is a power-up after receiving a part of a god. But this abnormal strengthening of Seisi-chan, there's no way Seisi-chan would be this maddened even if she were to receive a part of a god. All of it. Mantle had poured everything of her into Seisi-chan. Damn it, that Mother Earth, can't she learn moderation? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325 to 326, Progress. And so, back to the present. The running Uriel, the chasing Seisi-chan, and me chasing after them. I didn't think we would go all the way from Ishtar Blaze to Hydraville like that. Something like that happened? Karen. The small and cute Seisi has become so voluptuous? Mirok. What crazy boob size. This is not on the level of being bigger than yourself. It surpasses imagination itself. Celestus. Karen-san, Mirok, and Celestus, who had been listening to the events that led to this, were unable to hide their agitation, but what agitated them the most was apparently the boobs of Seisi-chan that had grown far from expectations. It is to the point that, if those were watermelons, being this big would be excessive moisture and it wouldn't be suitable for sale. Damn it! The sparks have swallowed us as well. Michael. Uriel. Don't get scared over there and help us out. This is a calamity you brought yourself, right? Gabriel. Save me. Save me. Uriel. On the other hand, even though the demon lords have increased to 3, Seisi-chan still acted as if nothing. Swinging her giant scythe as if it were a meteor shower, she overwhelms the 3 demon lords. She is not being pushed back even when she is going against 3 demon lords? Even if she has become a god hero, is that even possible? Mirok. Or more like, isn't Seisi-chan the one pushing them back? Michael and the others can't keep up with the speed of Seisi-chi. Celestus. This is not good. Karen. Karen-san panics. Let's participate. Let's save the demon lords. Karen. Gotcha. Seisi obviously looks like she is not her normal self, and this can't be wrapped up without a fight. Mirok. But the current Seisi-chi is definitely not normal. Can we come out of this unscathed? Celestus. No. Am I the weird one for thinking that what Karen-san and the others are saying is strange? Karen? Haine. What is it, Haine-san? I will be asking where you were with Yorishiro-sama after we stop Seisi-chan, okay? Karen. That in itself is scary, but... More importantly, I want to confirm this, but are you really going to stop Seisi-chan in order to save the demon lords? Haine. Am I the one in the wrong to think that it should normally be the other way around? Because we went through hell in order to bring back Mantle so we could defeat the demon lords, you know? Haine-san, I understand what you are trying to say. Karen. Karen-san says heavily. But in the time Haine-san was absent, the situation changed. We can arrive to an understanding, we can finish this without having the monsters and humans fighting, those possibilities have appeared. Karen. That's how it is, Haine-chi, even for me, Gabriel is a character I wouldn't like dying here. Celestus. I also wish for a conclusion that Michael can be okay with. For that sake, it would trouble me if he were to die here. Mirak. What a turn. To think that even Mirak and Celestus also agreed with this. This isn't a situation that can be summarized as having a personal difference in opinions. Humans and monsters reaching an understanding, she says. I did hear about the events that transpired at Muspelheim and Hydraville from Nova, but until I actually experienced it now, I couldn't have even imagined it. To think humans would be able to interact with monsters in a way gods had no idea was possible, humans are truly amazing. And that's how it is. Let's go. Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan. Karen. Got it. All three. Mirak. God Hero Mode, activate. Celestus. Silence. Obviously, nothing happened. Oh no. The same mistake. Karen. We can't become God heroes without the gods in the vicinity. This time, not even that cow is here. What should we do? Mirak. Jumping into that blade hell in normal mode would be suicidal. Coacervate-sama, come back. Celestus. Is what Karen-san's group wails about. Right, the God Hero mode cannot be activated unless they link with their respective god. But the Light Goddess Inflation and the Fire God Nova have returned to their own capital. Moreover, the unmanageable Water God Coacervate has become a mass of goodwill due to being distilled and, with that overflowing goodwill he flew out and there's no clue as to where he is. With this, the three won't be able to become God heroes and can't help in this crucial moment. So the God heroes had such an issue. Issue? Haine. I feel like I heard that word not that long ago. When I search my memories, I check my own pocket. And then, I take out 3 gems that look as if they would fetch quite the sum of money if they were to be sold. Karen-san. Haine. Could it be that I will end up being a side character again? Wait, what is it, Haine-san? Karen. This, Haine. I placed the transparent gem that Yorishiro gave me on Karen-san's palm. What is this expensive-looking thing? A gem? Could it be a wedding ring? Karen. Karen-san, that's just pushing it. In the first place, it is a gem in the raw. There's nowhere to put your finger in. Mirak is a ruby and Celestus is an aquamarine. Haine. Oh. Mirak. Looks expensive. It is hard to find jewelry with such big gems, you know. Celestus. Don't say it as if it were a big potato you found in your stew. At any rate, a while after the gems of the gods touched their respective heroes, a bright light was released from the gems. Kia? Oh. What in the world is? White light from the diamond, red light from the ruby, blue light from the aquamarine. With these lights radiating from them, the gems were absorbed by the holy sword, the fire knuckles, and the robe of the heroes and disappear. It was as if they had fused with their divine tools. What in the world happened? Celestus. Everyone was surprised by this and, finally, the result was shown. A fierce amount of divine power was released from the bodies of Karen-san, Mirak, and Celestus-san as they all turned into god heroes, but Karen-san released dazzling light from her whole body, Mirak had fire cladding her body, and Celestus had become transparent like water. What is the meaning of this? We turned into god heroes without the permission of the gods? Mirak. This is the meaning of those gems. In order to solve the inconvenience of not being able to turn into God Hero mode unless you have the god by your side, they create a path between the god and the hero. So those gems were for the sake of creating that path and the divine tools, huh? I don't really get it, but this is incredible. Karen. The shining Karen-san mutters. With this, the time for the god heroes to join forces has come. Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan. Let's go. Karen. Yeah. Or more like, this is the first time we see the god-hero figure of Karen. Mirak. For a moment, I thought you were lying to not be left behind. With this, all three of us god-heroes are on stage. Celestus. The three god-heroes charge to battle. The god-hero mode that was thought of in order to defeat the demon lords is now being activated in order to save them. Should I call it irony? No, this is definitely what is called as progress. 326, Slaughter Hero. Something unbelievable was occurring in front of me. No way. The battle should be in our overwhelming favor. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, three demon lords, Karen-san, Mirak, and Celestus, three god heroes, with a total of 6 of the strongest in the world, they are still unable to defeat the god hero Seisei-chan? Phoenix Hammer. Michael. Pleiades Burst. Mirak. A simultaneous attack of the fire demon lord and god hero was well done to the point of being called teamwork, and yet, this wasn't a threat at all for Seisei-chan. The fire attacks have high firepower, but are slightly slower, so with Seisei-chan's speed and body technique, she easily evaded it. Not a single attack is hitting. We have no choice but to attack from close range. Karen. Don't, Karen-chi. There's nothing the current Seisei-chi can't cut with that earth scythe. The moment you enter her range, you will be cut in 17 pieces at the very least. Celestus. The elemental affinities still apply between demon lords and god heroes. We as water element users can't deal with her earth element. Gabriel. Save me, save me. Uriel. Even if Celestus and Gabriel are afflicted by the disadvantage of element, there's still 6 there, and yet, even with that, they can't do anything. That's just weird. As I thought, Seisei-chan is at a place that surpasses that of a god hero. Mantle didn't just give a part of herself, she has poured her everything into Seisei-chan. The current Seisei-chan is completely fused with a god. Damn it! Let's also tackle with elemental affinity. If we talk about earth element, it is wind. Is there no reports of Hayachi becoming a god hero yet? Celestus. Raphael. Where did Raphael go? Uriel, do you know? You get along with that guy, don't you? Gabriel. I don't know. He is also in the middle of planning his attack to the humans. Uriel. Unable to find an effective way to break through this situation, the new alliance of demon lords and heroes that are supposed to be the strongest were panicking. Now that it has come to this, it can't be helped. Dark matter, set. Haine. I also step into the battlefield where blades were dancing wildly. The shield I made out of dark matter stopped the earth scythe that supposedly can cut anything. No way. Haine-chi stopped that side? Celestus. As I thought, that man alone, I can't gauge him. As long as Koromiya Haine exists, the victory of us monsters won't be possible. Michael. The scythe of Seisei-chan can cut anything because the earth divine power affects the solids and is providing ultimate toughness and sharpness. That's why there's no way the all-erasing dark matter shield wouldn't be able to stop it. On top of that, with the second property of the dark matter, gravity manipulation, I repel the scythe that rained upon me. The attacks of Seisei-chan were at a level where I have to use both properties of the dark matter in order to block it. Stop it already, Seisei-chan. Haine. I was about to spread the dark matter and cover her in order to capture her, but Seisei-chan retreated speedily before that happened and escapes from the grasp of the dark matter. She read what I was going to do? You are incredibly troublesome to deal with, Seisei-chan. At any rate, this is as far as you go. Stop the fight. It looks like the situation has changed, so, in order to properly grasp the current state of things, you have to undo your God Hero mode. Haine. Why? That way of speaking. What came out from the mouth of Seisi-chan were words that were clearly not of Seisi-chan. This way of speaking, mantle. Could it be that by completely fusing with Seisi-chan, she has taken over her body, but the gods have decided it, right? In order to protect the human sands, we have to eradicate the demon lord sands. That's the reason why we are giving the hero sands the power of gods. That is a god hero. Mantle. The demon lords will be defeated by a god hero. What is the wrong about this? It is good timing that there are 3 demon lords here. Isn't this the time to defeat them all at once? Mantle. What Mantle was saying with the mouth of Seisi-chan was correct. It is in her nature to go in a straight line the moment she is determined to do something. What's that? Is that really Seisi? Mirok. It's as if a completely different person is inside her and speaking. I can't feel a single bit of Seisi-like talk of it. Karen. Her outer appearance is also like a completely different person. Isn't this just a completely different person from the very beginning? Did Haine just make a mistake? Celestis. Karen-san and the others began to notice the abnormality and were confused. Mantle had poured all of her instead of just a part of it, and because of that, the very conscious of Seisi-chan had been pushed away somewhere and the control of the body had been changed. Light, fire, and water hero sands, I am Mantle Mother Earth God, Mantle. Mantle. Mantle spoke directly to Karen-san and the others? I have heard about your achievements from Nova-san and Coacervate-san. You are doing your best for the sake of the people. That's worthy of praise. Mantle. Ah, thank you. Karen. And they weren't able to keep pace of the conversation due to the characteristic atmosphere of Mantle. I will also learn from you people and be of use to the human sands this time for sure. I will do my best to eradicate the demon lord sand, so, can you please not get in the way? Mantle. No. Karen. As expected, they couldn't just let that slip by. Please wait. It is true that the demon lords and humans were antagonistic at first, but it has changed. A new possibility has appeared, a path where there's no fighting. Karen. In order to cross that path, I want you to please stop the battle right now. Oh God, we ask of you. Mirok. Or more like, the Mother Earth God is talking from the mouth of Seisi-chi. Doesn't that mean her body has been taken over? Isn't that the same as what the dirty Coacervate did to Gabriel? Celestis. As expected of Celestis, she noticed that part. Mantle places a finger on Seisi-chan's cheek and says, "Is there any good for the human sands in walking that different path?" Mantle. It was difficult to answer immediately at this question. When asked suddenly about that, I don't know what to answer. Karen. Humans and monsters coexisting, right? What kind of effect this will bring? I haven't really thought that far yet. Mirok. It would become a complex problem in terms of society. Philosophically as well. What is life? What are the standards that separate a living being from one that is not? What about the cycle of hate that has transpired until now? The more I think, the more convoluted it becomes. Celestis. Karen-san and the others were thrown into a labyrinth of thoughts. On the other hand, the line of action of Mantle was incredibly clear. The demon lord sands are really dangerous existences planning to destroy the human sands. That's why I will eliminate them. If I save the human sands from danger, I will be of use to the human sands this time for sure. Mantle. Now that I think about it, in the incident with Grandma Wood, the actions of Mantle were simplistic to a fault. In order to live, humans work, fight, and shoulder pain. If I take away that pain from them, they can become happy. That logic of hers was incredibly simple. However, humans can't be defined only as simple. Living has suffering in it, but there's also happiness and joy. She compiled them all into suffering and thought about taking it all away. That's way too rash. That's why Mantle and I were unable to reach an understanding, and I had to erase her into the black hole. Her simple-mindedness was so strong that anything complicated couldn't enter her head. Are we going to be at odds again because of her simple-mindedness and end up having no choice but to continue the path where humans and monsters have to fight until one side perishes? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327 to 328, Denying a God. 327, Denying a God. God. God of the earth. A different voice enters the discussion of the God in Heroes. The serious voice of the demon Lord Michael that sounded as if he was shouldering the world. Are you saying the gods don't forgive the existence of demon lords? Are you saying monsters are living beings that shouldn't hold hearts? Michael. No. Monsters are not even living beings. They are tools. Mantle. The so clear response of Mantle made Michael gulp his breath audibly. Tools created by the gods for the sake of the gods. The gods that were flustered by how the humans stopped praying after civilization developed created monsters so that they would pray again. If monsters threatened the humans, they would look for help by praying. Mantle. Oi, wasn't an unbelievable reality revealed just now? Mirok. Meaning that they were pumps the gods set up? The gods are unexpectedly sly. Celestus. The humans were showing agitation at one of the world's secrets that was revealed by Mantle as if it were a passing thought. You are the tools used in order for humans to pray, so there's no need for tools to have hearts. That's why we created monsters out of pure divine power and didn't place a soul in them. It isn't possible for things like that to have a heart. Mantle. Kook. Michael. Michael silently tightened his fists. You monsters have deviated from the duty that us gods have set for you. That's why you must be destroyed. Monsters were created for the sake of humans, and yet, if those monsters were to destroy those humans, it would go against their purpose. Mantle. Everything about Mantle is simple and straight, and that made it hard to refute. And yet, this feeling of wanting to refute it with all they had, everyone in this place felt that way. An argument that has no place where to hit this might be what you would call the weight of a god's words. I also ask. Earth God. Auriel. Auriel speaks now. He was utterly in fear due to the blade hell of Ceci-chan, but, right now, his body was overflowing with strength. His cut-off leg had already been regenerated, even if it was a hasty job. I was born from the Earth Mother that you had created. Auriel. Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood. Those memories may be hazy, but I have inherited them. You say that monsters were originally made to do evil to the humans that had forgotten their prayers, but I think that only us Earth monsters are different. Auriel. It is exactly right. The only type of monster that Grandma would gave birth to were golems. Different from the other monsters, they obeyed the orders of humans and lived together with humans. That's why the people of Ishtarblaze that worship Mantle had grown fond of the golems and respected Grandma Wood, as they called it, Great Pillar Sama. Until the great fall that Mantle created, that is. I was against the other gods. Even if humans didn't pray to me, I wanted to be of use to them. That's why I created monsters that would help humans rather than ones that attack them. Mantle. The birth of golems had that kind of reason behind it, Karen. But Earth Demon Lord-san, I didn't think that an existence like you would be born under this feeling of wanting to help humans that I placed when creating golems. Same as the other Demon Lord-sans, to try and destroy the human sans. It is completely contrary to the wishes of your creator. Truly bad kids. Mantle announces, I will be destroying you for the sake of the human sans. Mantle. Don't joke around. Uriel's voice was filled with anger. What was overflowing from his body was resentment. We were born for the sake of humans, for the sake of gods? Where is our own reason for living? Are you saying that it is wrong to live for our own sake? Uriel. It is exactly as Uriel-san says. Karen-san agrees to the words of the demon. No matter the living being, even if it doesn't have a soul, it should still have the right to live for their own sake. No one can deny that. Karen. No matter if you are a god, there's no way it is okay for you to arbitrarily decide the fate of the ones living on the surface world. Humans might end up getting that treatment as well, so I can't say that this is someone else's problem. Celestus. As I thought, we will be completely in opposition to this. Also, return Ceci's body. Her body is not something that a god can do whatever they want with it. Mirok. The human team was obviously against the words of Mantle. It goes without saying that we will also be fighting. Michael. The water god has already given us his blessing, so I will be going against it with confidence. Gabriel. Michael and Gabriel were obviously in fighting stance. There was not a single one in favor of Mantle. Mantle. Seeing this situation, the usual habit of hers appears. But, I am doing this for the sake of the human sans. I was thinking of being useful to the human sans. Mantle. And we are saying that's unneeded consideration. We humans don't need your help. Celestus. Celestus gave the final blow with her sharp tongue. Mantle. Haine. I couldn't just stay silent either. Bringing her back might have really been a mistake. Her way too simplistic way of acting, no matter how much you think for the sake of humans, it doesn't end up being good for the humans. Before an irreversible catastrophe occurs, I might have to erase her once again into the deep depths of the black hole. In the end, it looks like no matter what we say, we won't reach an understanding. Haine. Even the dark god Entropy, that is considered as the ultimate god, can't change her. To try and connect this Mother Earth god to the other existences. That's not true Desu. That voice just now. The voice that only had the words of Mantle coming out, this time around, the words of someone else came out. The real owner of that voice. This Earth hero, gone be Ceci? If it be the words of the Mother Earth, Mantle-sama, I be following em no matter what they be Desu. That be the way of the Earth Nation Desu. Ceci. 328, foolish god. Ceci-chan? Ceci? Ceci-chi? The ones who were agitated by the sudden mention of this name were her very friends, Karen-san, Mirok, and Celestus. As I thought, is that really Ceci-chan? It is hard to believe, but, is it really Ceci-chan? Karen. Yes, I am Desu. The incompetent, gone be Ceci. Even if my boobs got bigger, I still be everyone's friend Desu. Ceci. Ceci-chan says with strength. It looks like her body wasn't taken over even when Mantle was residing in it. More importantly, what be this Desu ka? Everyone ganging up on us. Don't go bullying our god Mantle-sama Desu. I be stepping in and say no Desu. Ceci. Is what Ceci-chan says with a bad temper. What is the meaning of this? But you see, Ceci-chan, we can't agree to what Mantle-sama said. Monsters are already not the same as before. Karen. I don't care about that Desu. Ceci. Yeah? Her statements were completely absurd, and every time she enforces her words, her boobs shake, which overwhelmed the three young ladies. It also overwhelmed me. The important thing be whether I believe in my God or not, Desu. In the face of the words of my God, everything else be a trifling matter, Desu. Saisi. I don't think it is such a trifling matter though. Karen Nichan, Mirak Nichan, and Celestus Nichan, each one of ye have your own God ye believe in, Desu. And fair me, that be Mantle Sama, Desu. It be because we believe in our God that those words be priceless, ain't it, Desu ka? Saisi. Be but, Karen. That be why, if it be the words of Mantle Sama, I will follow him, Desu. No need for context, Desu. I will cut the demon lord sands, stick em up, and cut em up again, Desu. Saisi. Torture? Haine. To think Saisi-chan would agree with Mantle. Doesn't this feel like deja vu? Celestus. You think so too, Celestus? Actually, I also do. Mirak. Is what Mirak and Celestus say. The first time we met Saisi-chan, she had received an oracle from the Mother Earth God, and when we showed opposition to those words, Saisi-chan got angry and it even ended up in a fight. Karen. And now, Mantle is speaking personally and, when we went against it, Saisi-chi got angry. Celestus. It will definitely fall into the same pattern. Mirak. For the 5 grand churches, the gods they worship are absolute existences. Denying them can even end up in killing. Saisi-chan is faithfully applying this, and she is about to apply it now. Mantle-sama created the earth we stand, sit, and sleep in, and she also nurtures the food that we eat every day, Desu. She even sent golems that were the friends of humans. Not believing in the Mother Earth God Sama after all this would be ungrateful, Desu. Saisi-chan. Karen. The people of the Earth Nation believe in Mother Earth Sama in anything and everything, Desu. Someone that doesn't believe ain't religious, Desu. Oi, the demon lord there. Saisi. Yes? Uriel. Being pointed the scythe at him, Uriel was greatly scared. What ya gonna do, Desu? By the will of Mantle Sama, I will be destroying ya, Desu. If you don't want that, you better fight back, Desu. Saisi. In my Ishtar blaze, when we don't know whose side be the correct one, there be only one thing the earth people do, Desu. Kill each other, Desu. The one that dies be the one in the wrong, Desu. Got that, Desu ka? Saisi. It was quite the messed up statement. But, oh my, my hero-san will believe in me? Mantle. Obviously, course, Desu. Someone that doesn't believe saying they be followers would be the lie, Desu. Saisi. This is the first time I have been told that. I am so happy. Mantle. Before coming here, the grandma of Saisi-chan told me this. Saisi-chan resembles herself. When she was young, she looked absent-minded and as if she lacked the ability to think, but that's exactly why she was able to push through with a clear mind and head straight towards what she believed in. What was born from this was the legend that would make even crying children silent, the take her by the roots. Saisi-chan had inherited that trait almost completely and possesses the ability to believe in something blindly like her grandma. A domain that half-baked sagaciousness wouldn't be able to reach, a foolishness that knows no bounds. Let's try leaving it in Saisi-chan's hands. Haine. Haine-san? Karen. My decision created confusion in my surroundings, but I felt like betting on it. At times, the foolishness of Saisi-chan would be the source of trouble and would irritate the short-fused ones. But that foolishness also, at times, can change the impossible to possible. It is not some plain foolishness, it is an extra-large foolishness inherited from the blood of a legend. It might be able to achieve big things that the regular intelligent ones wouldn't be able to achieve. achieve things that even I, the dark god Entropy, gave up on. The way too simplistic heart of Mantle, trying to connect it to others is impossible, but she might be able to make that impossible into reality. Haine. In this battle with the demon lords, the humans have even managed to change the hearts of the demon lords. In that case, she should be able to change the heart of a god too, with that trusting heart of hers that's on the level of being foolish. Stand up and accept the challenge, Auriel. Michael. Auriel. You will fight alone. Michael. Michael spoke to him from the back, and the tree-human demon lord trembled heavily at those words. It looks like each of us demon lords have to be tested in what we are and what we should do. We have to fight our own battles and reach those answers. Michael. No, what are you saying, Michael? Auriel. In this stage where the Earth Hero and Earth God are standing, Auriel, this is no doubt your stage as well. Gabriel and I have done our fight too, and we got a vague view of the path we should advance on. Auriel, you must take that step as well. Michael. The Fire Demon Lord says this with burning passion. Even if you currently don't have a decision, one should appear after battle. Clash to your heart's content. Clash, break, mix those broken pieces to the point that you can't even tell what was its previous form, and find an answer that you haven't found until now. In other words, let there be hot-bloodedness. Michael. Ah. Now that those words have come out, he has no choice but to accept. Ah, geez. I get it. Auriel. Auriel shouts annoyed. That was my intention in the first place anyways. Earth Hero, if I fight you and win, that means I should be the one to keep on living. I will bring judgment. Monsters are the ones who should keep on living in this surface world. Auriel. That's the spirit Desu. Makes it worth cutting Desu-yo. Sacy. Sacy-chan was her charming self as always as she takes a stance with her all-cutting scythe. Well then, let's begin Desu. A battle where I will believe thoroughly in Mantle-sama and will decide the way of living of the Demon Lord Sans Desu. No grudges no matter who dies Desu-yo. Sacy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329 to 331, Like a Maelstrom. Was this really okay, Haine-san? Karen. It couldn't be helped that Karen-san would ask with uneasiness. The one-on-one battle with Auriel and Sacy was decided in a truly weird sequence of events. We all had no choice but to turn to spectators, but I think it can't be helped. Mantle is a god that moves with a simple line of thought, so she can't be convinced with complicated logic. It is similar to Sacy-chan. Unless we use something that surpasses logic, it won't work. Haine. And you are saying that something is a fight? Mirok. It may not be the best choice, but that's the only effective method I can think of. I don't know at all what result this battle will bring about, but we have no choice but to believe it will be a good one as we watch over it. That may be fine for Sacy-chan and Mother Earth-sama, but Uriel-san, who is their opponent, is just Karen. Well, I can only say that he should just go along with it. Haine. I am beginning to feel sorry for that demon lord. Now that it has come to this, I will do this thoroughly. Auriel. The person himself is getting pissed off after all. Auriel is unexpectedly a scaredy cat, isn't he? To get so agitated just because he got cornered, Gabriel. Looks like he is still far from hot-bloodedness. Michael. The other two demon lords were manneredly watching over it as well. Be sure to watch how the serious Earth Demon Lord looks. Auriel. Auriel bends his body and flaps the two branch-like wings from his back heavily. Their shape resembles that of wings, but, as expected, they are still wood. Those two branch wings of his grew wide at an incredible rate, and then, drew a spiral towards the heavens, and became a tree. That size and the way the leaves spread, it looks like Great Pillar Samadesu. Saisi. It was like the Earth Mother monster that gave birth to him, Grandma Wood. Of course, compared to the Grandma Wood that spread through Ishtar Blaze as if covering it whole, it is a lot smaller. But even if it is mini-sized, there's a feeling of grandeur to it. There's no doubt this trait had been inherited from his mother. What's surprising is still to come. Watch and be in awe. Auriel. Something was released from the spread-out tree. Asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang. They were shot out at incredible speed, like bullets. Several hundreds were being shot from the whole tree at rapid fire. They flew diagonally downwards and hit the ground, raising heavy dust clouds. Dangerous. Karen. Wait, Auriel? If you are going to fight, be mindful of your surroundings. It would hurt if it hits us. Celestus. It is true that it was quite the amazing rapid fire. Decent enough to be used as an attack, but the things that look like bullets were buried in the ground, and the opponent Saisi-chan doesn't have a single scratch. What is Auriel trying to do? Cuckoo. If you want to know the answer, strain your eyes and look carefully. At what I shot. Auriel. That is. Haine. Straining my eyes, I caught on. What was dug into the ground was a block that was big enough to hold in one hand. I remember that shape. The golem's core, a life block. Haine. A golem is in basis just a lump of earth in human shape, but it is not as if they come out as giants from the very beginning. They will first be born as blocks from Grandma Wood and, by using that as the core, they gather earth and stones around the area to form the humanoid shape. Right now, that's exactly what's happening. The several hundreds of life blocks Auriel shot were changing into golems and became a big army commanded by Auriel. Are you surprised at my golem army? Auriel. Auriel had already returned the tree form of his wings back to normal. Auriel can also create golems? Haine. Apparently, the demon lords have inherited the ability to make monsters from the mother monsters. If that wasn't the case, the monsters wouldn't be born anymore after the death of the mother monsters after all. Karen. Karen-san explained it to me. It is actually an ultimate technique that I had saved in order to swallow your cities whole, but now that it has come to this, I don't need to show any restraint. With these army of several hundreds of golems, I will beat you to a pulp. Auriel. Is what he says as he moves way back at the rear of the golem army. That guy, isn't he actually so scared that he is hiding in the shadows of the golems? Gabriel. A man too far away from being hot-blooded. Michael. His comrade demon lords were also being quite the harsh judges. On the other hand, Saisi-chan, who had witnessed the sudden spawning of the golem army. What a great thing Desu. Saisi. Was actually moved. The golems that I thought wouldn't be born ever again, have once again been born. There be nothing as happy as this Desu. Saisi. Auriel. As expected of the golem-loving Saisi-chan. Now that I think about it, Saisi-chan's undivided attention to the golems was admirable. After the incident with Grandma Wood going berserk, the golems were about to be made into the bad guys, but the one who covered for them was Saisi-chan. That's why golems still continue being the friends of humans in Ishtar Blaze. As thanks for showing me something so good, I will also be pouring my own bit Desu. Saisi. The dynamite body Saisi-chan, who is filled with power thanks to Mantle, hits the ground with her earth scythe, Sita. That stance is Haine. Saisi-chan's new technique, the alchemy refined golem that doesn't require a life block. And then, just as I thought, resonating with the divine power that Saisi-chan poured, a beautiful female-shaped golem appeared from the ground. Just that, there was one thing that I didn't think would happen. The numbers. Wah! The golems refined by Saisi-chan were not only limited to 1. There were 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, hundreds. An incredible amount of goddess golems appeared at the surroundings of Saisi-chan. This is the true power of the god hero Saisi-chan? Haine. In the past, she could only make 1, and it was not on a level where she could use it in battle, and yet, in the blink of an eye, she could now make several hundreds. Are you saying that's how much outrageous her divine power has increased? Now that I think about it, Saisi-chan has still not used a golem in battle since the time she became a god hero. Haine. What do you mean by that, Haine-san? Karen. The Earth heroes are divided in 2 types, the ones that fight in close quarters with their scythe, and the ones that fight controlling golems. But Saisi-chan fights in the front lines while controlling golems. She was thinking of doing both of those at the same time. Haine. She was struggling heavily in how difficult this endeavor was. By becoming a god hero, even that problem might have been overcome. Her natural ability of controlling golems has increased and her skills with the scythe rose to the level of Yuniko-san. Haine. Her body has grown and she now has a body that can properly swing her big scythe after all. And yet, Saisi-chan has been using only her scythe in battle until now, without using her specialty that are golems. Haine. Meaning that Saisi-chan has not been showing half her strength until now? Karen. Even with that, she fought with 3 demon lords and god heroes at the same time and didn't lose. How much potential is inside of Saisi-chan? And there's also another thing. The abnormal fight that would be beginning now, I couldn't just not falter at it. Uriel had brought out his strength as the Earth Demon Lord to make several hundreds of golems. Saisi-chan followed fit and refined an army of goddess golems. A golem army and a golem army are about to battle. If they were to clash, there's no way this will wrap up as just a one-on-one match. 330, Golem Core. This be the ultimate technique of the god hero Saisi. I call it earth-conquering female Cordesu. Saisi. A swarming goddess golem army. In the past, a single one of those would make us speechless, and yet, now it has several of them appearing at once. It has already surpassed shock and reached the point where I don't even know what reaction to make. On the other hand, Uriel had also created several hundreds of golems. The current situation is that it is expected to be a golem army versus golem army group battle. Just what kind of situation will this bring? Celestus. The spectators were unable to stay calm at this situation. The first one to raise her voice in this place that felt as if we were inside a sealed bag was Celestus. Mirak also answers this. I don't know. But it is certain that this battle will turn into one that we haven't experienced before. Mirak. It is a battle of a group against a group after all. Until now, we have fought against one giant monster at a time, but fighting many with many is not something I have done before. Celestus. Even if it is a large-scale battle, it just feels different in nature. It is as if this were like the time the churches were at war. Karen. It is just as the trio says. This is already a mass battle between Ariel and Saisi-chan. It is on a scale where, rather than calling it a battle, it would be more fitting to call it a war. Even I can't predict what kind of fight this will turn out into. Foo. Isn't that fine? This is a completely different type of battle until now. It is fitting for the Demon Lord Uriel. In that case, your golem army and my golem army, let's decide which one is the strongest one. Uriel. No, before that. Saisi. Is what the adult Saisi-chan says with her hand raised. But, can't something be done about those boobs of hers that shake at every single action of hers? Every time my gaze gravitates to them, Karen-san pokes my sides. Cutting each other out of pure hatred be an elegant desu. Before the sparks fly, how about appraising each other's goods desu? Seisi. Goods? Appraising? Auriel. A sudden unexpected development. Auriel Dano. About the golems you made desu ga, they truly be made with loyalty to the basics desu. Seisi. Ha? Auriel. It can even be said that they be golems born naturally without any sort of outside influence desu. There be only the necessaries and they probably be able to work efficiently, but it be the truth that I don't feel a single sense of individuality in them and it feels like something be missing desu. Seisi. What are you trying to say? Auriel. The question of Auriel is natural. The golems that Auriel created are indeed regular ones that use a life block to gather the earth around with simplistic legs and arms. Compared to the goddess golems of Seisi-chan, Auriel's feel like they are way too simple in making. The goddess golems of Seisi-chan are obviously made with the female body as its motif, a design overflowing with allure. The thinness of its waist and the charming curves that entice the viewer. It is indeed beautiful, but, at the same time, it creates insecurity in the work and adds an unnecessary step into the creation of it. It can be said it is inefficient. Celestus. Celestus-chan? Karen. Celestus-chan is giving a commentary about it. If it is in cultural terms, leave it to the hero of the sightseeing city Hydraville, Celestus-chan. We have imported a large amount of potteries created from the good earth there. I have seen a lot of them, so my eyes are trained. I can serve as the commentator. Celestus. We didn't ask for a commentator though. Seisi-chi's golems are truly works that have beauty as their theme. They may be humanoid but, in the end, they are simply tools for manual labor. However, by giving them a gender, it makes it possible for them to charm the people that see it. Truly a bold thought. Celestus. Incredible. This is also culture, isn't it? Gabriel. Gabriel bit? What's with the water element people all the time? Being molded by the gone mother of Seisi-chi, there's also a motherly feeling added onto the beauty it has. Truly a complex making. Because of this complexity, it doesn't fall into the category of being a dirty piece of art that was only made to invite the carnal desires. There's even a feeling authority from it. Holiness. In other words, a saint. Celestus. I be grateful for your high evaluation desu. Seisi. The no-holds-barred evaluation of Celestus makes Seisi-chan thank her. When looking at the golems of Auriel after that, as I thought, they are so simple it is saddening. Celestus. Wa? Auriel. No affection placed on them, it is as if saying I made them on the spot. Couldn't you put a bit more of a strong-like look to them? Celestus. The way too honest comment of Celestus making Auriel distracted was inevitable. What stupid things are you saying, human? My kinfolk golems are earth element monsters. Monsters decorating themselves, are you telling me to imitate humans? Auriel. And he exploded. But Auriel, weren't you pretty bothered by your outward appearance? Gabriel. Gabriel? Auriel. The demon lord was shot from the back. The bark that you took off because you were hit by Koramiya Haine, you said that you didn't like the shade of black it had when it regenerated, so you took a hell lot of time in it. What should have taken a few days to go back to normal, took several weeks. I even thought, aren't you an idiot? Gabriel. Now that I think about it, he did say something to that effect. I don't count. I am a demon lord after all. As the lord of the demons, I have to show fitting majesty. Auriel. A hot-bloodedness that is understandable. Michael. Michael nods at it. Compared to that, golems are only weak monsters and there should be a fitting look for the small fry. There's this many, so I don't have the time to be placing details on each and every one of them. Auriel. Putting details ain't entering in the adorning category desu. Seisi. And Seisi-chan once again joins in the discussion. Or more like, this conversation is still continuing? What about the fight? 331, unfortunate mishaps. For some reason, the golem design opinions are still ongoing. I also like the simple golems that don't have deliberate decorations desu. Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan points out. Seisi-chan's tone of voice had become like that of a beauty after turning into an adult and, for some mysterious reason, it also gave it more weight in her words. Golems that be made just for the sake of working without any unnecessary decorations. But even with that, they still have limbs and face desu. At times, I feel kindness in their expressions desu. Seisi. IIC? Auriel. Golems that don't return to life blocks after a long while of being formed, slowly have their surface covered by moss, and color begins to be painted in what be once earthen color desu. When I see golems that can only look like that after having passed such a long time. Seisi. Yes. I feel like, Mohyoa desu, Seisi. I see, I don't understand. A learning experience. This is a learning experience. As expected of the opinion of inhabitant, their opinions just have a different taste. Celestus. And Celestus began to memo it with passion, Like really, isn't this already entering a domain where only a certain type of people can understand? Of course, the golems that Uriel Dano made as well. Seisi. Uriel Dano? Uriel. What path is this thing taking? Since they be made just now, he can't search for a depth that can only be found with accumulated time desu. The structure of the golems be simple, so that kind of depth makes it more interesting though desu. Seisi. Here, sensei. Gabriel. Sensei? Gabriel raised her hand and called Seisi-chan. Then, in the current state, you are saying Uriel's golems can't match yours? In front of Sensei's golems that exude feminine charm and have an elegance to them, the seedy-looking golems of Uriel are inferior. Gabriel. Don't call them seedy-looking. Uriel. Seisi-chan answers the question of Gabriel. That ain't the case desu. It be true that Uriel Dano's golems be of simple making, but within this form that requires a minimum degree of shape, there are also individual traits that inevitably appear desu. Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan says as she moves her gaze to the golems made by Uriel. As expected of golems made directly by a demon lord, the skill of the maker be showing directly in it desu. For example, the shoulder width. Seisi. She points around its shoulder. Its shoulders are wider than the regular golem and it gives it a threatening look desu. However, as expected, this be the form it took after having the thought of I will defeat ya. Desu. Of course. Seisi. Seisi, sensei, The build be well made and that links into it being good in physical ability desu. It can be said that this line of thought of Uriel Dano be directly affecting the strength of the golems desu. Seisi. Well, obviously. They are golems made personally by the demon lord after all. Uriel. Looks like Uriel wasn't against that part at all. But everything can be bad when there be too much desu. Seisi. What? Uriel. The golems of Uriel Dano, maybe because it took shape from your desire to not lose, both fists have become quite big desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan says this as she directly touches the forearm of the Uriel-made golems. Of course, with the logic of a hammer, when the end be bigger and heavier, the stronger the destructive power it has when hitting desu. However, the heavier it be, the harder it be to control also applies. More so when you make a part that be from its main body so big. It be natural that its movements would be affected desu. Seisi. Ugh. Uriel. Now that she mentions it, the hands of Uriel's golems are big enough that it would affect the balance of the golems. Even in my amateur eyes, I could notice after it was pointed out. Those kind of small inconsistencies are what decide the victory in a battle at times. It goes without saying in terms of functionality. When evaluating in terms of looks, rather than calling it a human, it would be more fitting to describe it as a monkey desu. It feels as if ye got too stuck in your zeal desu na. In order to make a creative work, it'd be important to have passion, but if that passion be poured all into your creations, the technique gets overwritten desu. Saisi. Shut up. Uriel. Must have been a sense of opposition towards the dry evaluation of Saisi-chan, Uriel roars. I silently hear you out, but what are you trying to say for a while now? The golems are my limbs, tools of battle. Isn't it fine to not put so much spirit into each and every single one of those tools? Uriel. Even though you got angry when Mantle told you that monsters are tools? Haine. Ugh. Uriel. I reflexively spoke out and Uriel choked his words. Because, I couldn't just not say anything about that. You can't say to others what you yourself got angry when being told that. Rather, the people of Ishtarblaze placed their heart and soul for generations into the golems that have only been hollow shells, and with that accumulation over accumulation, you as a demon lord with a heart was born. Isn't that right? Haine. Guh? No way. There's just no way. Uriel. Uriel couldn't refute it, and within that confusion of his, more strikes were sent. Honestly, accept the advice, Uriel. Isn't this a good chance to absorb the culture of humans? Gabriel. Gabriel? Uriel. Being sportsmanlike is also part of being hot-blooded, Uriel. Michael. Even Michael? Uriel. Even his comrades were ganging up on him. GNGH. Gunyununu. I get it, geez. In that case, let's decide this clearly. Uriel. He finally snapped. Which golem is better, we will decide in battle. Destroy each other, and the one that remains is the superior golem. The perfect way to decide that no one can complain about. In the first place, we were intending to fight, and yet, why hasn't it begun yet? Uriel. It is exactly as Uriel says. The fanfare of war has finally been sounded. I accept your challenge, Desu. A battle of golems that has never been seen before will be taking place here. Let this victory be witnessed clearly by Mother Earth Mantle-sama. Saisi. Yes. I will clearly witness it. Mantle. Even so, it still felt like we were in a festival of some sort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332 to 334 Tactics. 332 Tactics. Just like this, hundreds of golems clash and a big battle began. A big war was unfolding right before our eyes. We spectators might get dragged in it, so we were watching the battle from a pretty far away location that allowed us to see the whole picture. The view from there was truly a battle where you wash blood with blood. Well, the ones fighting there are golems, so there's no blood though. In substitute, clouds of dust were made as their rocky body was broken and the location was noisy. The basic golems of Uriel and Saisi-chan's refined goddess golems had mixed and was in a chaotic state as they destroyed each other. When the basic golems destroy the head of the goddess golems with their fists, the goddess golems would sever the basic ones with their sword hand. Even when they are broken and fall, new ones are continuously made from the back, so destruction with destruction overlapped without showing signs of ending. It is truly a battle, truly a war. It was clearly a different type of battle to the ones we have experienced until now. It is kind of scary. Karen-san, who had overcome several trials and tribulations from the many giant monsters she has defeated, was feeling fear from this site where golems are being destroyed one after the other. Ceci is fighting in a way so that doesn't destroy the life blocks of the enemy golems. The golems of Ceci were shaped from her divine power, so, as long as Ceci herself is in good shape, they can come back as many times as they want. They are destined to return to the earth when their divine power is taken away. Mirok was watching this with a stout heart. But, this just doesn't feel right. As I thought, battles should be done one-on-one. Group battles don't go with my nature. Mirok. And she also said words that were truly fitting of a person of the Fire Nation. On the other hand, the cruel battlefield, the noise of drearily resounding clashes, conflicts truly make the heart of people race and stir. Celestus was saying some strange things. Why is it that I am shaken by this important warlike battle and compositions are flowing one after the other inside of me? New songs are overflowing inside of me and are not stopping. At this rate, by the next live, I might be able to have one with all new songs. Celestus. Incredible. This is also culture, isn't it? Gabriel. And Gabriel once again rides on it. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Michael. To finish, Michael mutters this with his arms crossed. I can only describe this battlefield with those words. I understand that this is too rough of a description and it doesn't capture it all. In order to grasp and feel it all, I still need to learn a lot of words and values. Michael. That's right. And then, after learning it all and being able to separate the things that are unnecessary, you will steadily take out the unnecessary parts and, in the end, you will return to those words again, let there be hot-bloodedness. But the ones learning the most in this battle are the ones who are actually in it, Auriel and that hero girl. In this battle, just what will they learn and what kind of answer will they reach? I will be watching over this. Michael. Time passed and the state of things was slowly tilting to one side. Within the repetition of basic golems breaking and goddess golems breaking, the amount of times the goddess golems were being destroyed was slowly increasing. It looked as if Auriel and Ceci-chan were making new golems one after the other, but, as I thought, there's no mistake. Auriel is slowly pushing it to his favor. Coo. What's the matter? Aren't your golems brittle? Auriel. Cook, Desu. Ceci. Even from afar, we could see that the adult Ceci-chan had a strained expression. This is the reality. Unrelated to things like appearance and elegance, in the end, the true value of golems is their strength. Rather than your golems that have unnecessary things added to them, my golems that are simply aimed at strength are stronger. That's the simple reality. Auriel. * crash. Another goddess golem broke from the punch of the regular golem. The same thing was occurring here and there in the battlefield. Not good, Desu. Retreat, Desu. Ceci. Like I will let you. Auriel. Auriel's golems chase after the goddess golems that were retreating. Does he plan on finishing it now? How impatient. It is because you make them in the shape of a feeble woman that the golems themselves turn out feeble. As I thought, there's no need for glamour in golems. Utility is the true worth. Unnecessary factors that would affect it negatively should all be taken away. Auriel. That Auriel, is he holding a grudge on ornamenting because his golems were spoken ill of before the battle? But this flow of things, is Auriel really the one in the advantage? Hey, these movements. Celestus. Even within the group of spectators, someone else had noticed it as well. As expected, the literate Hydraville resident Celestus was the one. Isn't it strange? At a glance, it looks as if Ceci is the one being pushed back, but Celestus. It is not strange, is it? The Ceci army is actually being pushed back after all. Mirok. What a fool, Mirachi, your brain really only works for one-on-one battles. Celestus. Seisei-chan's golem army looks as if they are retreating, but they are actually extending their formation to the sides. Haine. When I pointed this out, Celestus snapped her fingers. Right. On the other hand, Uriel's golem army is steadily stepping forward due to him chasing after Seisei-chi's army. Celestus. The formation of Seisei's army that has extended to the sides looked as if they were going to wrap Uriel's army from left and right. The crescent formation. Haine. That Uriel. Did he get baited into a trap? Michael. Looks like Michael has also noticed it, the crafty scheme that Seisei-chan had prepared. What? What is this? Uriel. By the time Uriel himself had noticed, it was already after the fact. The half-encirclement of Seisei's army had already been finished and it had already become a disastrous scene where Uriel's army was being beaten up. The breaking of the goddess golems were simply used to bait him into a trap. The fourth daughter of Sobochan, Sano Obachan, told me this Desu. The specialty of women be pinning techniques. That ye be the strongest after ye got em down. Seisei. Following that advice, she acted as if she were a weak girl, and when the man has lowered his guard, you constrict them to death like a snake. Seisei-chan's tactic worked well. One of Da teachings of the earth. At first, like a maiden, in the end, like a predator Desu. Seisei. The goddess golems had already stopped their acting and had begun fighting back with all their strength. The half-encirclement had already been finished and the Seisei army could attack from many directions, so it gave her even more of an advantage. Uriel's army, who was the one taking the brunt of this, was thrown into a predicament. Damn it! Damn it! Uriel. If Uriel were to have a relative understanding of the terrain, he could aim for the weak points of the formation created from the encirclement and escape from it by rushing one point. But, not knowing this, Uriel decided on retreating instead of pushing out of the encirclement. All forces, fall back. Retreat. Uriel. But with that, he will simply be chased after at the same speed he retreats and get one-sidedly beat up. He is completely caught up in the advantage of Seisei's army. Damn it! That's dirty. Are you telling me you were feigning as if you were losing in order to get an advantageous position? Uriel. The lies of God are teachings, the lies of a warrior are strategies, that be what the sixth son of Soboshan, Saruga Ajisan, told me Desu. Fooling and being fooled be the basics of war. Being fooled be the mistake of the fool Desu. Seisei. Even what Seisei-chan is saying is beginning to sound adult-like? Moreover, in a not-so-desirable direction. Did Seisei-chan become a bad adult because of Mantle? 333, Match of the Generals. Fantastic. Beast. This must be the art of war that comes from the battle culture of humans, right? Gabriel. It looks like Gabriel-san is getting excited, but I am not that familiar with this demon lord, so let's leave her alone. Hey, don't you think this might end just like this? Celestus. I agreed with Celestus' opinion. The ability of a commander is shown in whether they can get out of situations like this when they have fallen in them. But the moment Uriel noticed that he was surrounded, he couldn't see through the weak points of the opponent's thin formation, and threw away the option of pushing through. He lost the timing to turn a turnaround into a turnaround and the situation worsened. The more timings you miss, the harder it is to recover. Honestly speaking, I don't think Uriel has the intelligence and courage to deal with this situation. Then, what's left is to be washed away by the flow that Seisei-chan created. Demon Lord. So they are still beings that rely fully on their great amount of divine power, Haine. To think they would be so brittle the moment they are against an opponent that has a divine power that rivals theirs. At that moment, someone reacted to my mutter. Damn it! Damn I it! Uriel. And so, Uriel was finally beginning to look like it is no good. His own army had already been reduced to half of what was before, and, even when he tried to add new golems, the pace couldn't keep up. Now that it has come to this, crowd up and harden the defense. Resist the attacks of the enemy. Uriel. A stupid decision. If they were to stand ground crowded, they won't be able to move properly and will have no choice but be destroyed steadily from the outside. Uriel has once again made a bad choice in a bad situation. The goddess golems had already become slaughtering Amazonesses. The outcome of this battle was once again affected by the nature of these two. The actual golems that are born from life blocks, as long as they have their life blocks, they can think on their own to a certain extent. On the other hand, Seisei-chan's goddess golems had Seisei-chan's divine power running through every piece of the golems and are basically marionettes. In other words, Uriel's golems are semi-automatic with their life blocks, while Seisei-chan's goddess golems are completely manual control. They show different advantages and disadvantages depending on the situation, but in this occasion, it was completely tilting into Uriel's disadvantage. It is exactly because you can leave the decision-making to the life blocks that Uriel's burden in giving orders decreases, but with Uriel sucking this much, there's no point in reducing the burden. In this situation where they are cornered, the movements of each individual golem is important, and yet, the semi-automatic golems of Uriel can't act quickly to the situation and were in confusion as they were being attacked from different directions. Compared to that, Seisei-chan's goddess golems have to be controlled even in the smallest of details, and this makes the burden in Seisei-chan as much, but that problem has already been cleared when she became a god hero. In that case, all the goddess golems are basically the limbs of Seisei-chan. Each one of them can move as if they were living beings. An army that has coordination and one that doesn't. There's no need to think about which one would win. The basic golems of Uriel were already just waiting to be completely hunted down by Seisei-chan's goddess golems. If these were a battle between humans, these would be the point where they would raise the white flag. Now that it has come to this, I myself will be entering the fray. Uriel. Oh. Or more like, why didn't I do so from the beginning? My strength is higher than all the golems I made combined. I will fight myself and dominate the enemy army. Uriel. So he noticed it. There were actions he should have taken the moment his army was surrounded, but he can still do something about it. But there's one thing he is overlooking. That trump card is something that the other side also holds. Then, I will be your opponent as ye wish, Desu. Seisei. Wa. Uriel. Uriel somehow managed to avoid the scythe that came from overhead. Adult Seisei-chan had suddenly appeared in front of Uriel. You. Why are you here? Uriel. The positioning in the battlefield of Seisei-chan and Uriel should be one end and the other. As the generals watching over the battle, they should have been at the deep parts in order to be able to properly see both armies. And yet, at some point in time, Seisei-chan had rushed deep into enemy territory and was right in front of the enemy general. The moment the half encirclement was finished, I moved around Desu. In the climax, it needs to be a one-on-one battle between the generals Desu. Seisei. Seisei-chan takes stance with her earth scythe. With this, Uriel has been completely checkmated. Seisei-chan definitely won't withdraw her blade. In the first place, Seisei-chan issued this challenge with her thoughts as a resident of the Earth Nation. If Uriel doesn't oppose her here, the decision of Mantle about destroying the demon lords would be correct and Uriel will be killed. That is the way of thinking of the Earth Nation people. Uriel. If ya ain't gonna resist, I will be taking that neck of yours, Desu. Seisei. The scythe of judgment was swung. With this, the match to decide who is the top of the earth between Uriel and Seisei-chan has been decided. What are you doing, Uriel? And there, an unexpected interruption appeared. Right in the middle of Uriel and Seisei-chan, a fireball crashed and broke the ground. Hi. What Desu? Sacy. Michael? Auriel. The one who stopped the last moment was the Fire Demon Lord. The leader of the 4 demon lords with a big muscular body and fire wings spread. I thought he interrupted to save his comrade Auriel, but... That's pathetic, Auriel. Michael. Hi. Auriel. He suddenly began reprimanding that comrade of his. What a pathetic sight you were showing as one of the demon lords. Don't you have guts? Because of you, we demon lords are being thought of as cowards that only rely on our strength and divine power. Michael. Could it be Michael heard what I muttered before? And because of that, he is pissed? Even if you tell me that. Didn't you come here to save me? Auriel. Don't delude yourself. This is your battle, Auriel. If you don't fight on your own, it won't have meaning. But don't forget that you are shouldering the name of all us demon lords. I won't allow an unsightly defeat. Fight with all you have. I will be your witness. Michael. What he was saying was all jumbled up, but he continued. Don't give up. Do your best, Auriel. Michael. 334, encouragement. Do your best? Is that all? Auriel. That's right. What else would be needed? Michael. Saying this, Michael stretches his arms horizontally and releases high-ranged fire dragons. The direction of those burning flames was the golem armies that were still in battle. Without a care of ally or foe, all golems were swallowed by it, their surface was burned and, due to them being made out of earth, they ended up hardening like pots, every single one of them. As expected, the divine power of a demon lord is incredible. Now, what's left are the only people that need to fight. Bring out your all and fight. Without using golems, with your own body. Michael. W8. Auriel. Even with that, Urielsen clings onto him. Michael, you saw it too, right? That god hero is abnormal. She is on another level even when compared to other god heroes. Auriel. Well, that's true after all. In the first place, a god hero is a system where you only give a part of a god. However, in this occasion, Mantle, who always goes overboard in everything she does, poured everything of her, so, looking at that point alone, Seisei-chan's god hero form is several times stronger than the others. Moreover, Seisei-chan and Mantle have a similar mind at the most weirdest of places and, because of that synchronicity, the power increases by even more. Thanks to the work of the golems, Mantle managed to get a lot more prayers than the other gods, so that makes the power go up by even more. Because she didn't have to maintain the nameless desert that inflation had forced her to do to her being thrown into a black hole, her use of divine power has been 0 until now. On top of that, Seisei-chan herself has inherited completely the talent of a legend, but because she was young, it was supposed to raise with time. However, the god-hero transformation had released it all. The more I think about it, the more I end up thinking, what kind of beast have we awakened? I even feel pity for Auriel, who is being made to fight against something like that. It is impossible to fight her up front and win. We should run away or attack her all at once. Auriel. Like hell I care. Michael. The wordy complaint of Auriel was blown away by the few words of Michael. That's pathetic, Auriel. Are you going to give up just because your opponent is strong? From the very beginning, humans were in those same circumstances. Michael. Wah. Auriel. Even against the demon lords that were far superior in strength, the humans didn't surrender and fought head-on. As a result, they obtained the new strength that is the god-hero form. There's no evolution for the ones that give up and turn their backs. Auriel, your decision is akin to throwing away the possibilities of monsters. Michael. Even if you tell me that. Auriel. Auriel was on the verge of crying. I also think that way, Auriel. Gabriel. Even Gabriel? Auriel. The water demon lord had gone down there as well. The humans not only have strength, they also possess the wits and love to overcome difficult situations where strength is a non-factor. Whether we monsters can obtain this or not, I think that is what will decide if we monsters can become true living beings. Gabriel. What does that have to do with this fight? Auriel. Don't you understand? This fight has our will and pride at stake. Show an unsightly display at such a fight and you would be throwing dirt at the pride of all the demon lords. Gabriel. I think exactly the same. Karen. Karen-san, Mirak, and Celestis had also joined? This battle is one that one of the gods of creation, Mantle-sama, is watching over personally. This is a fight where you are showcasing your very meaning of existence to a god. Karen. Your god told you that you monsters are just tools, you know? Are you not feeling frustrated by that? This battle is your best chance at showing the true meaning of your existence and making that god go wow. Mirak. That's why there's meaning in you fighting alone. There's no one aside from you who can show her the reason of your existence. This is something that only you alone can do. Celestis. What, even the humans? What is it you are trying to make me do by ganging up on me? Auriel. This must be a pain to the max for Auriel. A difficult situation, an enemy he cannot win against. It would be a lot easier to just run away. But everyone here has overcome that and has gotten all the way to this point. Haine. Koramiya Haine? Auriel. Unknowingly, I had followed everyone and had arrived to where Auriel was. Everyone wants you to overcome that as well. They want you to stand at the same summit, in order to stand side by side. To stand as equal friends. Haine. Friends, you say? Friends? What a joke. Demon lords are simply joining forces in order to eradicate humans. Moreover, humans are the enemies. Auriel. In order to realize this battle is necessary. Overcome it as well. Overcome this battle and find the answer at the other side that can't be expressed in words. And then, show it to all of us. Haine. Those words became the trigger. Everyone began to speak out their share. Do your best, Auriel. Show your will as a demon lord. Michael. You can do it, Auriel. You can definitely do it. Gabriel. Please do your best, Auriel-san. Karen. Do your damn best already and show your guts. Mirak. Do you best, Auriel. Do your best. Celestis. Support from everyone. Everyone here is wishing for Auriel to overcome this. Do your best, Auriel. If you are one of the powers that stand at the top of the demons, show it. Michael. Awa. Ka-a-a. Kisha-a. Auriel. Auriel broke. Aya. Geez. Every damn single one of you irresponsibly telling me to do my best. I get it already. I just have to do it, right? I just have to bring out my all and defeat that beast woman, right? Auriel. Oh. Asterisk clap asterisk clap asterisk clap. Everyone began to clap together. The already pissed off Auriel had broke his limit in the pissed off meter. Why it done now desu ka? Seisi. Seisi-chan was waiting manneredly. Well, that's a given. For her, this fight was already not one where the survival of humans or monsters is at stake. It is like a court where it is decided whether you are right or wrong.